Broken Council, Book 10 in the System Apocalypse, written by Tao Wong, narrated by 𝗕𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁. What has gone before? John Lee has come a long way from his mountain campsite in the Yukon when the system first initiated on Earth. He helped stabilize Earth's politics, traveled across the galaxy, and in his latest adventure, helped the Eritrean Empire choose its next empress. Along the way, he's continued his search for an answer to the first quest he ever received: what is the system? At the end of his recent adventure, he achieved a new height of power, a heroic class. Except unknown to most is the fact that his heroic class, shown to all, Grand Paladin, is but a ruse, a lie for what he truly gained. For John found a hidden class, that of Junior Administrator of the System. It's a secret with dire implications, and those who would keep it hidden have already acted, attacking Earth's embassy on 𝗪𝗏, the capital of the galaxy. Chapter 1. The portal opens 560 meters in the air. When I step through it, I free fall. Beneath me, the herd of 𝗕𝗫𝗁𝗀𝗃𝗃𝗧 cover the ground like the bison herds of yore, their mottled brown and green skin hiding the trampled earth beneath. The 𝗕𝗫𝗁𝗀𝗃𝗧 are six-legged, scaled behemoths whose bellows reach me high above, as does the never-ceasing pounding of their feet. They're tiny figures to my eyes, belying their actual size, tens of meters tall and half as wide. Spirals of razor-sharp spikes, dripping with poison, jut from their bodies in a vicious pattern. From their six-eyed conical faces, roars of dissatisfaction and grunts of anger erupt in rhythmic regularity as they search for prey. In the distance, the earth shakes and rocks dance on cracked, sun-baked pale yellow clay. The desolate vista is broken by the occasional glimpse of purple cacti. Around me as I plummet, the sky is lit with the pale yellow light of the dying sun, a massive thing in the last couple of million years of its life. A surge of will, and I call forth their status information. 𝗕𝗫𝗁𝗀𝗃𝗧, level 187, HP 18,736 of 18,752, *, MP 2,457 of 2,457. Conditions: hardened skin, scaled protection, poisonous fog, acoustic beat, power of the herd, *. Health is shared among all members of the herd, as is damage. Beside me as I fall, Ali hovers, cross-legged. My tiny 6-inch-tall spirit companion is clad in his usual orange jumpsuit. Skin the color of tanned wood with a sculpted goatee, his fingers play across invisible screens as we plummet. You know, I'm sure you've done dumber things in the past, but I'm forgetting them. It's the pressure. I've done a lot of dumber things, I reassure Ali. Even as I speak, I've split my attention enough to begin the process of calling forth my skills. I start with the simple ones. Soul Shield for protection. 1,000 blades to give me access to copies of my soulbound sword. Aura of Chivalry for the damage bonus and intimidation effect. Eye of the Storm to concentrate their focus on me. The evolved penetration skill to give me a secondary shield defense. Then I kick on my hover boots and float. The creatures below me are trumpeting their dissatisfaction, my soul shield shimmering as their audio attacks slam into it. I'm not in my HOD right now, the power armor stored away. Replacing it would be expensive, and between my evolved penetration skill, shielding, and soul shield, I should be safe enough. Lastly, to add shielding points to my penetration skill, I call forth a Beacon of the Angels. The ritual glyph forms in the air, a circular oval of light showering the herd with pure, unadulterated energy. 𝗕𝗫𝗁𝗀𝗃𝗧 crisp beneath the azure glow of formed energy, scales cracking, poison mists burning away. They thrash and scream as a damage counter in the corner of my vision ticks up. Beacon of the Angels is an area effect skill, a near-perfect skill for dealing with the Horde. Near-perfect, since the radius of damage is insufficient as portions of the damage dealt are split between the entirety of the herd. Those caught outside see a small blip down, tens of hit points before their natural regeneration pops them back up. Individual Liliest caught within the attack take more damage as only a portion of the damage is transferred, but their resistances, their levels, are high enough that I'd have to keep spamming the skill to take out a single Liliest. All this takes place in fractions of a second. I hover, watching the effects of my attack, or the lack of them, and end up shaking my head. There's a reason the Liliest have managed to survive this long and overrun an entire planet. Built up to this level, Power of the Herd is an insane skill to overcome. You either have to get a whole army hammering at them in multiple assault locations to drive down the hit points of the entire herd, or, well, me. But for now, I take my time. Spell buffs are cast, just the basics. Health and mana regeneration, some physical damage resistance, an elemental damage spell boost to add a little punch. And that's about it. There are other buffs that might work and wouldn't directly conflict with the buffs I already have. I could even have asked for them from the fleet hanging around in space above, but then I'd have to share the XP, and it wouldn't be a proper test of what I can do alone. So, me, by myself, to start, until I tear down enough of the monster herd's health that it makes sense for the fleet to get involved. I watch the living carpet of scales and furious six-legged monsters, a writhing, heaving mass of anger, and find myself grinning. There were other options, other ways of doing this. Considering everything over the last few months, everything that happened since Catherine's call, letting loose feels right. That I gain the support of the Eritrean Empire as a byproduct is a nice bonus. You know, cackling madly to yourself isn't normally considered normal, boyo, Ali says. Bite me. To punctuate my point, I raise my hand and call forth the first of my untested skills. Immovable Object, Unstoppable Force, Level 1. A paladin cannot be stopped. A paladin cannot be moved. A paladin is a force of the Eritrean Empire on the battlefield. This skill exemplifies this simple concept. Let all who doubt the strength of the paladin tremble. Use. User must select to be an immovable object or unstoppable force. Effect varies depending on choice. Skill combines with Aura of Chivalry to provide a smaller, 10% of base effect, bonus to all friendlies within range. Effect 1. Immovable Object. Constitution, health, and damage resistance, all, increased by 200% of user's current total. All knockback effects are mitigated, including environmental knockback effects. Effect 2. Unstoppable Force. Agility, movement speed, momentum, and damage calculations based off momentum increased by 200% of user's current total. Damage from other attacks increased by 100%. Only active while user is moving. Cost, 5 MP per second. I only put a single point in this because I wanted to reach domain. I'd even gone so far as to spend my credits, the Empire's credits, to get this skill level. Now, I'm curious how it would affect things. A surge of energy sent a simple firestorm spell down into the midst of the monsters, in the same area where I'd launched my initial attack. So, I ask Ali. I'd rather do that than run the math myself. Nowhere near enough. I was hoping for a little more detail, I mutter. Really? You want to know the math? Fine. The Liliest have a base fire resistance of 287%, with their Power of the Herd skill boosting that by another 63%. However, you've got a 90% penetration skill, allowing you to disregard all but 46.781% of that damage resistance. Now, your Firestorm does approximately 1,000 points of base damage, which means you are dealing, on average, 532.19 points of fire damage, Ali lectures me. But that's if you land a head-on strike, which excludes mitigating maneuvers, dodges, etc. Which, luckily for us, the Liliest are too dumb to do. So, 532.19 points of fire damage is applied to their hit points, which is doubled by unstoppable force. However, you have to include critical damage strikes to those that didn't blink, minus those that did, add in the base regeneration levels they all have, take away crowding effects. Enough! I get it, I say, waving. We're doing around 1,000 plus points of damage to the Liliest or so, but they've got 18,000 points just base. And that's not including them shaving off a chunk for the rest of the herd. Exactly, Ali says. You aren't doing enough. That figures, I say. It's one of the reasons why I bought the damn skill direct from the system. It's not good enough for a lone fighter like me. If combined with the aura skill in the front of an army, that 10% boost would be amazing. Split across thousands, and if those thousands were elites? Either way, not my problem. I call forth the next skill. It forms around me, seeming to twist the atmosphere by its very presence. I feel the mana around me warp, change as my skill takes it in hand, and make reality bend to its will. Immediately, I feel the domain skill working on me. Domain, level 1. With chains that bind and threads that extend from one to another, a paladin is the center of events. In his domain, enemies will break and allies will bend knee. Let the enemies of the Empire tremble before a paladin with his domain. Effect 1. All enemy combatants receive minus 10% attribute decreases, a plus 10% increase in mana cost, and lose 25 HP per second while within range of the domain. Effect 2. All allies receive a plus 10% increase in health regeneration, a 10% increase in attributes, and a reduction of minus 10% in mana cost, semi-stackable, while within range of the domain. Range, 10 meters. Cost, 500 mana plus 5 mana per second. One of the biggest aspects of domain is its significantly lower upkeep cost. For example, my Eye of the Storm costs me a ridiculous 20 mana per second, which leaves me using it only occasionally to draw attention and keep the focus of enemies on me for a short period. As a taunt skill, it's incredibly wasteful, other than its ability to affect multiple individuals at a time. Then again, it costs so much because it is a taunt skill, since direct effect skills on emotional and mental states are more expensive than physical effect skills. Whereas Domain, I could theoretically keep running constantly. Its upkeep is low enough that my natural regeneration leaves me able to keep it active, though obviously I have fewer options if I do so. Unfortunately, its range is pretty short, and it doesn't stack damage effects. While it increases my base attributes, it doesn't increase my mana regeneration at all. Alright, let's try this again anyway, I mutter. Another beacon of the angels hammers the angry herd below. Ali watches the damage logs while I wait for my mana to regenerate. I idly throw a firestorm too when Ali bitches about messing with the test results. Now, you might be thinking, that's great and all, but why isn't the giant fleet in orbit showering kinetic weapons and beam attacks down onto the herd below? My beacon of the angels is pretty powerful, but it's hard to compete with orbit-launched kinetic weaponry. Even with the penalties that the system places upon pure tech, there's still something to be said about a gravity-drawn half-ton of mass. There are a few reasons, as always. There's the issue of lost XP. Launching orbital bombardments on monsters is damn safe, so it means that the system reduces the XP gain quite a lot. In a world where everyone wants more experience, to go up in levels, no one wants to waste it. But more importantly, the system doesn't let it happen. Oh, you can still drop giant rocks, and if you've got the skills, you can do damage. But the farther away you are from entering a planet's boundary, the greater the mass of mana you have to push through. The greater the amount of mana, the mana generally is denser the closer you get to the surface, the greater the damage reduction. Again, tossing planet killers or other orbital strikes around is still possible, but the cost and time taken in many cases is incredibly high. As importantly, you need to have backup options. individuals on the ground to deal with the sudden increase in spawning as the attacks and subsequent deaths release a bunch of unruly system mana. Without sapients on the ground to soak up the mana, you have a different problem. Unchecked mana mutations. And those mutations often result in some truly scary monsters, the kind that can fire back at orbiting spaceships. It wasn't always like this. At one point, it was possible to unleash a ton of nukes and kinetic strikes and then mop up a little. But thousands of years ago, so far back that most people don't even realize it, that changed. It was one of the first major changes in the way the system worked.
This change in damage done via technology makes no sense. The Council should not be choosing to do this, not when we need to keep our planets from being overrun.
J.
Agreed. This can't be the Council's doing.
K.
Then who? The Council controls the system.
M.
I think that's why we have the system quest, to find out who controls the system really.
J.
I disagree. If it meant that, it should have said so, not ask what the system and mana itself is.
The memory from the library surfaces, detailed correspondence from a time so long ago humanity was still beating each other with sticks and huddling around a fire. It sweeps me away for a second before I wrestle the memory under control. I'm getting better at controlling the uncontrolled release of information into my brain. The corrupt Questers' library, the entire damn repository of their knowledge squeezed into my brain and then encrypted. The encryption has been breaking down, and with it, additional secrets are coming to the fore.
Are you done yet? Some of us are getting impatient here.
Bolo's voice cackles over the communicator. I grunt, almost imagining the 7-foot-tall alien with his ram horns glowering in my image. Soon! Hold your dragons!
Why would I hold my dragons? Do you think we do not take good care of them?
Bolo growls.
That's a lie. Any dragon the knights take control of are well cared for. Who told you?
I kill the communicator, focusing on my next skill. This is the big one from the master class that I wanted to try. It's a pity I failed to evolve it, but that's the risk you run. Judgment of all, level 6. An emperor might sit in judgment of those who defy them, but a paladin sits in judgment of all who fall before his gaze. Desire bends and debases itself. Duty shatters under the weight of ever greater burdens. Morality shifts under the winds of circumstance. In the eyes of those he serves, a paladin's judgment must be impeccable. Under his gaze, those undeserving will fall. So long as his honor holds true, judgment will follow. Effect. Skill inflicts Eritrean reputation times variable 𝗕cie calc times 1.5 equals 442 points of ongoing mana damage to all judged unworthy within perception range of user. Duration 65 seconds. Cost 1000 MP. I've never used the skill before, but this seems to be the perfect place to try. I tap the portion of my mind that hosts the skill, that slotted bundle of calculations that the system has imparted to me. I reach within, feeling the connection to the system, the portion it has dedicated to me and this skill. I trigger it, feeling mana gush through my body into the system to set the system running as judgment of all activates. The world twists and bucks, turning gray and black. Figures beneath me, above me, through my communicator, and through the very threads that bind me to others activating. And I know, with just a gentle push, I could make the skill affect them all. Anyone I perceive, that I can sense, I can injure with this skill. No matter the range, no matter the distance, I could kill with naught but a thought. The people who are after my friends, the Council, the bounty hunters and the fighters who have attacked us, the merchants and petty criminals who cheated us, the fools in their corporations and guilds who blocked us, I could kill them all just by letting the system know they are unworthy. Kill them with an activation of the skill. And a twist of the system, I shut down that line of thought. Hard. I let the skill run as it is meant to, taking my physical senses, my hearing, my sight, the targets that the system and 𝗬𝗃 have marked within range of me, and it shoves power down through the very same connection the system has formed with each of them, weaponizing itself. For those without my skill, without my class, the show is just as spectacular. I glow as I float high above, like a wrathful god come down to lay his petty grievances upon the unworthy. All caught within the effect find themselves irradiated, glowing from within and without. Skin, scale, and flesh crack, light spilling out from within. System regeneration wars with the damage the skill provides. 𝗪𝗔𝗪𝗀 burn from within, and even the herd's skill can't shunt the damage aside fast enough. Hundreds of monsters fall, bellowing as they die. Experience notifications roll in without end, and I ignore them all. Deep within, I stare as the system itself strains to deal with all the deaths. Mana released from the dead monsters gushes into the atmosphere. Some, a small portion, slides into the system itself, disappearing to places I cannot follow. The rest escapes into the world while the system struggles to calculate and divvy damage, life and death to all those within range. The planet itself bends and twists as the system struggles, released mana searching for a place to deposit itself. Some finds its target in me as experience, though the way it enters me and boosts me feels different. Other streams of mana find creatures too small for me to have noticed before, forcing mutations, forcing growth. Cacti twist and expand. Insects balloon in size, and ley lines draw the rest away to dungeons throughout the planet. In the corner of my mind, I note friends and allies curse and exclaim. A paladin's ultimate combat skill is something that has not been seen in hundreds of years. And though the Eretrians might not hold me in their highest regard, I still hold some place in their culture, in their litany of legends, and I've yet to call forth the best skills. It takes a while for the 𝗪𝗪𝘀 herd to resume their journey. Even as I fly to the nearest unharmed portion, the herd is disquieted, concerned by the first attack that has managed to harm them in decades. I've killed a noticeable percentage of the 𝗪𝗪𝘀, and they are wary now, in the way prey are when they know they're being hunted. But they have to move or be crushed by those behind, so they eventually resume their never-ending journey away from the dungeon that first created them. Beneath my feet, 𝗬𝗃 flickers from point to point, his form split into multiple tiny copies. He scoops up the loot, dumping it in my storage, shunting it via portals into a pile when we run out of space. His latest trick is amusing and potentially useful, even if he's only used it to spy on sapients while they're showering thus far. Are all final masterclass skills that powerful? 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄 asks over the comms, sounding intrigued rather than scared like many who shouted in my ear before. The advanced samurai is my most loyal supporter, though I doubt she understands the full extent of what happened. Hell, I don't either. That sudden surge of megalomania, now that I'm not riding the high, I'm certain it's not as easy as I thought to abuse my skill. Or is that just the paladins? I shrug. In a way, this is based off reputation in the Empire. Before I came here, if I had picked this up, it would have done maybe a couple 100 points. Now
It's an army killer, Bolo rumbles. Yes, the lords of the flight have a similar skill. Beast lords do too, though some draw from the power of their pack. A double-edged skill.
I hear a pounding sound, and I imagine Bolo thumping himself in the chest.
A true dragon lord does not require such base skills. Strength comes from within the individual. What he means is the dragon lords are geared toward individual strength rather than army-destroying skills,
𝗪𝗏𝗪 says. The chief of staff for the Eretrian Navy is with us, a courtesy addition to keep us out of trouble. Well, that and run the fleet we've brought along. I imagine the portly admiral sneering at Bolo when he isn't looking. Then, my masterclass skill, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄 says, probably closer to Bolo's than mine. Then I frown, remembering aspects of her skill. Though, I don't know. The samurai skill set is different. A servant class based off their lord's potential rather than their own, Harry says. The smooth, dulcet tones of the British war reporter's voice slides into the conversation. Not unique, but uncommon for sure. Few care to tie themselves in so tightly. Potentially extremely powerful, but like yours, also circumstantial.
Bah! Let me down and I shall show you true strength,
Bolo says. I imagine him drumming his fingers on his hammer, though I doubt he's taken it out on the bridge they've been watching me from. That would be too rude, even for him.
Calm yourself, Dragon Lord. The paladin desires to test his skills,
Rodane says. I would like some experience too, Makito says. Crazy combat monkeys, Harry mutters. Bolo growls.
We cannot gain experience by standing around recording the paladin's actions, unlike some.
Maybe, but I know patience.
Patience! I have shown much patience all these weeks.
Enough, you two, I say. I'm over another large herd, big enough among the rolling hills that look like tiny bumps beneath my feet for the following skill to work. More than sufficient. One more only. Two, but they don't need to know the second. In fact, they're better off not knowing the second, at least for now. Last skill, Grand Cross, I announce. I reach within, touching the bundle of information and let it flow. Only a single point, but the effects are as spectacular as my judgment of all. The crater that lies before me is impressive in a truly disturbing way. I'd let the skill expand to its maximum limit, though I know I could also compress it so that it becomes a single-person attack, too. One of the advantages of a heroic class skill is that it's a lot more flexible by design. The crater is tens of kilometers wide, and at least a couple of kilometers deep. The earth is compressed, minor hills flattened as though a titan had pushed a seal upon the earth and all those beneath it. Once again, another rush of experience. Again, that feeling of wrongness, of unsettlement as the experience resides somewhere. Somewhere wrong. Beneath me, dead Liliest and a scorched earth. Around me, portals open, landing craft screaming down to the ground as Eritrean soldiers deploy, feet touching upon the new planet, the first sapients in decades since its abandonment. They pour out, weapons out, taking position and setting up moving shield walls. Specialized ships land and transform, artillery ships transforming as they hide behind the shield generators, already receiving instructions from orbital spotters. Mana flows as specialized buffing units throw out spells, catching me as an afterthought while the Eritrean army gets to work. In another corner of the planet, I sense my friends stepping onto the planet. Party chat flickers to life, connections firming, and then fade as they stride into the bowels of hell itself to suppress the former capital city's dungeon, the source of all the trouble. I consider joining them, briefly, but I can offer them just as much, if not better, aid out here. I get moving, taking the fight to the 𝗕𝗫𝗀𝗃𝗃𝗃 herd. With troops on the ground, I drop everything but my shields and utilize Judgment of All again and again. All ease confirmed it's the most mana-efficient skill, at least against the 𝗕𝗫𝗀𝗃. I get to work, and if I'm paying attention to something else, to a skill that has been humming along in the background, one that almost begs me to make use of it. No one but Ali and myself need to know. Or should. After all, its very existence and my hidden class pit us against the Galactic Council itself. System Edit. A core skill for system administrators. Effect. Make trivial to minor amendments to system processes. Cost. Variable, HP and MP. Chapter 2. Cleanup of the planet Gurant took just under an Earth week. Of course, that worked out to about 11 days with the faster rotation on Gurant and a tiny fraction of its year. The 𝗕𝗫𝗀𝗃 herd had grown unchecked for over a decade, spreading across the supercontinent that made up the overly dry landmass of the planet.
We could have beaten the dungeon,
Bolo says, arms crossed as he glares at me. The 7-foot-tall, ripped Dragon Lord is complaining, again, as we stand around the remnants of the dungeon entrance. Over his shoulder is the oversized hammer he uses, the emerald scale mail glinting in the light with every breath. Around us, drones and Eritrean army personnel work to clear out the remains of the monsters. It's rather intimidating when you think about it, how much has been destroyed. One of the first things to land was the quartermaster station, which has an abbreviated system shop that allows people to funnel in entire corpses to be sold off. At the same time, a growing manufactured city has sprung up, where automated factories and artisan butchers and leatherworkers are tearing apart the Liliest. They extract scales, organs, meat, and bones with gusto. Everything is being used, with even the most damaged parts being stored for composting. It's a massive undertaking, but it all goes off without a major hitch. System communications, extremely organized personnel, and classes help provide a level of efficiency that no pre-system human army could ever hope to achieve. Not that I'd ever expected to see an abattoir on a battlefield. I'm sure you could have, I say, but hogging all the experience was getting a little much.
Hogging?
Bolo frowns, cocking his head to the side.
There were no pigs involved.
Seriously, buy a new English pack. I can't help but shake my head, always amused when the cultural assimilation portion breaks down. I'm not exactly sure who Bolo downloaded, but there are very strange gaps in his understanding at times.
Or you could speak Galactic and stop being rude to our hosts,
Bolo says, with a finality that makes it sound as if he's won this fight. Ollie chuckles as he continues to multitask, paying attention to what is being taken apart by the army and making sure we're getting our share of the earnings while also watching a Monty Python sketch. There's no one else here, not even 𝗵𝘃𝗃, I point out. That's true enough, since the samurai was teleported off for another arena battle. This time, she has acquired a sponsor, someone willing to pay for the expensive teleportations to ensure she's included in a number of such fights around the galaxy. Truth be told, she probably could have taken part in a lot more battles if it wasn't for the fact that she spends most of her time hanging out with me. A galaxy is a big place, and arena fights are extremely common. In fact, 𝗵𝘃𝗃's collected a wide array of championship titles. The fact that most of those titles don't provide much of a boost to her is offset by the occasional one that does. Add the fact that titles can conflict and might not stack, and chasing after them is a select and expensive sport. Still, according to 𝗵𝘃𝗃, with enough titles, they could consolidate, providing her another boost to attributes, damage, and if she's really lucky, a skill. Heck, some of the more famous championships have titles that come with their own skill.
Maybe, but we're not on your backward planet at the moment. It's polite to use Galactic,
Bolo says in Galactic. I switch as well, sniffing, then regretting doing so. The charnel house smell of thousands of dead animals has not disappeared, making me gag. Doesn't really matter anyway. They needed to take out that dungeon to begin the settlement process for the capital. Without stabilizing the mana flows, we'd never be able to retake this planet.
True, though one wonders about the dungeon master. Must have been insane to focus the entirety of the capital's mana overflows into a single dungeon, especially when the capital was as extensive as it was.
Bolo shakes his head.
Even I know better than to do that.
I shrug. Whatever the dungeon master's sins or hubris, he has paid the final price, as did most of the population that didn't manage to find a method off-planet. Luckily, in a system world, that is relatively easy, especially in a state of emergency. Bindings like serf contracts, system-regulated teleportations, and the high cost of interplanetary ships are relaxed. Of course, to some extent, that just shifts the emergency from the surface of the planet to near space. Hundreds of ships overloaded with sapient passengers launched to escape the Liliest. And then, many found themselves stranded, unable to reach the next habitable planet. Finally, the Empire stepped in, scooping them up and throwing the vast majority of them into serf contracts to pay out the costs of the rescue. Still, between forced servitude for a number of years and certain death, Most chose correctly. The few that hadn't died. For the most part. A coral-eared man strides up to me, barely 5 feet tall, with blonde hair and an angry look. He skips over dead corpses without a care, giving them as much regard as I do, too focused on his objective. Once he arrives, he plants his feet, tilting his head up as he stares at me in his rolled-up, cast-off Eritrean army uniform.
I understand you're the one to thank for saving us?
𝗕𝗿𝗃𝗃, the tiny man says. I'm not entirely sure how to react, so I nod. He's the self-selected leader of the survivors, many of whom made their way underground, finding places to hide from the Liliest in the far corners of the continent and beneath it. They've existed below the surface of the planet in holdout rooms and small complexes. Occasionally, they popped up long enough to make sure that nothing had changed before returning to their underground prisons. Total survivors are in the thousands, less than 1% of those who chose to stay. Most had not expected to be below ground for so long.
What took you so long? We expected a rescue mission within months, not decades,
𝗕𝗿𝗃𝗃 says. You'll have to ask someone else, I shrug. I wasn't around for your initial disaster.
But you're a Grand Paladin, correct?
𝗕𝗿 snaps at me. Yes?
Then you're the one in charge. We expect compensation.
I consider smacking him. I seriously do. This really has nothing to do with me, and I have other better things to do. Greater worries occupy my mind. But a small part of me is curious to see what he wants. It's the same part that used to poke at open wounds, or that disturbed ant nests when I was younger. Curious to see what lay below the sand. So I ask him.
Credits to start? Enchanted weaponry and privileged access to the dungeons as they are created? In addition, because we've lost so many years, we will need trained guides to help us progress.
𝗕𝗿 shows no hesitation as he rattles demands. He keeps going, but I cut in. You need my third-born son as well?
What?
𝗕𝗿 falters, apparently confused. All right. You drive a hard bargain. My apprentice has my firstborn, so I can only give you my secondborn. I won't go any higher.
I don't want your children. What kind of backward society do you come from that you think I want your children?
𝗕𝗿 sees 𝗪𝗊 literally rolling around in midair, holding his hands to his mouth as he stifles his laughter. Even Bolo is grinning. It takes 𝗕𝗿 a second more to figure out what is going on. I glance at 𝗪𝗊, who isn't even bothering to hide his laughter now. It's all your fault, you know. You and your Korean dramas.
Don't blame me. It was your culture.
Chinese. I'm Chinese, not Korean. I told you that before. And I'm a CBC, Canadian-born Chinese. So, not really, but sort of, I reply. 𝗕𝗿's eyes bulge and he starts shouting, so I flash my aura. He cuts off with a strangled squawk. I don't really know who you think you are, but I don't really care, I say. Order someone else about this.
You!
He shuts up when I conjure my sword. Something about a 4-foot hunk of steel sheathed in mana dissuades him. I point away from me in a random direction and he walks off. I guess having a bit of a reputation for being an insane, rage-filled monster has advantages at times. Well, that was fun, I say and look around once more. Hundreds of members of the Eritrean armed forces scurry around, some in robotic movers, others physically hauling away the beasts. Others are making roads, marking down locations for buildings and tossing nanite formers. And in the distance, a familiar figure. As Burdain makes his way over, the chief of staff glances in the direction of where 𝗕𝗿 has walked off to with a frown.
Did you have to make my work more difficult?
He complains to me, but I notice he's not making any moves to speak with 𝗕𝗿 either. The Empress bargained for 5 planets cleared and cleansed, I say. She never said a word about me being polite or dealing with idiots.
Some paladins might consider that part of the unsaid requirements.
More pity to them, I say.
You do know your attitude carries over to the paladins you trained. And they are training even more honor guards,
Burdain says, his voice chilly.
Your attitude is
perfect, I know. Burdain fumes for a second before he points upward.
In 2 hours, we will be ready to depart for the next planet. Make sure you're ready.
Aye, sir. I salute lazily, making the chief frown. I guess his cultural download package didn't include Earth military salutes. Eritrean salutes are different.
We will be ready, honored strategist,
Bolo says, cutting off any further discussion.
We are truly grateful for this opportunity.
I snort. The Empire is gaining as much, if not more, with this expedition in retaking lost planets in the restricted zone. But I can understand Bolo buttering him up. Most heroic, or master-class individuals would find it difficult to find empty, uncontested planets on which to conduct such an attack. Politics and prior claims mean that most heroics have to tread carefully and not just blip in and do what they want. On top of that, this planet is the easiest of the lot. Most overrun locations have a mixture of monsters, including flying and magic-wielding ones. Elemental attacks, flying monsters, and gravitic implosions all make just hovering above the monsters and killing them without any major risk a non-starter. And let's not forget the fact that it kills your experience gain. Without aid from the Navy, without the benefits of boots on the ground to help quell rogue dungeons, retaking planets would be a fool's errand. Even blasting apart the swarms of monsters for pure experience becomes an issue when you don't have places to rest, to recuperate when a battle goes bad. Never mind the long, long list of enemies waiting for your usual heroic to waste their mana, to lower their guard for a second. It's why such purges are rarer than you'd think, at least on a galactic scale.
If we only have a few hours...
Bolo falls silent, looking around. I snort and wave him away, letting him loose. Having gained his levels the hard way, Bolo's got to grind a lot more than me to get anywhere. And while we might have taken out the main dungeon finally, there are still a ton of monsters constantly spawning. Once Bolo rushes away, kicking up dirt and blood in his wake, I'm left alone. Alone, without monsters trying to kill me, in a charnel house of corpses and the collapsed end of the city dungeon. While I wait, I look over my character screen. It's the first chance I've had to look at it since the battle ended. Even with all the death and destruction, I only got a couple of levels. More interestingly, that weird feeling about experience gain jumps out at me, displayed easily for me to spot on my status screen. If I wasn't so aware I'm in public view, my jaw would have dropped as I stare at the information. Status screen. Name, John Lee. Race, human, male. Class, Junior System Admin, Grand Paladin. Level 1, 4. Titles, Monster's Bane, Redeemer of the Dead, Duelist, Explorer, Apprentice Quester, Galactic Silver Bounty Hunter, Corrupt Quester, Living Repository, Class Lock. Health, 5,450. Stamina, 5,450. Mana, 5,140. Mana regeneration, 459 plus 5 per minute. Attributes: Strength, 385. Agility, 458. Constitution, 545. Perception, 324. Intelligence, 514. Willpower, 559. Charisma, 220. Luck, 171. Class skills: Mana Imbue, 5. Blade Strike, 5. Thousand Steps, 1. Altered Space, 2. 2 are 1, 1. The Body's Resolve, 3. Greater Detection, 1. 1,000 Blades, 4. Soul Shield, 8. Blink Step, 2. Portal, 5. Army of 1, 4. Sanctum, 2. Penetration, 9. Aura of Chivalry, 1. Eyes of Insight, 2. Beacon of the Angels, 2. Eye of the Storm, 1. Vanguard of the Apocalypse, 2. Society's Web, 1. Shackles of Eternity, 4. Immovable Object, Unstoppable Force, 1. Domain, 1. Judgment of All, 6. Grand Cross, 1. System Edit. 1. External class skills. Instantaneous Inventory. 1. Frenzy. 1. Cleave. 2. Tech Link. 2. Elemental Strike. 1. Ice. Shrunken Footsteps. 1. Analyze. 2. Harden. 2. Quantum Lock. 3. Elastic Skin. 3. Disengage Safeties. 2. Temporary Forced Link. 1. Hyperspace Nitro Boost. 1. On the Edge. 1. Fate's Thread. 2. Peasant's Fury. 1. Combat Spells. Improved Minor Healing. 4. Greater Regeneration. 2. Greater Healing. 2. Mana Drip. 2. Improved Mana Missile. 4. Enhanced Lightning Strike. 3. Firestorm. Polar Zone. Freezing Blade. Improved Inferno Strike. 2. Elemental Walls. Fire, Ice, Earth, etc. Ice Blast. Ice Storm. Improved Invisibility. Improved Mana Cage. Improved Flight. Haste. Enhanced Particle Ray. Variable Gravitic Sphere. Zone of Denial. I've gained enough levels as a Grand Paladin that I've acquired a new class skill point. I can even add it to my Grand Paladin class, or what acts like my Grand Paladin class, but I don't actually have any experience for my Junior System Administrator class. Like, at all. Which makes no sense. Unless the System Administrator class doesn't gain experience via the destruction of monsters or sapients, which would be incredibly rare. Not unheard of. There are classes like Pacifist or Fellow of the Universe that can't gain experience via murder, but they're truly rare. Like, I can recall maybe a dozen off the top of my head, and I've got the Questers library in my head. Hell, even artisan classes get experience for kills. Still, here I am. A ton of kills, an entire planet murdered, and I've received a portion of the experience and nothing. If that's the case, then the Administrator class must be even more interesting than I thought. Considering I have the entire goddamn library of the Questers, a group so obsessed with the system, they went down some dark roads, and when they ran out of dark roads to go down, they cut down the trees, blasted the mountains, and paved whole new ones into the abyss. That's saying something. It's saying something even more that over tens of thousands of years, there's no record of this position ever. Then again, the fact that the moment I gained the class, the Galactic Council went after Earth is more than sufficient evidence for me to scream cover up. But my system quest hasn't ticked up. Even as more and more information washes over me from the library, even as my new administrator class wields the system's gifted intelligence to rip apart the library and provide the knowledge in bite-sized chunks, nothing. The silence, the lack of quest updates is disturbing. Silence, as if I've hit a dead end. But I don't know why. I blow out a breath, shake my head, and glare at the class skill point I have to use. I have no access to the system administrator's skill tree, if it even has one, so I'm forced to choose from the Grand Paladin's skill tree. Grand Paladin's skill tree. Grand Cross leads to Final Judgment. Extra Hands leads to Burden of the Worthy and Combined Arms. Defense of the Fallen leads to Burden of the Worthy and Bonds of the People. As usual, I don't have to worry about the second tier for a long time. I'd have to hit level 26 to gain access to it. While I gain levels at a decent rate, especially for a heroic class, there's only so much grinding even I can do. Especially when said grinding involves taking out entire planets' worth of monsters. All that means that each class skill point is even more precious, and it's not as if I can afford to buy a heroic class skill. Never mind the issue about offloading activation, since I've got the damn library in my head, so it's also incredibly expensive. Like, not even our budget from the Eritrean Empire is enough kind of expensive. And this is the kind of budget, drawn down over decades of negligence, admittedly, that is taxed over multiple solar systems and billions upon billions of Eritrean citizens. It's the kind of budget that let me spend on building up the newbie paladins without much concern. And a single heroic class skill would wipe out the budget for the year. I guess it makes sense. Each class skill is so powerful, continents get shredded with their use. If the system made it cheap, it'd be forced to constantly expend more mana to trigger the effects of the skill than it would have gained by forcing said heroic class to grind for the credits. So the system has to make the skill exorbitantly expensive, such that even wiping out a whole planet's worth of monsters is insufficient to buy a single skill. It's a logarithmic increase in credits, such that a heroic class might grind for a decade or so before they could afford a single skill on the first tier, which means, in that period, he's pulled forth thousands of points of mana, and even more has been recirculated through the system, making it a net surplus. And that assumes the heroic even cares to grind. There are other ways to earn credits, of course. For example, just by existing on a planet, a heroic is often sufficient deterrent against most kinds of shenanigans. But none of that really matters, not to me. Right now, I've got to choose what kind of skill to pick. Grand Cross is powerful, and I know with a little push I could expand the tens of kilometers the initial skill range has set wider. Of course, it'd weaken the skill further, but it's a great mass stomper. Even more powerful than Judgment of All in sheer damage, plus it works against environmental obstacles. More damage per mana spent, and more focused damage. But I don't need more damage. Not anymore. The ability to concentrate the attack on a single individual via Grand Cross is important for me, but if I'm punching my way through a fight with the Council, I'm already 20 kilometers from the nearest shelter in a Yukon winter in my pajamas. Which is why, while I eye Defense of the Fallen, I decide against it too. It's definitely on my list of things to pick up eventually, because unlike my evolved penetration skill, there's no warm-up required for its shielding properties. It's actually a permanent skill, increasing my overall tankiness. But, again, if I'm punching my way out of the problem, I'm on the wrong route. There are literally legendary classes in the Inner Council. I can't even hope to beat them. The only good news is that because they are legendaries, they won't take action directly. After all, the President of the United States doesn't come out to visit a rabble-rouser in a city just because they show up in the President's briefing reports. The President has better things to do, like dealing with other heads of state. But that advantage only holds so long, as I manage to stay far enough below the radar. Once I make too much noise, they'll likely take direct action and smack me around, and then it'll truly be over. So back to skills. Since I ain't buying Defense of the Fallen, I definitely can't get the linked skill. Burden of the Worthy is an interesting skill that basically dumps damage onto my doppelgangers created by extra hands. It makes me much more unkillable. And unlike most skills, the doppelgangers and extra hands are real. Not ghosts like the ones that HOD makes, not semi-solid constructs or even shadow copies with a portion of my skills. They're real. Extra hands, level 1. A paladin can never be everywhere he needs to be, but with this skill, the Grand Paladin can certainly cover more ground. Mana regeneration reduced by 5 permanently. Cost, 5,000 mana per duplicate. Upkeep cost, 5,000 mana per day per duplicate. Must be paid by original skill user. Effect, creates maximum 2 duplicates of the user. Duplicates have 90% of all unboosted attributes, gain no effects from titles, and may not equip soulbound weapons, but have access to all non-purchased skills of user. Each duplicate has their own mana pool, but regenerates at 50% of normal regeneration levels. Mana levels take the place of health points for duplicates. Original skill user has a non-verbal connection to duplicates at all times. System will provide a download of duplicates' memories upon their destruction, or cessation of upkeep costs. Fidelity of memory download dependent upon skill level. Note, This skill cannot be used by duplicates. My eyes narrow at the significant number of conditions in the skill, but even then, having multiple versions of me is useful. I do recall the cautionary words passed on by Ali and Roxley about the system duplicate attempts, though, so before I make my choice, I get to asking. How does the system create these duplicates? I thought you said it doesn't read memories.
It doesn't. The duplicates are mana copies of you based off the system's best guesses,
Ali says.
Keep them around long enough and they'll even form distinct personalities from you. That's why most individuals with such skills dismiss the doppelgangers every few days.
So, when you say best guesses,
everything you've shown the system, it'll show. In your case, they'll eat a lot of chocolate, obsess over the system, and piss off everyone they come into contact with.
Funny,
but true.
Go watch your reality TV, I say to Ali and turn back to the floating notification window. It sounds as though extra hands isn't the best skill if I want long-term help. Memories and studies brush against my mind, offering further details about similar skills. The more data the system has, the better. The level of fidelity to the original increases for individuals who aren't as devious, while schemers and liars have difficulty with such skills. The more you live with your heart in the open, the easier it is for the system to create people like you. Individuals who play multiple angles, who have significant mood swings or mental issues, or have spent significant periods in the restricted zone are all known to receive divergent doppelgangers. It's one of the most often quoted examples of how the system isn't omnipotent. More than one quester has even explored the possibility of using duplicates to further their system quest by rereading the same information with duplicates themselves. Sometimes it even works. And we won't even discuss the truly disturbing research some have conducted on their very own duplicates to prove the difference in system-made duplicates and the original. On the other hand, this is the only skill that offers additional tactical and potentially strategic possibilities. I just need to make sure whoever I create doesn't mess things up. As I'm about to explore my newly acquired skill, I'm interrupted by a cough. I frown, looking up, and realize I've been standing here for over an hour. 𝗵𝘃𝗀's back, and with her is 𝗪𝗏.
If you are ready, Grand Paladin,
𝗪𝗏 says, gesturing at one of the many attendants with him. Yeah, let's get to it. More planets to cleanse, more experience to gain, and hopefully gain the backing of the Empire, or at least their neutrality as the Council comes after Earth and me. Chapter 3. Interstellar travel with the system is weird. You can teleport anywhere with the right skills or enough credits. You can even take entire fleets if you have the money to do it. Credits are a power in themselves and can make even a small but prosperous organization lethal. At the same time, even with the nearly instantaneous travel options available, most travel is conducted via hyperspace jumps and wormholes. The cost of instantaneous transportation is so expensive, it's only ever used as a strategic resource on a level above individual transportation for small, high-value goods. And individuals with the skill to transport entire fleets are in the heroic level, so that's another level of rarity. Individuals are easier, but even then, the cost is significant, which is why evolved portal skills are so important and so easily blocked. Want to use your teleportation skill against monsters? You're good. The vast majority aren't set up to block that. Want to use it against sapients? Not as easy. All that is a long way of saying we're seated in our beige restroom, food splayed out across us on the steel board table, lighting adjusted for human norms as we traverse the interstellar vastness in a faster-than-light spaceship, bouncing from wormhole to wormhole. Each of us have plates full of food. Even Ali is in his full-sized form, being just over 8 feet tall. He, of course, has the most disgusting dish before him, a plate full of squirming bugs piled high. Bolo's got 3 plates and works his way through his carnivore's delight, while 𝗵𝘃𝗀's side of the table is much more contained. Not that it stops her from eating as much as the rest of us, just that she does it with a little more grace. It says something about how long we've been in the galaxy that none of us even blink as 𝗁𝗍 pops the squirming bugs into his mouth and chews as though there's so much popcorn. Are you certain that Ambassador Watt is fine? Harry raises the topic again. This isn't the first or last time he's asked, and I can understand his concern, even if I'm frustrated by it. Yes, she's an ambassador. They can't directly hurt her. I shake my head. Even hiring mercenaries to destroy the embassy was pushing the letter of the law. The Redeemer speaks truth, 𝗏𝗁 says. The Council and 𝗪𝗏𝗀 itself could not function if they destroyed the laws once more. Once more? Harry says, leaning forward, sensing a story there. Ancient history. But twice before, the laws regarding the safety of planetary and governmental representatives and the peace of the capital were relaxed or removed. Both times, there were a significant number of casualties among the representatives. It devolved into all-out war among the Greater and Inner Council. 𝗏𝗁 shakes his head. We lost our Inner Council seat in the last altercation, and the Erythrans took our seat then. I grunt, surprised. I'd known there was some minor animosity in there, but considering how little 𝗏𝗁 cared about it, I thought it was a non-issue. This doesn't sound minor at all. Spotting my surprise, 𝗏𝗁 waves. In truth, I think the king was grateful for the loss. We care not for galactic politics. So long as we are left alone to care for our dragons and our planet, it is enough. 𝗏𝗁 pauses, as if he considers something. Also, without a legendary to hold the seat, all such power is ephemeral. The Dragon Knights have no legendaries? 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 asks. None that are public. The last non-legendary fell 2.5 millennia ago during a dragon surge. Dragon surges sound way scarier than a normal monster wave, I say. They are. Dragons grow much faster during that period, going from adolescence to maturity in months instead of decades. Mature dragons become elders, and elders become ancients. I wince. The last time I met a dragon, it was but a mature dragon, and one that was pregnant and thus underpowered, along with being hampered by the lower mana density of Earth still being in the transition period. Take away any of those things, and I'd have been fucked. On the other hand, it also means there's a baby dragon, or soon-to-be baby dragon, running around the Yukon somewhere. Curiosity has me poking into the system, and I find myself bookmarking the info section on baby dragon pics. Nearly as good as cute kitten pics. So weird, I mutter. I push down the library, forcing it not to give me more data about dragon surges, mana waves, and the system. A part of me, the part that has been boosted by the system, is happy to process that information, but I stay focused on the conversation. Anyway, Catherine is safe, and some of her staff. They've managed to find a location to reside in which has guaranteed their safety. You say that, but I've been poking around and something about the attack made me look at it over again. Harry says, I found this guy outside, watching. A gesture and a floating image forms of a big man clad in gold-edged emerald plate armor and a flowing cloak, metal covering his body except for his actual face, where small tusks jut from his jaw. Pink skin covers his swarthy face with its prominent cheekbones, but it's the glowing green eyes and wide smirk that catches one's attention. So, who is he? I ask. 𝗂𝗲 Deadprom, champion of the Council, level 38, heroic class. He didn't take part, but he was watching. Harry leans forward. He doesn't show up outside of the arena battles. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 perks up at the mention of her favorite sporting event. In 𝗪𝗀𝗀 to protect his championship title or a few special council meetings. He is their ultimate attack dog, and he was watching the attack. Heroic class champion. Damn, I frown. And high level, too. I wonder how he gets his experience. I wait, but for once the library has nothing to offer me. No direct information, at least. I get a ton of knowledge about champion classes in general, but nothing specific, which is fascinating in itself. He's probably getting some latent experience gained just hanging around, but it's possible they keep him running around in a council-only dungeon.
There are rumors of a dungeon in the first district, Harry confirms. A heroic. Bolo eyes the figure, tapping at the information Harry shared with us. His actions call up the sparse additional details about 𝗂𝗧. Not much at all, considering his status and position. A difficult fight. Well, if he's not acting directly, we'll have to worry about him later, I say. And in the meantime, we do what? Harry says, pointing his fork at me. I understand you don't feel strong enough to confront the council directly, nor is violence the best resort. You are only a new heroic. But if you intend to delay until you become a legendary, not the plan. I shake my head. The levels are nice, but it's the Empire's involvement or support that's the reason we're doing all this. The Council is pressuring Earth, and even if I turn up, I doubt they'll just stop. Not since we became a bad example. About that, Harry says. I ignore him, not wanting to discuss why they dialed the pressure on Earth up to a 12. Telling him would just make him even more of a target. We need to rally support for Earth, to stop the vote to remove Earth and the rest of the dungeon worlds from participating on the Galactic Council, which means helping out the Empire, and anyone else who is willing. I can understand the Empire choosing to help, what with you being their Grand Paladin and all, but the others will take more convincing, I say. I know. Even if we give them the 1,000 hells, I doubt we alone have enough to convince any of the other council members to help. Luckily, most dungeon worlds are in one empire or another. If we can convince the other empires, help them settle their dungeon worlds, you think you can get their help? Harry's eyes unfocus as his fingers work through the abbreviated information-only shop he has access to before he nods. The Movana and the Retran empires each have 2 dungeon worlds, including Earth. The Trina have two now. The Dragon has 1. The 12 clans of the 𝗪𝗂𝗪 have another. There's another that sits in the center of the warring states that make up the Post-Apocalyptic Empire. The last 4 are seated at the edges of a bunch of minor kingdoms, all of whom fight over the dungeon worlds among themselves and everyone else. Exactly. Any dungeon world located in an empire's area of control could probably drive that empire's votes to us, I say. Being able to control movement of visitors and settlers would be a significant economic, political, and leveling boon. Which is why the traditionalists will oppose you. As would the Fist, since they wouldn't want their members being stymied, Harry says. In fact, they were one of the major sources of opposition the last time, no? Well, they failed to get Earth for themselves, but if we could get 1 or 2 of those 4... A snort rises from Bolo when I say that. Don't get ahead of yourself. If you showed up, you'd just be escalating matters. I frown and Bolo continues. You don't know. Most heroic classes aren't allowed onto dungeon worlds without prior negotiation. Not that they care to turn up. What? Why?
Because heroics are the atom bombs of the galaxy, 𝗵𝘃𝗀 says. You can drop them on your own planets without an issue, but the moment you do it on another's power, you escalate matters.
And dungeon worlds are contested zones, 𝗬𝗁 says. You can't have heroics going in and tipping things one way or the other, or else more heroics turn up. And then a bunch of promising advanced and master classes die as collateral damage from their fights, and the dungeon world's infrastructure gets wrecked and costs every side billions of credits in lost infrastructure, materials, and investment in their advanced and master classes. Worst, no one wins anyways. For that matter, it's why legendaries don't get involved unless it's to destroy a planet or 2, Bolo says. Tradition keeps the system running. It might not be perfect. It might have significant inequalities, but it is grown out from times when no such customs were around and planets were destroyed on the regular. And during those times, the Forbidden Zone grew unrestricted. The beginning, the time of chaos, the first insurrection, the flight of dragons, the Fey revolution, 𝗬𝗁 intones. I hold up a hand as the library tugs at each name. Enough! Library got your tongue? 𝗬𝗁 smirks. But he does stop, while some pieces of information get downloaded. It's scattershot, since much of the information is just in reference to the events themselves, and is in the earliest portion of the libraries where studies had just begun on the system.
more observational than experimental. Just no. I push aside the buzzing in my mind, finding it easier than ever now. A side benefit of my class? Or maybe an improvement in my intelligence? Anyway, we just need to block the vote on the dungeon worlds, not pass a resolution. That's a lot easier since the mana requirement to enact such a change is pretty damn high. There are a few nods, since we've all downloaded an information pack on how voting works. It's all done by mana, with each planet having a set amount of mana that they contribute to the running of the Galactic Council. More established planets, those closer to forbidden zones, often have more free processed mana, so their votes are worth more. New planets have less. A dungeon world has a ton, but it's a question of them reaching a threshold amount rather than a specific percentage or number. So the Fist will try to get on board, maybe by bribing them with exclusive access to some dungeons on Earth. Somehow. The traditionalists might not like abstaining from the vote as a whole, but the Movana who do have 2 dungeon worlds will push for us. Catherine had some success aligning with the Edge by giving them access to Earth, and if we can somehow coordinate them, a single dungeon world they can access would help. Another snort rises from Bolo as I blow past the idea of how we're getting that done, but I keep pressing on. That leaves the technocrats, who don't give a damn really, and the artisans as blocks. The artisans will be opposed to it. Less competition on the dungeon worlds will see higher prices, Harry says, and so will the Edge, no matter what you say. They were willing to go with Earth when it seemed everyone wasn't willing to push matters, but now that the Inner Council has acted, I slam my fist down, anger flaring. Harry flinches and I feel a flash of guilt, but I'm still too upset to stop. I know, damn it! But what else do you expect us to do? We need to get allies on our side, and this is the best option I can think of. If you've got a better idea... I'm no politician, but have you spoken to Rob? Harry says, leaning forward. Or Lana? Ruxley? Even Catherine? Anyone? My silence is reply enough. Exactly, Harry says. You're doing it again. Making plans without asking the rest of us. You aren't the only one who gives a damn about Earth. And this time it's not just your head on the block. He stands, shaking his head. Maybe working with the Eretrians makes sense. It probably won't hurt. But if you want to help Earth, you're really going to have to talk to them. I watch him stalk out, the British gentleman tugging on his jacket as he leaves. I open my mouth, then shut it like the doors leading out of the room as he exits. Bolo snorts again. I round on the dungeon lord. You have something to say? Nothing at all, Grand Paladin, Bolo says, drawling as he says my class. I'm just here for the experience. I grunt. Yeah, I thought so. I stand, suddenly out of appetite and desire for company. By the time I hit the door, I realize no one has followed me. My lips curl up in disgust, but I say nothing, searching for one of the ship's training rooms. I feel the need to destroy something. The smoking ruins of the training room's short-circuited hard light projectors lie all around me, acrid and toxic smoke wafting from the remnants of the drones I've defeated. Some of the drones are nearly 20 feet tall, others no larger than the size of my hand, but they're all wrecked. At 6'2" and muscular for a human, those 20-foot-tall couple-of-ton drones should have been a problem when we clashed sword to pincer. But the system messes with physics and lets you mess with it too, which is why I can just as easily toss one of them one-handed as cut through them with my sword. I look around, listening to the cackle of flames and the hiss and pop of broken drones attempting to rise, and I grimace. An insistent warning flashes in the corner of my eyes, a warning coming over the functioning speakers as they detail the loss of functionality in the training room. Sadly, even on a capital ship, they just aren't set up to handle heroic-class levels of destruction. Not for hours on end. The door hisses open behind me, making me turn. In comes 𝗵𝘃𝗃, who eyes the destruction before she tramps in the rest of the way. As she reaches me, a flicker of light by my side warns me of 𝗲𝗍's presence.
Tantrum over?
𝗵𝘃𝗃 says. Really? You think that's gonna calm me down? I say, but there's no heat in it. Not anymore.
I've given up trying to calm you down when you're angry,
𝗵𝘃𝗀 says. In direct contradiction, though, she holds up a familiar triangular chocolate bar, one the size of my fist in cross-section. I snort, but take the peace offering. I strip the cardboard and foil while answering her first question. Calmer.
Good. Then you're going to tell me why you aren't contacting the others?
𝗵𝘃𝗀 says. You don't think I'm willing to do everything myself? I say, lips twisting in sardonic humor.
For all your overblown sense of responsibility, you've never been that egotistical. Not when you helped Lana set up that investment company, or when you took others out training,
𝗵𝘃𝗀 says, voice dropping.
But you're trying to do this all yourself. You won't even speak to us about it. So there's a reason.
I grunt. I could contact Earth, but how do you explain? How do you say that the reason everything is broken is because of you? That you've let them down? That you brought the entire Galactic Council onto Earth? Guilt. That's the reason why I've avoided contacting Earth. Guilt and the hope that they have a solution, because I can't find one. Not really. Even if I turn up, if I let the Council have me, it won't stop the ball they've started rolling. It won't unring the bell. This is my fault, I finally say, closing my eyes as I feel the chocolate melt in my mouth, not wanting to see her face.
Because you're a heroic now?
𝗵𝘃𝗀 says.
You know it was going to happen at some point. Maybe not this soon for some of the other champions, but they're closing in on it. Another few years,
no. Not that. I shake my head and open my eyes, whispering. Or, not really.
𝗫𝗏𝗏, stop speaking in riddles.
𝗵𝘃𝗀's nose wrinkles, tiny creases appearing on the petite ridge, and I wonder if the toxic smells are getting to her. It's not that bad. Only a couple of health points a second. I open my mouth, then shut it. My head turns, looking around the broken training room, considering. The fleet, by virtue of the various Navy and Army intelligence personnel, is cloaked from most forms of espionage. Then again, considering who we're going against, I doubt it's sufficient.
You can't speak of it, can you?
𝗵𝘃𝗀's legs part as she balances her weight evenly without thought, readying herself.
What did you do?
Boy, I really can't say. Ollie floats down to her eye level, hands splayed. This isn't the time or place.
There will be one. Yes?
I hesitate, and 𝗵𝘃𝗀 pokes me.
Yes?
Yes, I finally grate out. But if you learn this... 𝗵𝘃𝗀 holds a hand up to stop me.
Blah, blah, death, destruction, being hunted, more death. About right?
You're not taking this seriously.
Death is not to be feared by a samurai. It will come for all of us, and as such, is no more important than tea.
She looks at the triangle of chocolate in my hand.
What chocolate?
Death, tea, and chocolates. All of equal importance. I can't help but laugh a little before breaking off a piece to offer to the samurai.
I know you'll do your best for Earth.
𝗵𝘃𝗀 takes it and stares at me for a second, then adds softly,
but you need to call them. Coordinate.
I grunt. She's right. Even if I fear whatever we do is ultimately futile, we have to try. Even if I believe that the trying is the trap, that the Council expects me to jump to their rescue, that moving to 𝗪𝗏 is what they want. It's why I've held off, at least for now. I watch her walk away as I contemplate our situation. She leaves me in the shattered training room, listening to the crackle and pop of malfunctioning machinery. Smaller maintenance drones sneak out of the walls and begin cleanup now that they consider the training session over. I sigh, turning to the spirit who gives me a short but firm nod. Contact Earth, will you? I say. I speak with Rob first, the conversation being held in one of the ship's many meeting rooms. This one's reserved for the brass, but considering my titular rank within the armed forces, I have no issue accessing it. Among other things, there's an additional barrier against snooping. I expect it's not much better than a soggy sheet of A4 protecting my privacy from the Lady of Shadows, but if it'll cost them a little more, I'm all for it. When Rob flickers into being, connected via the system, bending the concept of quantum physics as I understand it, he appears in a hard light projection of himself. World President 𝗏𝗃𝗏 is in his late 30s, if you pay attention to physical looks. But I know he's older. Much, much older. If not for the genetic rejuvenation offered by the system and a bunch of points into Constitution, he'd be old and frail. Once ex-Secretary of Agriculture, then the only surviving member of the U.S. presidential staff, and now President of Earth. 𝗏𝗃𝗏, first world ruler of a dungeon world, world president of Earth, beloved, loyalty born of blood, sacrificed existence, efficient manager, more, planetary leader level 21, master, HP 840 of 840, MP 2430 of 2430, conditions, linked health, shielded, location sense, Earth, freedom of movement, Earth, aura of sovereignty, mana fount, artisan's gift, capitalist dream, more. Rob? I greet the older man, gaze sweeping past his simple gray suit and the splash of color in his bright yellow tie.
Mr. Lee,
Rob says, hands crossed behind him.
you've gained a new tier. The first human to do so, it seems.
I guess so.
Catherine has briefed me on her troubles, and our losses, as well as the expected action taken against Earth.
Rob's lips thin.
I expected to speak with you sooner.
I shrugged. Things have been busy.
Really?
I explain what I set up, what we've done, and the agreement I've made with the Empire. He doesn't comment until I'm done.
A fair start, but not what I'd hoped to speak with you about.
When I don't fill the incriminating silence he leaves, he continues.
Why is it that Catherine says they want you in Irvina?
My good looks?
You are joking?
Rob's cold demeanor breaks in a flash of anger. My shrug actually calms him, surprisingly.
People are dying, if you did not know, Mr. Lee. Not just the diplomatic corps on Irvina, but people on Earth. They've redoubled their attacks. Many of our agents off-world were attacked too. Merchant contracts have been broken. Guilds are pulling out of cities they contracted to protect. Even mercenary companies are canceling their contracts and giving up on their obligations. And you joke.
I offer him a weak smile, trying not to let him know how much his accusation hurts. If I said I wasn't certain,
I'd ask for your best guess.
And if I said I couldn't tell you,
Rob's lips thin further. This is not a joke, Mr. Lee.
I know. I absently note the lack of titles. A power play, to make it clear I'm still below him as a human. I'd say he isn't used to employing system titles, but as a professional politician who has been doing it for nearly a decade, I doubt it's taken him that long to get used to the new reality. So power play it is. But some things, you're better off not knowing. His eyes narrow before he gestures around him. I assume he means to showcase the world he sees around him, though it translates badly since he's gesturing to an empty boardroom here.
You put the whole planet in danger because of something you did, didn't you?
In a way.
Again. Hey, Boyle's edition of the Galactic citizens from the lower combat classes have helped you guys stay ahead of the increasing mana saturation and dungeon formations. Hell, you've even begun to get master classers coming to offer service just because John started the entire program,
𝗏𝗍 says.
The master class immigration program has nothing to do with Mr. Lee. Goblin shit! You only have applicants because Boyle made enough of a stink that the others are willing to give you a chance. He let Earth prove they aren't like the other governments, at least not as bad and more desperate, 𝗏𝗍 sniffs. Though the way you're acting, I might be changing my mind on that. Mr. Lee has done us some good, but he also set the entire Galactic Council against us. Our inclusion in the Council as a dungeon world was already precarious as it stood, Rob says. Now, he has pushed even our allies to abandon us.
Talking of allies, do we have any left? I say. Rob pauses for a long time, staring at me. Then, to my surprise, he shakes his head.
No, I don't think so.
What?
I do not believe we will be telling you who we have allied.
I freeze for a second, then smile. Oh. Security concerns, eh?
That, and your actions are less than optimal. I see no reason to subject ourselves to your actions again.
The smile grows strained. I was trying to help,
Yes, and your generosity is noted, but you do not always look out for what is best for Earth, Rob says flatly, and that is what we need.
I clench my jaw, fighting the anger and the hurt. I force out a breath slowly before I raise my hand, ready to kill the hologram. Rob's next words stop me.
There are things you can do, though, if you are willing.
Like? Boyo, you're not going to just take that, are you? 𝗬𝗁 says. He's not wrong. I did bring the council down on them because of my new class, and I'm refusing to explain.
For their own good, and their seat was always precarious. Speak with the Duchess. She already has much to lose. A small push, and we should be able to rely on her as a dependable ally through all this.
Fine.
One thing. You are not an official member of the Earth planetary government, nor should you make any promises as such. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 twice-born and regurgitated children. You want him to negotiate without any backing, putting himself on the line after that garbage?
𝗬𝗁 bristles.
No way in hell.
Anything else? I say, cutting off 𝗬𝗁. I don't explicitly agree to the task, but I'm choosing not to disagree.
Resolve whatever your issue is with the Council, or we'll disown any connection with you, Rob says. We can deal with the current problems. We have to. But this is their opening salvo. We will not be caught up in a third altercation. You ungrateful little golem waste. After all that John's done, this isn't personal, Spirit. It is just necessary. Mr. Lee understands, doesn't he?
Rob fixes me with those pale blue eyes, meeting my own brown ones. I let the silence draw out, weighing him, his resolve, and the situation. Finally, I answer. I'll talk to the Duchess for you, and I'll deal with the Council. Because you're right, they are my problem, and Earth shouldn't be dragged into it. Rob smiles, a flash of satisfaction crossing his face. He kills the feed a second later, leaving me standing alone in the room feeling a little abandoned and more than a little betrayed. Then I shake my head and dismiss it. Whatever my feelings, the work ahead is still the same. Save the planet. Figure out how to deal with the Council. And for that second part, I'm going to need help.
Ready for the next call? 𝗬𝗁 says. Or do you need to wipe your nose?
What?
To get rid of all that brown after sticking your face so far up his ass.
Enough, 𝗬𝗁. Just connect the calls.
Yes, master,
𝗬𝗁 chirps. Redeemer. The voice comes softly, a chocolate and caramel caress on the ears. It sends shivers down my spine and brings a smile to my lips even when I don't want it to. And the speaker's gorgeous. Unlike my own charisma increases, his has made him handsome, beautiful, stylish. Not hard and intimidating, not a force of nature or a broken, ragged edge of humanity. A weapon given flesh and form. 𝗪𝗁, I say, bowing a little. Thank you for seeing me.
So formal. 𝗪𝗁 shakes his head. When was the last time we met, when it wasn't?
I shrug, gesturing at him. At his new status, his new titles. We're not who we were. Not able to do what we want, can we? Not without consequences.
Lord Gregson 𝗪𝗁, Count of the White Pass, Hunter of 𝗕𝗏𝗁, Master of the Sword and the Black Flame, Corinthian of the Second Order and acclaimed dancing master of the 196th Ball, Slayer of Goblins, 𝗵𝗃𝗀, More, Level 35 Trinar Lord, Master, Health, 3,430 of 3,430, MP, 2,450 of 2,450, Conditions, Pheromone Dispersal, Aura of Civility, The Grace of the Dance, Mana Channel, Right of the Lord, Liege's Favorite.
And consequences are what we are here to discuss, is it not? 𝗪𝗁 says. He wants to touch me, I can tell. But here in this room, it would not be the same. The holographic projection we're using might give him a hard light form, might display him in its entirety, but it won't convey touch or feel. Yes, I need to speak with the Duchess, I say.
You know what that'll mean.
Yes, I can't protect you, he says. I know,
But if you can protect Earth, now it's out of my hands. These are levels I cannot climb. Cannot, I offer him a half smile. Or will not. Cannot. For now. My levels have stagnated compared to you. 𝗪𝗁 shakes his head, making his long hair, pale blue, almost white, flow behind him. Some of us have responsibilities. Can you put me in touch with her? I can, but John, I know. I cut him off. Thank you for everything. You didn't have to help us back then. This sounds very much like goodbye. The dark elf leans forward, locking my gaze with his. I dislike goodbyes. And I early mornings. And the apocalypse. But we don't get everything we want. Redeemer. You know how to contact me. And thank you. Again. I turn my hand to the side, killing the hologram. 𝗪𝗁 disappears in the blink of an eye, and I find myself standing in silence once more. Alone. Again. Contemplation is broken by a shrill ring like an old rotary phone. I blink, surprise registering on my face, and spot Ali smirking. The spirit does find ways to entertain himself. Idly, I accept the incoming projection, surprised that 𝗪𝗁 managed to work this fast. John. The voice is familiar, as is the buxom redhead before me. She looks older, more mature. Small bags under her jade eyes, from which she peers at me. I just heard. About the attacks? I say, surprised it took her so long. Surprised she wasn't targeted. No. About what Rob said to you. Lana's lips purse in disapproval. He doesn't speak for all of us. You know that, right? Sure. You don't sound very convinced. Lana's eyes narrow as she studies my face. Her voice drops, getting gentler. You have friends here, you know. Hey, Toots. What's it with goblin shit anyway? Ollie interjects, floating over to get her attention. She smiles as she spots him, not taking offense at his words. Seemed a little more pointed than normal, the way he was talking to Boyo. Politics. Lana makes a face. When you sold off your shares, to some people it signaled that you were done with Earth. On top of that, Rob's never been your biggest fan. I frown, not recalling that. Not that I had a lot of interaction with the man. Sure, I put him on the seat, but he was kind of the last man standing. You didn't free him, or really be part of the reclamation of the USA. As much as we managed before we had to stop. And a number of his aides never got over the fact that they had to be rescued by Canadians, Lana says, eyes crinkling a little in humor. Not that there's much of a Canada now, but old ideologies die hard. Just about, Lana sighs. On top of that, a lot of time has passed since you've left Earth. The fact that you didn't stick around afterward and then started sending people back and, well, a lot of people figure you're a bit of a loose cannon. And one that's just using Earth. Using how? Ali throws up his hands. If anything, you guys have been riding on our reputation. And 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄's, she says. She's got quite a few fans here due to her arena battles. I grunt, recalling how even on Earth they've started in on that. Blood sports. A galactic pastime. That's part of the issue, too. That you aren't really on Earth or tied to us in any real manner. Some people don't like the fact that their people aren't as well known as you. It makes them angry that they've wasted a ton of credits and done, at best, half as well as you and 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄, Lana says. I mean, some of the champions have done well, but as they're mostly on Earth, their galactic reputation doesn't really increase. The few who have left cause less trouble, I say. Mostly? Lana's eyes twinkle. But trouble adds to your fame. And so I get blamed for being a troublemaker. Making Earth look like one? I snort. And Rob doesn't like it. Though I'd have thought he'd buy into it. That entire scrappy underdog mythos and all. Well, the populace does. But it's rather different when you have to run the planet. I shake my head. Fine. He doesn't like me and wants to hang me out to dry. I wave, dismissing the topic. Whatever. I can deal with it. I do have to fix this. Yes, you do. I know you can't explain yourself. But was it worth it?
The penetrating gaze she fixes on me makes me hesitate, forces me to consider my answer. Finally, I nod. She breaks into a smile that lights up the room and gets my heart beating a little faster. I tell that traitorous organ to calm down, and as usual, it ignores me.
Let me know if you need anything, she says, but I've got to go. Tell 𝗵𝘃𝗃 to call me when she can.
I nod, and Lana waves goodbye as she fades out. I stare at the spot, remembering times past, remembering a head pillowed on my chest, lying down together in the middle of abandoned skyscrapers, staring at familiar stars, of kisses and shared laughter, of comfort and peace. There's no pain anymore, not from the memories at least, but maybe a little regret of what could have been, should have been perhaps, if I was someone else, someone less broken, someone less driven. That was nice of her.
She was always nice,
𝗬𝗏 says. Yeah. I sigh. Make sure we're patched into Earth's newsfeed. But if we're going to fix this, we need to get looking for the asshole who started this. It's a day of past flings, for while we work, we receive one last call. This one from a young lady who has every right to access the encrypted network. The one she speaks to me on is even more safeguarded, mostly because of what she is. Milady heir apparent, I greet the visage of beauty that appears before me. I idly note the curves of her arms, the muscle in her chest and legs. She's put on some muscle mass, given a shapelier but more militaristic look to her body.
Grand Paladin Lee,
Catherine Dufoff, Empress apparent of the Eritrean Empire and ex-companion, replies, her voice filled with amusement as she echoes my formality.
You are looking well? How goes the expedition?
Well, we've cleared one planet and are on track to finish the others, I say. Your men are doing well too.
I would hope so. There are quite a few resources expended on this endeavor,
Catherine says.
Though I'm already seeing the results.
I nod, eyeing her new pair of levels. As sponsor for this expedition, she's getting a small amount of experience from the kills and even more for the acquisition of the planet itself. Though I'd have to dig to check if it's because it's new territory or because it's the return of old territory, or just the boost in reputation. Ruling classes are weird in their experience gain methods. Thank you for arranging this. Again, and interceding with the Empress on my behalf, I say. She waves it off, leaning forward in the purple and gold flowing robes she wears. I can't help but notice that they show a lot more skin than the Empress's, while at the same time being just as practical if she needs to get into combat. Since this is a hard light hologram, there's no way to tell if the robes are enchanted from the mana flows around the clothing, but I'd bet my sword on it.
I'm sorry I couldn't do more. I'm looking into it, but
I shake my head, cutting her off. As much as I want more help, I can understand their position. Even refusing to vote to kick Earth out of the Galactic Council is a big position to take. I get it.
No, I don't think you do.
Catherine glances to the side, off camera, and sighs.
And I can't explain it. But suffice it to say, I'll do what I can. But this is going to be up to you. Mostly.
I know. She offers me another smile before gesturing to the side. A second later, the hologram blinks out, leaving me standing alone with my research. I exhale harshly, pushing aside my rioting emotions, and get back to work. Chapter 4. A month and a half. That's how long it took to clear out the other 4 planets. That included a bunch of time traversing the void and a short period of actually destroying the monsters on the planets. I no longer hold back for testing, instead laying into the creatures and dungeons with abandon. As we hit the planets, the speed with which we finish them off increases. Levels go up, the routine gets embedded in us, and the army and I learn how to grow ever more efficient. I don't wait around to make sure the kill and skills are done, instead moving from zone to zone the moment my skill activates. In many cases, we do just enough damage to allow the Empire to move in and settle their people. to begin the process of reclamation against the monster hordes, letting the army and the hired mercenaries we leave behind to mop up. Bolo and 𝗵𝘃𝗃 work together, blending their abilities to destroy lairs and dungeons at the master class level. They have backup in a squad of Eritrean rangers at all times, though seeing me at work has lit a fire beneath them both. The ranger squad changes out every dungeon, but Bolo and 𝗵𝘃𝗃 don't. As for me, I rain down hellfire from above. Experience piles up as I kill and kill again, wielding my skills with abandon. Mostly Judgment of All gets the workout, though Grand Cross gets pulled into play when the world bosses arrive. By the time I'm done, I'm up to level 11 in my Grand Paladin class, and still at level 1 for my Junior Administrator class. I feel experience piling up there. Experience from my use of the System Edit skill itself, though not from kills. Whatever the threshold there is to the next level, it's not easy to spot. We bathe in blood and guts, in experience notifications, and at the end, we're done. The last location, a world that flies dangerously close to its sun, heated to the boiling point and cracked to showcase the lava within, is a hellhole of lava monsters, fire lizards, and flame elementals. It takes us over a week to kill them all, because they keep rising from the depths. Thankfully, we only need to secure a couple of mining centers rather than the entire planet. Even then, it's a pain in the ass. When it's over, I find myself standing with my friends on a platform in space, staring at the glowing ball of fire. A shielding spell keeps air within the platform, lets us breathe and move. Bolo is beside me, and I can't help but look at the massive Dragon Lord. We both know what's coming now that the expedition is over. Coming? I ask. The Dragon Lord sobers, regarding me with a conflicted visage for a long second. I know what his answer is. Any reasonable person would turn me down considering what I intend to face, but I still ask because I could use the help. I'm sorry. Tweeting the Empire, cleansing these planets, it was all fun. Dangerous, near suicidal, but fun. Bolo looks away, making his hammer disappear as he shuffles awkwardly. But I've realized I really don't have a death wish, and returning to Irvina to face the Council is a bit much for you, I tease the man. When Bolo switches from embarrassed to angry, I smile and clap him on the shoulder. It's fine. I understand. You've chosen to do more than I could ask for. This isn't your fight. It isn't, Bolo agrees. So what are you going to do? I'm sure we could get them to open a portal for you somewhere reasonably close to your destination. There is no need. I spoke with Don Alor before we started all this, and he's agreed to take me home. He should be arriving soon. Home? I repeat dumbly. I still don't know what drove him away, why Bolo is considered persona non grata on his own planet, but it seems whatever else has happened, he's decided to face the matter directly at long last. I can't help but think that's a good thing. Good luck, then. If I can do anything, my portion of all this will be more than sufficient, Bolo says. I nod. Wiping the planets of high-level monsters boosted his levels significantly. More importantly, even a small portion of the loot has made him, us, quite rich. At least until he decides to buy another skill. Then best of luck. I offer Bolo my hand, which he takes and shakes by the forearm. I smile at the 7-foot-tall Dragon Lord, memories flashing over the past year or so that we've known one another. I kinda lost track of time, what with multiple calendars running around in my head. That, and it's been quite a year. From obstacle to ally to friend, Bolo's shown me a path I could have taken. And sometimes late at night, I wonder about it. And you, Grand Paladin, safeguard your honor, protect your people, and remember, Bolo pauses dramatically before he lowers his voice, when all else fails, burn it all down when you leave. I snort, while the Dragon Lord leaves with a chuckle after bidding farewell to 𝗵𝘃𝗲 and Harry. I ponder his last words. For all the amusement in his voice, I remember the glint in his eyes, that hint of darkness that drove the Dragon Lord to hang out in a pirate station for years on end. There is a darkness in his past, one that even time with us has not driven away. In the end, as the door closes and our honor guard escort arrives, we find ourselves alone with 𝗬𝗍 alongside us, knowing that what comes next will be a human affair once more. No one else would be dumb enough to choose to stand with us. There are multiple types of portal evolutions, ranging from the simple extension in range to the ability to punch through teleport locks, to the more esoteric, like the ability to divert other people's teleportations. The simple kinds are the most common and are in plentiful supply among the Eritrean army. It's a popular specialization to take since there's always work for teleporters, whether in the military or in the civilian world. In this case, the Eritrean Honor Guard, tasked with getting us where we need to go, also has the requisite locations. It still takes time, though, as we jump across light years onto space stations, mining barges, military bases, and on one memorable occasion, the empty void itself. Each time we wait in silence while the guard sits in meditation, waiting for his mana to return before we take the next jump. Getting back to 𝗪𝗏, where Catherine is under siege, is a difficult process. The planet is deep in the restricted zone, ringed by solar systems that are close to being, and in a few cases already are, fully enveloped by mana, becoming nothing more than Forbidden Zone candidates. If not for the significant number of resources thrown into the capital to keep it functioning, it would have gone under a long time ago. Even then, every year there's a big discussion of moving the capital to a new planet, or just moving the planet. Sadly, there's an inertia to galactic politics that keeps major policy changes like this from becoming anything more than discussion. On top of the distance from the Eritrean Empire and the need to punch through the mana static in the restricted zone is the solar system-wide teleportation lock. There are carved-out exceptions, like portaling into the Eritrean embassy by known and registered Eritrean candidates, but my position with them is public knowledge. The Council and other interested parties aren't even trying to hide the watchers they have around the embassy, so any attempt of sneaking in that way is a guaranteed failure. And while I could lean on my position a little, the amount of help the Empress is willing to offer is minimal. Part of the reason we helped out on the planets was because she wasn't willing to even stay neutral, without both myself and the Empress apparent leaning on her. For that matter, things were a little touch and go in the first few days after we received Catherine's message, as the Empress received quite a few suggestions that I be handed over. Of course, the fact that the Empress didn't bend to the Council has as much to do with safeguarding the honor and prestige of the Empire as any liking for me. As a seated member of the Inner Council, the Eritrean Empire has some pull, but it's a faded level of influence, with their lack of paladins, until recently, and more a matter of size and momentum than anything else. Even so, they have some pull, which is why I've also not been abducted directly from Eritrean space. Never mind the fact that the entire cover story is that Earth has gotten a little too big for its britches, with its dungeon world status and their blockage of multiple parties trying to enter the planet to exploit its citizens. The greater concern is that even more dungeon worlds will do the same, essentially depriving entire groups from access to leveling opportunities. It's that fear that is being exploited to harm Earth and draw me back. I get all that, Harry says after I finish explaining in party chat. We can't go to 𝗪𝗏 directly because they'd know the moment we arrive. I can even see the need to deal with the highest level human threat. I can't help but smile a little at that. Being a heroic level threat is no small deterrent for certain parties. But why exactly are we here? Harry waves, encompassing the underwater city we've portaled into. 𝗪𝘆𝘀𝗃 is a water planet where land masses are few and far between, and multi-kilometer tall wave fronts swamp even the tallest peaks. Rather than deal with that, cities are built underwater, where the influence of tides high above are significantly decreased, and layered bubbles of force shields and permeable crystal keep the air within. The moment we arrived, the Eritrean honor guard chose to part from us, leaving us to walk out of the hidden side alley he deposited us into. It says something about the city and planet that there are no safeguards against people randomly entering it like we did. As Harry, 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗧, and I head down the street, a wide variety of galactic humanoids mix and mingle, arguing over roadside food stalls, merchant inventory screens, and men of the night. The smells are an assault to the senses, a mixture of musky fur, thrilling pheromones, and charred meat, all leaving a furry taste on one's tongue and a slight itch on the skin. Those who move around are mostly dressed in adventurer chic, armored jumpsuits with a variety of patches, straps, and pouches for weapons and other useful utility items. Enchanted items can be spotted strapped to arms, around necks or ears or tails, while high-tech communicators and low-tech melee weapons mix with gay abandon. It's a riot of colors, in some cases literally, as a furred cat-hyena hybrid creature's nano-woven hair flashes through all the colors of the rainbow. The buildings, too, showcase the wide variety of alien sensibilities and architecture, some bulging tens of stories high, while others are living plants, hollowed out to teleport those entering to another location. The only thing they all have in common is the ability to widen their doorways to accommodate the sizes and shapes of the aliens tromping, gliding, and wiggling their way inward. "There's someone we need to speak to before we try to enter Ravina," I say, answering Harry's question. "Someone?" Harry says. 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗧 is idly eyeing the people around, head turning as she scans for trouble. Hitoshi is held in easy readiness over her shoulder as she surveys the crowd seeking trouble. Her watchfulness is enough to put off the pickpockets and thieves that work through the crowds, using their skills to dip into inventory spaces. "Why don't you put your skills to use? I'm not just being an asshole. The reason why we're here originates from the library in my head. If Harry can figure it out, though, so can our enemies." Harry hisses in exasperation at me, but when I look around us, he falls silent. I'm not sure how much longer I can keep putting off telling them my secrets, but this is certainly not the place. Focused for the moment, Harry's eyes flick from side to side, semi-autonomous flying camera drones recording the alien streets while he works. Idly, I wonder how much he's managing to record, since nearly everyone here has privacy screens running, blocking out simple recording of their features. Depending on the level of sophistication in their tech or skills, some or all the information his drones might record will be false. Even as Harry works his contacts, trying to ascertain what's special about this city, this planet, we keep walking. I follow the bouncing ball in my minimap, guiding the team through the winding streets and across moving walkways. 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗧 stays silent, only disappearing once to purchase some walking street food for us all, trusting in me. The moment our feet cross the threshold into the barrens, the flood of mana hits us hard. It's like stepping through an invisible bubble, and on the other side is pressure and pain as mana floods into our bodies and crowds the system's connection to us. The two types of mana, unmarked raw mana and system mana, battle for control within our bodies, and the system itself flickers and distorts before the connection stabilizes. Of course, that's when they hit us. The skill lock slams down first, blocking access to my skills. Fractions of a second later, the attacks arrive. Fast-moving arrows, enhanced lasers expelled from mounted weaponry, a psychic assault. They target me directly, with only a few attacks striking 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗃𝗧 and Harry. I survive the initial onslaught for a few reasons. Firstly, the same barrier that we passed through and messed with our system connections also degrades their attacks. The mana differential on both sides means that the attacks that originate from the lower mana side skew off slightly, are blunted or slowed down. Secondly, is the simple fact that I've been waiting for an attack. The enhanced soul shield I've been walking around with takes the attack before it pops, blocking about a fifth of the initial volley. The fractions of a second it gives me let me shift my body to ablate some of the attacks, let them skip off while I continue the dodge. At the same time, my secondary emergency shielding ring flicks on, blocking another fifth of the damage. Armored jumpsuit and my class damage resistances help soak up some of the rest. I'm still turned into a tumbling ball of fire and pain as the attacks keep slamming into me. Invisible chains explode from the ground, attaching to my body even as an additional dimensional lock blocks my blink step. Rather than force my way through the block, I drop a pair of automated shield barriers around me. They pop into existence, giving me long seconds of protection. I push for Soul Shield, attempting to trigger the skill and failing. Since I'm pinned, I borrow Ali's eyes, even as the spirit slaps additional defenses in place, using my own skill to pull forth earth from the ground to keep me alive. I hold off on Sanctum for now, since triggering it would take me completely out of the fight, and frankly, our ambushers are probably sticking around. It's not as if I have friends who can rush in to help. Using Ali's eyes, I take in the surroundings. There are 4 attackers. A cyborg-like slug creature, the one who blasted me with the beam weaponry. A floating swarm of yellow and black striped bee insects, whose buzz and drone conjure the spells that assail us. A purple and pink furred Jarek is the psychic, bands of metal rising into a crown of sparkling electricity that boosts its psychic attacks. Lastly, the trainer ranger of indeterminate race in his gimp suit, who's drawing and firing his arrows at such a rate he might as well have an automatic in his hands. Each of those arrows are enchanted, displaying a wide variety of attack types. Some arrows hum with teeth-aching sonic attacks. Others are wreathed in fire, ice, lightning, and other more esoteric energies. Luckily for me, the rangers focused on 𝗵𝘃𝗀, giving me time to deal with the blood gushing from my nose, ears, and eyes as the psychic smashes into my mind. Pain, confusion, a pickaxe to my mind. I breathe, trying to focus as I strain against the skill block holding me down, and trying to trigger skill after skill. Skill block skills are rare, and there are a variety of ways to beat them. But the easiest method is to just spend mana until such time as the skill block shatters. They are all generally mana-based, requiring the blocked individual to expend more mana than the attacker. And unlike most skills, skill blocks all have a cooldown, often quite a significant one. So I smash skill after skill into the block, burning away his mana and the block, desperately trying to free myself. In the meantime, Ali's split himself. One of his bodies starts with keeping me alive. He's not blocked, so he's casting Soul Shield with abandon, just in time to block the next series of attacks. Next up, he layers healing spells on me, propping up my plummeting health. As for his other bodies, they take the fight to the group of attackers. Of course, he's not as strong as they are, even when he's lashing out with his elemental affinity. But he does have access to my skills, which lets him throw attacks around willy-nilly, making him a great distraction. Under assault, with the initial surprise ablated and stymied, the master-class attackers attempt to pull back. Whether to retreat entirely or give themselves space, it's uncertain, because that's when the next surprise happens. A trio of attackers explode from the shadows and jump the psychic, each of them wielding melee weapons. The first holds a familiar naginata, the other 2 katanas. They're all dressed in lamellar armor, painted red and black with the overly large distinctive helmets of Japanese samurai. The fight occurs at speed, initiated with a charge skill by each of them before they spin around in synchronicity and lay into their opponent. The psychic's mental assault on me stops as blood flies and his arm is nearly chopped off. Blood, yellow blood, splatters on the ground as the trio of attackers lay into him. I breathe deeply, eyes wide as I check my own information. Fractions of my normal health level are left, but with a snap, I feel the skill lock shatter as my passive skills force themselves through. It's a mental plug giving way, and the mana I've been pouring at my defense kicks in. It fills the space where my skill should be, and I get to work. A blade strike from the weapon in my hand, combined with Peasant's Fury and Cleave, cuts through the air. A crescent of energy tinted with blue from Mana Imbue and crimson with Peasant's Fury cuts across space. It bisects the slug's body. The slug slides apart, blood gushing from the two halves as it dies. Its body twitches, but I feel a number of other debuffs disappear as it dies. The moment the skill lock shatters, the bee attacker and archer run for it. The bees disperse, exploding into a fast-expanding globe of tiny insects, while other portions of their body teleport away. The bodies dart into the ground, into the sky, and away in multiple directions, leaving the area in seconds. At the same time, the ranger fades out as he dodges Mikito's swing, blood flinging into the air and turning into phantom light as her cut passes through his faded body. A flare of power, and the psychic takes control of the trio's bodies briefly, making his attackers throw themselves out of the way. They tumble through the air and the psychic flickers. For a moment, I almost believe I see multiple copies of the psychic dash off before he resolves properly into a single figure, blasting straight up toward the edge of the bubble dome. A mental notification tells me he's trying to hide his presence by overlaying mental projections, but it bounces right off me. I clench my fist, pouring mana into Grand Cross, and end him instead. The skill activates, compressed into a small space, crushing him and forming a deep impression in the ground. As an afterthought, I throw up a cleanse to clear out the numerous streaks of blood on my face and my body. Mikito twists, glaring in the direction the archer was last at. She's on the balls of her feet. I can tell she wants to go after our attackers, but she stays, scanning for trouble instead. Playing bodyguard rather than attack dog. "Let them go," I say. "We should keep moving." "How did they know where we were?" Harry says, his normally dark skin the closest to pale he can be. He might be used to violence, but we have a history about being attacked randomly, the pair of us. I'm not surprised I only notice him now, what with his just a bystander ability. It makes sure he's not directly targeted in battles, marking him a non-combatant in most cases, so long as he stays a non-combatant. And that includes things like throwing up buffs. "Probably set up a tracker on the system for us," I say. I drink more of my potions and renew my soul shield, making a face as I pull out the hod. I step into the armor, watching it form around me and offer another layer of protection. I really should have been wearing it, as the ache of a burnt and blasted body tells me. If not for the system-created blocks in my mind for pain, I'd probably still be on the ground crying. "I'm surprised they tried and failed to kill you," Mikito says, frowning. "I would have thought they'd have run the numbers already." Probably didn't have the latest skill information. The upgrade to my soul shield was done using the last of the discretionary budget I had access to. Now, I'm cut off from the Eritrean budget entirely. What I don't say is that the psychic attack was blunted a lot more than it should have been thanks to my administrator class. It's not something a Grand Paladin would have, but that's probably what they were estimating on. Add the additional damage reduction from my hidden class, again, not part of the Grand Paladin class, and they probably were just using wrong assumptions. The next attack won't, though, since most of the damage data will likely be public. My next attackers are likely to assume I have some hidden titles or skills and pile on even more damage. "Agreed. Let's move," Ollie says, floating alongside me. His other bodies are leading the way, moving along each side of the street that has since cleared out. Galactics are good at that. The first hint of a battle, they scramble. "Ain't us on at one?" one of the samurai trio asks. They're all on their feet, standing together with weapons out. "You can come," I say. Anyone who risks their lives, especially at their low levels, is not a real threat, but an ally. There's silence behind me, and I risk a glance, seeing that the three are not staring at me, but Mikito. The samurai makes a face as she repeats my words. They bow to her and fall into formation at the back of the group, keeping watch as we hurry away from the fight. None of us want to be around when the police arrive. I'm not inclined to bribe my way out of trouble with my precious credits. We keep walking, the main street we're on splitting again and again, becoming narrower with each split. I lead the 𝗪𝗏 group deeper into this portion of the city, the mana growing denser each second. Soon enough, system notifications fritz out, the mana density reaching that critical point. I find a small park cum training ground and flare my aura just long enough to get the few civilians to leave. A quick dispersal of formation, flags, and payment to the field sets up a privacy screen. Then I turn and regard the three samurai, all of whom stand at attention. 𝗪𝗠𝗪𝘃𝗧, way down it shines. From the slums, devoted fan, Mikito Sato, slayers of goblins. Level 42 samurai, basic. HP 1420 of 1420. MP 630 of 630. Conditions: mana drip, health over honor. 𝗪𝗏𝗏𝗪 𝗪𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, thrice blessed, devoted fan, Mikito Sato, slayer of goblins and thrashers. Level 6 middle samurai, advanced. HP 1970 of 1970. MP 1220 of 1220. Conditions: mana drip, health over honor, 𝗖𝗂𝗂𝗪𝗂𝗂𝗪. 𝗪𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, parents' blessing, devoted fan, Mikito Sato, slayers of Niktuku. 𝗰𝗃, imps, lists, level 47 samurai, basic. HP 1870 of 1870. MP 430 of 430. Conditions: mana drip. Who the hell are you? I say, holding the sword I materialize in my hand, pointed at the ground. If my anger and the pulse of my aura bothers them, it doesn't show. We are Mikito-sama's clan shogun, 𝗪𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 says, bowing to me. Now that we're safe, they've all dismissed their helmets, which lets me stare at the gilled, green-scaled humanoid with his two big eyes. I wouldn't call him ugly, just alien. Years in the galaxy have certainly altered my views on what ugly really is. What lies beneath a fair figure can be so much worse than the most open of sores and pus-ridden visages.
He's not a shogun. He's our daimyo,
𝗪𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 snarls. She's the shortest of them, a 𝗪𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 katana-wielding fighter, broad like most dwarves but lacking the beard. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to tell if she was female at all.
No, he's neither. Lord Sato is our lord,
𝗪𝗠𝗪𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 insists. Surprisingly, he's the closest to human, easily mistakable as one of us if not for the aqua blue skin and the cat eyes.
He is her daimyo, but she is ours.
Impossible. Samurai cannot be lords of other samurai, 𝗪𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 says. We are but her subordinates. He is our final lord. What? I say, realizing they're bickering right in front of us. I turn to stare at Mikito, who is trying her best to act as if none of this is her business. 𝗀𝗏, on the other hand, having collapsed back into himself, has conjured a box of popcorn. Care to explain? They're my fan club. I think I missed that. I didn't. Say again? They're part of my fan club, Mikito says. Right. Fan club. Sure. I look at Harry, who seems perfectly unperturbed by all this. Did you know about her fan club? Of course. I did an entire segment on it, Harry says. Nice to know all of my hard work is being ignored. It wasn't... Yeah, sorry. I shrug. You're right. I have been ignoring your broadcasts. But fan club? From my arena battles, Mikito says. Some people have chosen to
follow in the way of the sword, for it is more than a simple weapon. It is an answer to life's very questions,
𝗪𝗠𝗪𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 says. Mikito visibly twitches. Then she draws a deep breath, calming herself. I watch as a mask drops over her face, and she stills her mind and emotions. The three are bickering again about quotes from some 5-ring book. I'm pretty sure they have it wrong, there being only one ring. Still, I get enough of the context. Seriously? You made alien weebs? I can kill you, you know, Mikito says. I grin, but then drop the humor as I face the trio. Hey! Once that gets their attention, I continue. How did you know how to find us?
The clan was alerted about the actions taken against Earth. Many are on their way to Earth already, but others have been on watch for Lord Sato. We keep track of her movements, and we were luckily in the vicinity,
𝗧𝗪 says.
I told you that is not the right form of address. It is Sato-san,
𝗪𝗀 says. I roll my eyes as they delve into another argument and turn to 𝗵𝘃𝗀. Do you know anything about this? She shakes her head. I sigh, eyeing the trio. Finding out what they know is going to be painful. Eventually, we get enough details to pacify my paranoia. Unlike myself, 𝗵𝘃𝗀's never really had to divert a large amount of her credits or skills into hiding where she is or where she will be. Not to say she doesn't have any skill blockers, but in this case, it just wasn't enough. It helped that the fanbase actually are registered as true allies for her, using some esoteric system that allows them to track her at a much reduced rate. It wouldn't be possible, at least at the rate that they were provided, for others to track 𝗵𝘃𝗀, and thus myself. In either case, we pinned the idea that 𝗵𝘃𝗀 would require additional skills for hiding for later. We still have an objective to complete, and it's quite clear that now that we're out of the Eritrean Empire, our enemies are taking action. I'm reassured that at the very least, 𝗵𝘃𝗀's fan club members aren't a threat to us. Not in a direct manner. Since that's the case, and since they refuse to leave, I take them with us as we head for our destination. They follow along like three well-armed lethal ducklings waddling after their even more deadly mother duck. As we walk through the twisting turns of the city, they keep watch. We ascend a skyscraper, traipse through a winding sky bridge, drop multiple stories to the ground to reach an otherwise inaccessible pathway, walk through shadowed alleyways, and duck through half-lit, barely open retail shops. More than once, we drop small surprises behind, some to hide our path, others to just cause havoc. Nothing lethal, but enough to disrupt pursuers if there are any. Always set to turn off after a certain period, knowing that we aren't the only individuals in town. Not that the influx of mana into this location wouldn't mess with people anyway. What is this place? Harry asks as we walk through another worn-down corridor lit by luminescent moss. The war reporter has his hand splayed out before him, recording everything with his skill while walking. His little camera drones have broken down, unable to handle the mana saturation levels, forcing him to rely on his innate skills. It's an artificial forbidden zone. The easiest way to deal with system spying outside of skills is to create a forbidden zone around yourself. The overabundance of raw mana means that the system is unable to function properly. Anything that happens in here is pretty close to not having happened at all, as far as the system is concerned, I explained to Harry. Pretty close? Always exceptions. Special skills, a lot of credits, special individuals, Ollie says, staring at me as he floats alongside. I can only shrug, knowing what he's alluding to. I feel it too, the way my presence almost firms up the system around me. I wonder how far this effect stretches, how much variation it brings to the breakdown of the system's processes. But I'm also pretty sure that trying to track me this way would require significant resources, maybe even the kind that a senior administrator would have to bring to bear. And no, I'm not entirely sure why I'm so certain of this. Some things, some knowledge pieces, seem to have been inserted into my memories as part of my class. Are we using this place to throw a false trail? Harry says. Or a place to work out a way to enter Ravina better? A little bit of both. I stop before a nondescript door, nothing marking it beyond the address stenciled across its face. I stare at it, then turn to the others and give them a half shrug. I'm gonna have to do this myself, 𝗵𝘃𝗀 stirs, looking a little upset. I shake my head. Trust me. When I'm sure there are no more objections, I rap on the door, hoping that the one within will speak with me. If not, we're really screwed. Chapter 5. I walk into the room with a confident smile, one that belies the deep anxiety lodged in my gut. Behind me, I watch through Ali's eyes as my companions get bounced off the ward as they try to follow me in. Told them so. Briefly, I look over the new notification details even as my system edit skill provides further details on how the skill keeping this place secret works on my friends' minds. It's not exactly mind control, just a nudge to make them forget what they read. You have entered a Quester Library 174.6, corrupted. You have met the minimum requirements to make use of this library. System quest completion rate greater than 80%, or corrupt quester title. You have full access to the library resources. You may speak with the librarian. You receive a plus 10% bonus to learning speed. The library itself is Spartan, a series of small plinths spread across the empty room. There are no questers within, though I know from experience one need only place their hand on a plinth to gain access to the quester's library. The room itself is shaded in a light green color, ambient lighting, a soft, gentle, and disturbing color to my senses. Of it all, it is my mana sense that is struggling. Between the greater than normal mana levels and the adjusted mana flows within, I feel as though a heavy fog cloaks that sense, making everything seem faint and muffled. The dullness in my mana sense, the way even my system edit is askew, is why I don't sense the librarian's presence until he is before me, just off-center from my line of sight. Long fingers clasped before a charcoal gray-suited body, covering a white shirt and a thin black tie, whilst an overly large head, whose gray skin is pulled tight, stares at me. Large black eyes without an iris regard me. Two sharp teeth pulled into a permanent grin as the head cocks to the side. You haven't changed your taste at all, I say.
Quester Lee, a surprise,
𝗵𝘃𝗀 says. I stare at the man-thing head-on, shivering as I regard the head librarian. The sapient creature that stuck the library in my head, who is the cause of all my trouble. Staring at him, I drag his status to the fore. I feel his skill fight Ali and me. I see the mana the system pours into the skill aiding him, using him as a channel in this place, just as it uses my own presence. But the system is thin here, 𝗕cie, and I am an administrator. I shove aside the system, find the skill, and slip in a few words with the system edit skill. I alter the code that exists within the mana itself that makes up the system, and his status blooms. Librarian 𝗕𝗁𝘁𝗁𝘁, corrupt quester. Librarians of note, version .18421. Deep sense. 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗀, slayer of goblins, leviathans, gorgons, 𝗬𝗏𝗏, 𝗪𝗏𝗏, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗏, librarian of the 10,000 paths, level 14, legendary, HP 2,380 of 2,380, MP 10,168 of 10,230, conditions, 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗀, domain of words, knowledge fount, skilled personage, aura of the 10,000 paths, in the deepest abyss. Very nice, boyo. Thanks. I read his information quickly. Most of it isn't that surprising, especially the last condition. It's a very powerful skill that keeps him hidden as much as his presence in this artificial forbidden zone.
What did you do?
𝗕𝗁 says, sounding shocked.
Wait, the skill.
His eyes go blank, lips moving as he processes the treasure trove of information at his literal fingertips.
Not that, or that. Maybe, but no.
Don't bother. It's not in the library, I say. I should know. I've digested the majority of the information.
Impossible. It has been months only,
𝗕𝗁 says dismissively. Yeah, well, let's just say my new class gives me a bit of a boost to that. That gets his attention. He peers at me using his own skill to read my status information. I tell Ali to let him read it, curious to see what 𝗕𝗁 can pick up. I'm not sure he has a legendary level analysis skill, but it'd be up there.
A grand paladin, A prestige class, but nothing special.
Not that one. Again, 𝗵𝗁's eyes narrow. He floats closer to me, his feet never moving. Those dark eyes glitter with interest as long fingers move, the only movement in his own body. Hashtag creep-ass librarian.
I say no other class, but you are not lying.
I'm not.
Fascinating. And your system quest's completion rate? Amazing.
𝗵𝗁 leans in, his face millimeters from mine. When he speaks, his breath brings with it the smell of cotton candy and caramel popcorn. A not unpleasant but disturbing smell, especially when I involuntarily take a deeper whiff.
What is it that you have done?
A lot. A lot that we need to speak about, but we're going to have to trade.
Trade?
Information. And aid. 𝗵𝗁 freezes. Then his aura crashes down on me. I might not be a Grand Paladin in truth, but the resistances of a junior administrator are even better in many ways. I stay standing on my feet even as the aura of a legendary-classed monster pushes against me. We stand, deadlocked, millimeters from one another, struggling in silence. Eventually, the aura fades.
Fascinating. Come, let us speak.
𝗵𝗁 never shifts his gaze from me as he floats backward, away from the entrance to a hidden doorway that slides open at the back of the room. He never even looks away, knowing I will come. And I do. Because he's the devil I have to use against the council. The man I've been searching for all this time. We take a seat across from one another at a simple table. It's wood of a form, green rather than brown, looking similar to jade but feeling warmer, more organic, like wood itself. I know it's a crafting material from one of the many living forests out there, popular with the rich due to its scarcity. It even has some moderate preservation qualities, emitting a field to help safeguard against damage. We take seats on forced chairs that form for us to rest against. It's the strangest thing, watching 𝗵𝗁 bend as if he's hinging at his hips to sit before his knees collapse, and he is seated before me, still regarding me with those irisless eyes.
You desire a trade. Answers for answers. Why should I not rip your memories apart instead?
𝗵𝗁 says. Because you want the system quest completed, and I think you know how to do it. But I also have a piece too, I believe.
I have a theory. The theory seems to have received some approval from the system,
he acknowledges.
But many have claimed what you have. Why is your claim different?
I grin. My helmet from the HUD is down so he can easily read my face, but I'm still resting in the comfortable embrace of powered armor.
Confident? Answer for answer, then, for I am intrigued.
Good, but I'd rather have a different trade. My knowledge, the skill, my class, and that information, I raise a finger, for answers to what the council really wants you for, and help.
Help?
With them. Silence extends between us, and the atmosphere grows chilly. Only the rasp of my breathing, the gentle expansion of cloth and metal as I breathe, breaks the pin-drop silence.
A small matter to take on the council?
𝗵𝗁 titters, voice high and squeaky. It's kind of disturbing, his laughter.
Did you think I would say that?
No, but I'm guessing if you want to finish the quest, you'll need to do it anyway. And if I survive, what I learn might further aid you.
High regards.
You'll understand why if you agree, I say.
A blind request. Very well. I'll aid you as much as your information is worth.
I'll hold you to it then. It's not the straight-out agreement I wanted, but it's better than I had hoped for. Rather than delay further, I lean forward and talk about what happened with the library in my mind, and furthermore, what happened in the throne room. The feeling I got when the master quest formed, and my desire to change it. Eventually, to how I changed it, borrowing from my mana sense, from the library's information and sheer will. The change in the quest and the resulting class alteration on my side. The enforced heroic class. I talk for what seems hours as 𝗪𝗏 probes my words and story, searching for gaps in my tale, searching for knowledge. He manipulates the skill and class information I display to him, even as I ignore the numerous warnings that appear when I show it to him. I'm a little concerned by the warnings, but I assume he's got a way of fixing the information flow back to the system. Or he's just intent on leaving later. At some point, drinks appear, glasses formed from the table itself and refilled from inventory. The drink is some weird alien beverage, effervescent with carbonated bubbles, but warm and soothing, a hint of a complex sugar like honey combined with a floral taste. I provide the cookies and chocolate. He's dipping a chocolate chip cookie in his drink when I'm done, long fingers delicately holding the glass aloft as he regards me. I let the silence linger, chewing on my snack while he thinks.
An administrator class. A hidden class. The only truly hidden class,
𝗪𝗏 says, finally, leaning forward.
Fascinating. I would say impossible, but evidence proves contrary. Utterly fascinating.
He leans back, his eyes going blank. I watch the drop of liquid gather on his cookie, raised halfway between cup and body, forgotten as he accesses databanks.
I wonder if librarian Orit was hinting. And 𝗬𝗏 the Nine Gorges, he had just gained the library of Mus, and the galaxy of 𝗕𝗃𝗧 was destroyed. The mana repercussions. Missing mana flow and the triumvirate experiment.
He mutters and whispers to himself, and I'm content to wait and listen, each overheard word bringing with it its own wave of information from the library. I wait and sip on my drink. After I finish my drink, I cough. When that fails to get his attention, I rap the table with my knuckles. That still doesn't get his attention. My next action is simple. I flare my mana, churning it as if I'm starting a spell. That drags the librarian's attention back to me. It's like a light switch flips on and his eyes lock onto me.
My apologies. I was cross-referencing some previous work. This might explain a number of significant discrepancies in the records. Why, just the information about a true hidden class would explain the statistical anomaly detected.
Your system quest, I cut in, not willing to wait anymore.
What?
What is it now? System quest completion rate, 91.1%.
Fascinating. An increase. Finally.
The librarian leans forward.
It would seem that my hypothesis is correct.
Hypothesis?
That to complete the quest, further knowledge is unimportant. The final quest completion rate must be sought by action itself,
he says. What kind of action?
You know as well as I do.
We sit in silence at that pronouncement before I bestir myself. As much as I'd like to pursue this conversation, to wonder why he is higher than me, why he's so far ahead, why I haven't gone up, there are lives on the line. Is what I have provided sufficient?
Sufficient.
𝗪𝗏 falls silent, lips pursing in thought.
Maybe. The questers must test this. We must see if we can replicate this class, ascertain the information with replication. I wonder what the final proximate cause of your change would be. The library, the levels, willpower, The timing gap between choice and action, all of it. None.
𝗵𝘃 mutters to himself, eyes going blank. I slap my hand flat on the table, the loud thump making glasses jump. In the small private room, the noise echoes. Later! We have a council to handle.
I will not, cannot fight them,
he says.
I am a non-combat classer, and the council, many of them
are, I know. But you must have some idea of how to handle them, and we need the pressure on Earth to be lifted.
That I can help with. There are true questers on the council still, which you have provided. The actions. Maybe if we...
𝗵𝘃's voice grows faint again, but this time I let him fade out as he thinks. Am I like this? I send to 𝗬𝗁. If so, this is incredibly frustrating.
Sort of. You're more focused when you need to be, but the library seems to muck with everyone who is connected to it,
𝗬𝗁 replies. I grunt and pull more chocolates from my storage space. 𝗵𝘃's hands occasionally move. A portion of me, the part that allows me to edit things, can feel him at work. I can't read what he sends, can't hear what he says, but I can tell he's accessing not just the library, but a communication platform, one that puts him in touch with others. Fascinating. Perhaps, with a little push, I could even access the information he's reading, but I get the feeling that that isn't the point of my skill. I'm not meant to use my class for eavesdropping. When he comes back to me, his voice is detached again.
I have informed others, requested their help. Questers who are partial to our cause will lend aid. I have also called a meeting, a great gathering and sharing. It is within my right as a head librarian.
I blink.
This will happen in 3 months, if the information gathered is sufficient.
Well, I ask.
Then it is likely another purge will begin.
I open my mouth to ask what he means, but the library beats me to it. Information floods into me, bringing tears to my eyes and rupturing blood vessels. Another section, another compartment I had not realized was hidden within my mind, within my portion of the system, breaks open. Information about the purge appears, and I break. A galaxy, 𝗪𝗃, burns. Planets are torn asunder. Moons cracked and pulverized. New asteroid fields are created, so dense with rocks and corpses that one could almost walk across the space. Ships. So many ships that I cannot see the end of them are marshaled, firing upon planets, solar systems. Hidden figures in shadows and bright, bold champions march down streets, tearing questers from their hiding spots, challenging those who stand and fight, offering no mercy. A child screams as its mother is killed before him with a single punch. The heroic class gravitic warrior pauses, then a voice squawks in his ears. It turns multifaceted eyes onto the child, and his fist blurs again. The scream cuts off. Spaceports spin, burning. Another implodes as gravity focuses deep within, and metal and mortal are crushed. A figure flies out, metal pulled from the wreckage reforming into machines that turn and blast at the gravitic imploder. He dies, but another takes his place. Another galaxy, another solar system, another planet. More death, more destruction, more endings met. The purge plays out not in days or months or decades. It takes over a century, as questers and those who support them are found and ended, as anyone who backed the current leadership who might have learned something is killed. The purge is declared necessary due to the questers' actions. Their experiments, the sapiens torn from home, sent out of the system, forced to lose classes, to use skills on a never-ending stage. Flames of prejudice are fanned, for the questers do not hoard their information, the results of their tests. They steal class information from groups that desire to keep it secret. They release skill information for fractions of credits, even cheaper than the system. and the Galactic Council turns on them, burning them to the ground. Officially, a new Quester organization is formed, their quest, their search, placed under the strict oversight of the Council itself. Those who escape the purges become the start of the corrupt Questers. In time, the oversight relaxes. Questers get on with their lives. They join together again as the desire for knowledge overrides politics. Then the purges begin again. When the Questers go too far, more death, more destruction, more oversight. The same dance played over and over again, millennia apart. Information about prior purges removed from the records, forgotten by all but the Questers themselves. "Thousand hells," I say. My mind throbs even as system healing puts me back together. 𝗕𝗏 flicks his fingers and the blood on the table disappears in wisps of smoke.
The purge.
"Yeah. Why would you put that in there?" I say. There's no system information in it, just a long line of atrocities committed by the Council in its quest to destroy the Questers and any who might be considered their allies.
To remember, to ensure others prepare.
"And you think the Council will enact another?" I whisper. A feeling of dread creeps up me. There weren't hundreds of lives lost, or thousands. Entire planets were destroyed. An entire galaxy shattered. Billions would fall if another purge occurs.
Yes, I am almost certain that part of the reason for the last was because of this information,
𝗕𝗏 says. "But why? I mean, sure, it's important, but isn't all information for sale?"
Not if the Council makes the cost high enough to be infinite, and with the Lady of Shadows in play.
I shudder, recalling that name. A legendary whose ability revolves around secrets and hiding them. Yeah, I can see how a secret could be hidden, if such a person wanted it to be hidden. But she's not that old. I know that for certain. She's a young legendary, as these things go, just a few centuries old. Nothing compared to the millennia of history the Galactic Council has. So perhaps the purge was the best they could do before. Yet for all my dread, all my fear, I do not ask him to stop or to recall the information he sent to the corrupt Questers. Not just because I think it'll help us, help reduce the pressure on Earth, but because I understand him, understand the true Questers, those driven, like me, to find an answer. There is nothing we will not sacrifice for the answer. Not ourselves, not others, nothing. Hours later, I walk out. We talked, we strategized, I was given a book. We came up with new plans and destroyed them with logic and creativity. He contacted other Questers, arranged for information to be purchased, support to be sent. I was provided even more data. Outside, the group is still waiting. Harry's seated with his back to the wall working on his show. Or gathering information. Never can tell with that one. 𝗵𝘃𝗲, on the other hand, is meditating silently while her 3 fan club members are standing beside her in horse stance, sweating bullets. I snort at the sight, but choose to stay silent. Ali doesn't, flying over and already ribbing the trio. "About time," Harry says. "Was he who shall not be named in there?" I look around rather pointedly. Harry sniffs, muttering something about paranoia. "It's not when they really are intending to end you." "Now what?" 𝗵𝘃𝗲 asks. Her fan club get out of the horse stance, moving to flank her. She rolls her eyes a little but says nothing. Now we visit someone else. I take off, following the minimap marker that 𝗕𝗏 provided. "Who?" Harry says. "The person responsible for our current environment." There are more than a few gasps, but I ignore all other questions as we keep walking. We've wasted enough time, and there's a lot more we need to get done. Chapter 6. Stepping through the unremarkable doorway, I peer around the low-light interior. It's mostly colored in a light spectrum that's outside of the normal human range, making everything look pale blue and violet. Luckily, my power armor can deal with that, recoloring everything so that I can see without issue. The first thing that meets me is a bare entrance hallway, one that stretches into the horizon. Following me, a step behind, are my friends. Or they should be. But 2 steps in, I turn around and see a closed door and no party members. In my party interface, they're still there with full health. Their mana levels drop as buffs appear under their sheets. I can't help but agree with the sentiment, throwing on a few myself. A quick check shows that we aren't in comm range or even party chat. We've been separated as easily as a carnivore from vegetables. "What's going on?" I say softly, listening to the echoes of my words bouncing down the hall. "Games," 𝗀𝗍 replies. He's the only one here with me, our link superseding whatever tricks were played. I debate what to do, testing the extent of the trap. A punch to the wall has it crumple but not give way. I should be able to cut my way through with my sword. It slides into the wall easily enough, but there doesn't seem to be an end to the wall itself. Might be a few feet thick, might be miles. There's also a rather obvious corridor. Shrugging, I walk. I'm here to ask a favor, not destroy their home. I start walking and keep walking. 20 minutes later, I'm still moving forward, my brows drawn together as 𝗀𝗍 floats alongside me. From the map of the surroundings before we entered the room, the building itself should have been traversed within 10 minutes, easily. This normal? Spatial manipulation? For this guy? 𝗀𝗍 shrugs. The entire location is locked down, so jumping forward is impossible, even if the very same space is twisted by the skill. All I can do is walk and hope there's an ending in sight. I'm not certain how long I walk. The featureless light gray corridor, the low-light illumination, and the soft thud of my feet blending together. My feet don't ache, but the pressure of my feet, the shift in my weight, never changes. Even the smell of the corridor, when I finally decide to put away the 𝗏d, is the same as the scentless, filtered air of before. Time blends together, and even the system clock in the corner of my vision offers no help, flicking between seconds back and forth. When the ending arrives, it does so abruptly. One step I'm in the corridor, the next I'm in the midst of a towering amphitheater that's open to the sky. A single table and a pair of lounging chairs in the center. Pink and yellow sand stain the ground below, reminiscent of alien beaches, but without the mojitos. In one of the chairs is a figure in a white 3-piece suit and a fedora. The seated figure is humanish, spray bottle tanned, unwrinkled in that over-application of Botox fashion you see in some celebrities, hair bleached unnaturally white. The eyes are the most disturbing. Startlingly green like a glacial lake, but blank of emotions. Empty. A push of will gets me nothing as I attempt to call information of his status to being. I know 𝗀𝗍 fails too. No surprise. I could push it, drag it forth as I did with the librarian, but where I dared to do so with Faustian, I dare not with this man. For in this place, the one before me controls all. Honored, no names, no titles, nothing like that. Now how do you know of me? The speaker says, his eyes fixed on my figure. There's no threat in the voice. It's perfectly calm and even a little bored. He doesn't need to threaten, for he holds all the cards here. The more I stare at him, the more I realize that whatever he is, he's not really human. It's a form he drew from the ether, the mana, a manipulation of my expectations. Probably just how 𝗀𝗍 popped up looking like he is, which is in a way a hint of what this man is, who he is. But I'm careful not to think that too loudly either. I spoke with a man, alien, who is a part of a group that searches for answers, about a question. Of course you are. There's a fatalistic tone to his voice.
You couldn't be a religious fanatic searching for another convert, or a portal-to-portal salesman. No, you'd have to be one of them.
Yeah, sorry. I had your location from, well, I struggled to figure out what to say, how to say it, without using 𝗵𝗁's name or the information on the library or anything else.
I don't care. You people always find me, no matter how many times I shift things. I gave up 1,000 years ago. Or was it 10?
The man's eyes go blank as he considers the question.
100? No, it couldn't be 100. Maybe 50? No. It was only recent, so it must have been 6.
He prattles for a while on meaningless matters while I keep hold of my temper. There's no point trying to rush him, though there's a little bit of fear that I might have been here for, well, years now.
Well then, tell me, what's your unique research project?
He finally says, focusing on me. Research project?
Study. Hypothesis that you want to prove. I'll warn you, if it's not unique, I'll be very upset at being disturbed.
I frown. Really? Because it's not unique enough?
Well, of course. So what is it? Another theory on space and time and the system shops? Or is it a mana-focused project? Because I've got running all the ones dealing with mana densities that you people can think of.
A hand waves, encompassing the surroundings. As if reacting to his movements, I feel mana surge and twist, gaps opening in the ground and across the sky such that I might sense what was previously shrouded. Locations where mana is filled with system-marked mana, held in stasis or moving in circles or hexagons or loops and swirls. Raw, untapped mana at different levels, combining or interacting with system mana. Spell forms, skills, locked in place by enchantments. Hundreds and thousands of tests, all sealed off from one another. The audience stands around us aren't just for show. They mark different studies, different tests. Each location in the arena we are within, each zone of the stands, indicates a different type of study, a different experiment. As I stare at it all, the library tugs at my attention, downloading information on each study as I stare at it. More than that, I feel myself reaching out, tapping into the information displayed by each study, filling in data points for the library as I gauge and take readings from the mana sensors and elemental runes. Another portion of my mind spins, comparing the new data to previously held information. Information updated only a bare 2 years ago.
Interesting.
The word breaks me from my reverie, and I find the speaker staring at me, tapping a lip in thought.
You're not normal, are you?
I grunt.
Show me your system quest.
A raised eyebrow, and I capitulate. I've not felt this powerless since I stared at a dragon sleeping. Even standing before 𝗵𝗁 or the Empress, I was never more aware of how outclassed I am. System quest completion rate, 89%.
Fascinating. How long?
Weeks now, he nods. Then without asking, he shows me his own. System quest completion rate, 89%. What? I fall silent, because for the first time in weeks, something changes for me. System quest, plus 0.1%.
Something happened.
His voice grows heated, his whole body leaning forward on his chair at an angle that isn't human. He's like a pointer dog having caught a scent, and unbeknownst to him, his inhumanity shows through his eyes as they glow.
What is it?
I wordlessly show him the update, and he laughs. Laughs and laughs, an insane edge to the cackling that makes my eyes widen and my palm itch for the comfort of my sword hilt. He laughs while I share a glance with 𝗁𝗍. Are you sure this is our only option? I ask my friend.
You're the one with the plan.
Yeah, because we need help against the legendaries. But he doesn't seem very
stable, sane, human.
𝗁𝗍 shrugs.
He's not. Do any of those. But what's sanity?
The suited man says, abruptly stopping his laughter.
Just another way of saying what others consider right and proper. You aren't even a century old, you earth-eating, plant-snacking child. Speak to me again when you're a few millennia old about the value of sanity.
I'd say sure, but I doubt I'll last that long.
No, not with your completion rate, he says, leaning forward. I have sat here, running your questers' tasks for millennia, doing what they asked, testing because I'm bored. And my number has risen, because all you people can talk about is your quest, and yet for centuries now it has not risen, and then you arrive.
I gulp, sensing the ire he radiates. Then, as suddenly, it's gone.
So tell me, what research project will you have me do?
None.
I can... What?
None. I didn't come here for the quest, I say. When he frowns, I start speaking fast, trying to explain about the situation on Earth, about dungeon worlds and Galactic Council ire, all before he decides he's done and ends me. I stumble a couple of times, trying not to use titles or specific terms, but it gets smoother, easier to do as I continue to talk. When I'm done, there's a profound silence, a silence that pervades the amphitheater. No wind, no chirp of birds or the hum of insects. It's unnaturally quiet, and I swear I can almost hear a heartbeat. Mine. Because neither of the other two are truly human or alive.
Fascinating. I've gone from lab technician to errand boy.
A hand flicks, and I fly backward, the force of the casual movement smashing me into walls. I shatter the stone slabs, imprinting my body upon the barricade and sliding down as dust and stone rain around me. I stagger to my feet, head ringing, blood dripping from a cut on my head, breathing hitched as I deal with bruised ribs. None of my defensive skills are still active. In fact, they haven't been active for a very long time.
What? Lord of Space and Time, remember? I told you not to use titles, Spirit.
He doesn't even move as Ollie twists, scrunches down, and becomes a ball of compressed light. Then he's gone, destroyed. The only thing left is the mental scream Ollie leaves behind.
You bastard!
I snarl. I cut upward, projecting a blade strike without thought. It's all instinct. Thousands of hours in combat acting out. The attack never reaches him. Instead, I'm thrown forward, smashing into the ground as I feel my own back get torn apart as my attacker reappears behind me.
Foolish. But someone willing to defy the council would have to be.
I snarl, pushing myself to my feet. Rage threatens to overtake good sense again, but I pull it back. Force myself to breathe and focus. I can't beat him. I never could. I'm but a momentary distraction, a nuisance, and yet, for all his anger and irritation, I'm still alive, which means, fine. I dismiss my sword and hobble over, putting it back in whatever place it goes, somewhere in my soul, within that portion of the system that is me. You've let me live, which means you're interested, maybe even willing to help. What do I need to do? The Lord smiles at me, lips widening and widening to an unnatural level. Then the grin disappears like a flame snuffed out by an errant breath.
Tell me the truth, then.
What truth? Another blow, coming from above. Unseen force, squashing me into the ground. This time it takes me a few minutes to clamber to my feet because the concussion he gives me makes me throw up the first time I try to stand. Fine. But this might be the end of you too, I say. When his eyes narrow, I shrug. And tell him the rest. About why they chose to go after Earth now. About my true class. And when he disbelieves me, I show him my status, just as I did with Ferrol. He stares at it for a long time, and I let the silence linger while my body heals. Cracked bones reform, twisted spine straightens, and torn muscles reknit. I'm fully healed and even considering calling forth Ollie when he speaks.
A class that should not be. A position that was rumored but never confirmed.
The Lord stares at me and shakes his head.
And you think this is the reason for all this?
Yes.
What makes you think they wish not to recruit you?
Because if they wanted to be friendly about it, they'd have sent an invitation, not threatened my planet, I say. Not killed those I cared for. He laughs, then, shaking his head.
What makes you think this might not be a modest invitation?
I did talk about the death of my allies, no?
Yes, but these are individuals, groups with powers greater than you can imagine. Many have lived for millennia like me. To gain our final class, to become what we are, do you know what it requires normally?
A lot of XP?
You murdered an entire planet and barely rose in levels,
the Lord says, his voice dropping.
A lot of experience, you say.
He laughs, and something changes. I turn my head from side to side as scenes of devastation, of death appear. None of the cities, none of the planets are familiar. None repeat, but they are all the same in intent and form. A hand plunging into a chest, piercing the heart within. I can see it, feel the flesh, the bones, the beating organ around my too big hand. Screams as explosions roar and winds rise. Warmth on my face as the blood of a friend, an ally, splashes on me. Death rains down from above, and I find myself clutching at the incoming death, twisting space to send it back at our attackers. A meteorite flying through space, and on it, I fight for my life against bipedal armored shell creatures that rise from its hollow center. A space dungeon, let loose to fly through the cosmos, raining level 200+ monsters on unsuspecting planets. I fly through space, sending shards of twisted space to crack the meteorite, speeding up my attacks and slowing attackers as they near. Fighting on as acidic blood splashes me, as it freezes and cracks and falls away. I beat upon the dungeon until the queen arises. A planet, cupped in the palm of my metaphorical hands. I bring my hands together and the planet buckles. Continents shatter, oceans churn, and a molten core is revealed. I keep closing my hands as I compress the planet, twisting space. When I'm done, I pocket the planet and dismiss the notification of experience gain. Individual battles, wars waged, dungeons cleared. The battles are unending. All the space in the amphitheater, on the ground, under it, and in the sky are filled with images, experiences, and as though it cannot be contained, the shattered mirrors of the past bleed. Blood drips, and the amphitheater fills. So much blood that it covers my feet, my knees, my head in bare seconds. I try to swim, paddle, but there's no surface. No place to go as it sucks me down, as the top rises to fill the entire location. I struggle, twisting and buckling, lungs aching. My system doesn't work. My inventory doesn't open to provide me oxygen masks. Class skills fire and are absorbed by the flood of sticky liquid. Even my reinforced constitution is not enough in seconds, as time twists and buckles when seconds become hours. My mouth opens in a breathless scream and the blood floods in, filling my lungs, drowning me. All I can see is red. All I feel is the clammy wetness, the stickiness of the blood. And I drown, dying by inches, in all the blood he shed to reach the very apex of the system. I come to on dry ground. I thrash to my feet, surprised to find myself alive. My mind is already blanking out the experience, the images, trying to save me from the screaming terror, my reborn phobia. My hands shake, my eyes are wide, and my breathing too fast. I struggle upright, my clothing clean, my lungs clear, my mind twisted. You melodramatic bastard! I cough. You could have just used your words.
But would you have listened as well?
I snort and shake my head, trying to clear it, of the images, of all the sensations, of what I saw and felt. Because among it all, I also sensed what drove him, what made him him, his own quest, as insane as mine, or perhaps even more so. So you think all this was just an invitation? Their way of saying, come over for tea, we should have a chat? He shrugs.
We do not interact by choice, but there is little to be gained by setting oneself against the other.
Yeah, okay. I'll take it under advisement. But I have a feeling it's more of a question of them not liking their secret being revealed.
Also a possibility. A secret that has lasted millennia is one kept in blood itself. Your keeper of knowledge believes that for sure,
the Lord says, his voice lowering.
That meddlesome fool. He was always such a problem.
Again I see glimpses of his interactions with 𝗪𝗏, of long conversations and even fights, and in the corner of my mind, I note the tests that are 𝗪𝗏's, that are run for his sake.
A dangerous secret, perhaps, and you gave it to me. Tell me, did you think to bring me to your side? What is that quaint human saying? The enemy of my enemy?
I warned you, I say in my defense,
knowing I would not be denied, even intrigued.
I shrug and he laughs.
You overestimate how much I care.
There's truth in his words. I know it. I know his obsession and all that he has given up, all that he has sacrificed to reach as far as he has. And still, he has failed to truly master time, to step back into the past itself and correct something. What he intended, what drives him, was missing, unimparted by the skill he used. A man must try, no? A chilly silence greets my words, and I sigh. For all that he's playing unfriendly, the fact that he hasn't killed me yet, if barely, means I'm keeping him entertained, which is good, because the next step is an important one. Yeah, fine. So, here's what I was really hoping from you.
𝗪𝗏!
𝗵𝘃𝗲 swears as I appear right beside her. She doesn't even manage to stop her reflexive attack and buries her naginata halfway through my blocking arm. 𝗪𝗁 hells! I swear as she yanks it out. I clutch my arm tightly, ignoring the way Hitoshi drinks up my blood, how tendrils of blood flow from my hand to the blade before the connection is broken. My eyes widen. I sense a new strength in the weapon, a little disturbed by its new abilities. They widen even further when I realize that 𝗵𝘃𝗏 looks aged. More than that, her levels. Mikito Sato, Spear of Humanity, Blood Warden, Junior Arena Champion of Irvina, Arena Champion, Orion 4, Zoomies, Time Slipped, Truebound Honor, Upper Samurai Level 40, Master, HP 4721 of 4721, MP 3567 of 3567. Conditions: Isoide, Jin, Rei, Meiyo, 𝗕cie 𝗪𝗏𝘃𝗃. Feudal Bond, Blitzed, Future Projections, Galactic Reputation 47, Galactic Fame 47,864. What the hell happened to you? I say. Time. 𝗵𝘃𝗏 looks aside for a second, but there's a set to her stance, to her body that asks me to not ask further.
A very short conversation? Then I was back here,
Harry pipes up from where he's seated.
𝗵𝘃𝗏 appeared a few minutes ago.
In the distance, the 3 fan club members are running through forms, never having been invited through the door with us.
Where's Ali?
𝗵𝘃𝗏 asks, changing the subject rather deliberately.
Banished,
I say, but we should get going. There's a shop orb a short distance away. We should make the visit. Might not get another chance.
And then?
Harry asks from where he's seated. Then we make our way to Irvina.
How?
I've made arrangements.
Him?
𝗵𝘃𝗏 says.
Did you make a deal, you baka?
I did. Had to, I say. We need him, and what he can offer.
At what price?
I shrug and her lips purse.
We have yokai like that in our tales. Deals with them never turn out well.
No, I fix her with a flat gaze. But you made one too, no? 𝗵𝘃𝗲 shakes her head. No, I didn't. It's why... She trails off, shaking her head. No promises were made. Just punishments doled out. I bristle and she shakes her head. Forget it, John. It was expected. I lean forward, looming over her only for her to glare at me, reminding me to keep my anger to myself. I'm not going to get an answer. Fine. Whatever. I tramp away, even as I poke at the link that connects me to Ali. Something pushes back, and I realize that for whatever reason, he's not coming back just yet. Well, maybe a little peace and quiet is good. For him and me. Because very soon, there won't be a lot of either. My motley crew trail behind, and I hope that what I learned and what I have planned is enough. But before that, there's a secret or two that needs to be revealed. It's a simple room, one that I access with the touch of my hand, a push of my will and a request sent. It's a place that cannot be found by the system, because of unregulated mana, because of skills, because he wills it, and because of that, it's perfect for what we need. Once more the main team enters. Once more the trio of fan club members are left behind. They're not happy, but I don't give a damn. Where are we? 𝗵𝘃𝗲 asks, staring around the blank white plain we stand upon. The horizon is empty too, a slightly different white that offsets the unnatural paleness we stand upon. Nowhere? I turn to the pair and hesitate. Why did you bring us here? Harry asks. That? I shake my head. You need to make a decision. A choice. How much you want to know. About the system, about the council, and why they started all this. Harry frowns, eyes narrowing. And there's a price? A consequence. Which is? Your death. What? Harry says, eyes widening. They'll kill you for knowing what I'll tell you. My lips are thin as I gesture around. All this? It started because I learned something I wasn't supposed to. And it's a secret they've killed before to protect. How do you know this? Harry pauses, then shakes his head. The library. It finally unraveled fully, didn't it? Not exactly, I say, but the library did play its part. And you know they've killed before, Harry states flatly. It's a secret tens of thousands of years in the keeping. You don't keep a secret like this without taking drastic measures, I say. Harry slowly nods and falls silent. In turn, I look at 𝗵𝘃𝗲, my most trusted companion. Do you need me to say it? 𝗵𝘃𝗲 says. I open my mouth to reply, then realize it's probably not necessary. She's reaffirmed her commitment in words and action again and again. Asking her again could be considered, well, an insult. Fine. Then we're just waiting for me, Harry says, shaking his head. No need. Tell me. I say his name softly, wanting to dissuade him, wanting to get him to choose otherwise. I understand, but I'm a reporter. Learning secrets at the risk of my life, that's what I do, Harry says with a tight grin. And this sounds like a secret that I'm truly looking forward to hearing. I draw a deep breath, calming myself, forcing myself to accept that they've made their decision. Once I've gotten close to that acceptance, I tell them. It's a familiar refrain by now, even the show and tell. This time around, I feel the system shift, the mana flare and twist as I push my true status at my friends, as if it's watching. When I'm done, the pair stare at me before Harry snorts. That's it? My jaw drops. What do you mean, that's it? It's a system. A program. That's literally what it's called. If there's a system, there's an administrator. Harry shakes his head. It doesn't seem like much of a stretch to realize that. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 nods. Hell, you were a programmer, Harry adds. Seems like you'd have figured that out. But it's the system. I wave my hand around, trying to explain. It's not an OS that you just boot in. It's what controls everything, yes. But I think, if anything, it's not so much the secret of your class as wanting control of it, and its users that caused this problem, Harry says. I work my jaw as he speaks, as he explains the truth of my secret. But in the end, I have to wonder if he's right. Maybe it isn't the fact that I came upon the class, but that I have it. Not that it matters. Not really, which I point out. Maybe it does, 𝗵𝘃𝗲 says, opening her hand. If they just want to control you, then this might not be as bad. I find myself nodding. Maybe. I recall what the Lord said, that maybe they just want to speak with me. And I wonder if the Lord and Harry are right. If so, what does that mean for my plans in Earth? The silence continues for a few long breaths before 𝗵𝘃𝗲 breaks it. That's it? It? Yeah, it. No other deep secrets we need to know while we attempt to save our friends and our home planet? She prods. I grunt. No, that's it. I huff. That's all there is. My big reveal, and these two treat it as if it's just another damn secret, not a system-destroying revelation. I'm annoyed, petulant, but I shove it aside. We have more things to deal with than my hurt ego. What next? Harry says, though I realize he seems to be deep in thought as he speaks. Now we really do go shopping. Then finally, 𝗪𝗏𝘂. Chapter 7. Accessing 𝗪𝗏𝘂 always came with two major problems. First is entering the actual solar system itself. Being located in a restricted zone with the start of the forbidden zone within a few light years, most normal teleportation methods to 𝗪𝗏𝘂 are extremely expensive. The system has to expend a significant amount of mana to teleport you, so it requires a significant credit or mana outlay. It's why our first trip in, we did it via mundane technological means. Most ships can traverse the distance without issue, and even in the deepest areas of the Forbidden Zone, a properly shielded vehicle will run. Issues of mana flooding can be handled with the right technology and channels. Unfortunately, ease of access runs into the second major issue of entry into 𝗪𝗏𝘂, the security concerns. Entering the solar system is regulated, with a variety of solar system-wide dimensional locks and spatial sensors alerting them of incoming ships. For obvious reasons, security is a major concern. The entire planet is under an extremely complex and robust dimensional lock, preventing direct access to the planet itself. Only a few exceptions are carved into the system, and all those involve the embassies themselves. In all other cases, you need to stop at one of the many space stations that orbit the planet as entry funnels and defensive grids. All that said, and with the Council keeping an eye out for me, we need to sneak in. There are two ways to do that, of course: smugglers or a hidden teleportation. Smugglers into 𝗪𝗏𝘂 are either extremely high-tiered and thus extremely expensive and wary of the kind of cargo they grab, or are on a wink-and-nudge relationship with the bureaucracy. Unfortunately, without a ton of research, it's impossible to know which is which. Dornalor's contacts would normally be useful for this, but considering our position, I'm less than enthused about those options, especially since most of his suggestions are friends of friends of friends. Even Harry can't help, coming up short as his contacts ran and hid at the thought of going against the Council. Harry holds a strange place in our group. He's a non-combatant, and even has a series of skills to keep him safe and ignored during a battle. Along with his membership with the Galactic Alliance of Reporters, he has a level of protection 𝗵𝘃𝗲 and I don't when things get hot, so long as he doesn't take part in the fight itself. On the other hand, when we're out of combat, Harry is invaluable. He has connections, a wide base of knowledge, and often can learn of information that isn't public. The sheer volume of secrets the GAR are privy to is staggering, and many of those secrets are still kept for one reason or another. When it comes to arriving at a new location, there's no one better to have on our side. For all those reasons and more, Harry is frowning when we enter the secluded private travel room. The security check to get in was discreet but extensive, with everything from our DNA to our auras verified before we even made it down the white-walled corridor. The room itself is reminiscent of a magic ritual room combined with a steampunk mechanic's nightmare. Ritual circles on the floor in a configurable gear pattern allow fine-tuning of the ritual. Steam engines with exposed pipes chug away at the corner, supplying liquid mana to the entire contraption, and wiring and exposed cables run toward a stone altar. In the corner, the gremlin who runs the entire damn thing is adjusting a variety of sockets with a wrench, mana warping around him as he tugs on the stubborn machine via his skills. You do know that they've got a Tier 1 heroic class teleport blocker, right? Harry says after eyeballing the location for a bit.
No matter.
The voice that speaks rises from our feet, making Harry jump in surprise. Out from the floor, a gooish substance rises until a trembling, slime-like man stands, wisps of rainbow color floating within to form fragments of memory that replay on his skin.
You are not teleporting, but traveling.
What? Harry exclaims, then draws a deep breath.
We're traveling? Yes. This is a matter-energy discombobulator,
the slime says.
We'll transport you through space to your location.
Discombobulator? The lead member of 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗧's fan club says. That sounds dangerous.
Not at all! We have a 98.4567% success rate at reforming our test subjects.
The gremlin turns around, sliding his wrench into his tool belt as he walks over, offering a wide grin.
Call me 𝗪𝗃𝗃𝗃.
The slime makes a weird bubble-popping sound. It then corrects the gremlin.
Customers.
Right, customers,
𝗪𝗃𝗃 says, almost bouncing.
So, who's first?
John, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗧 speaks up, cutting off everyone else. I turn to see the samurai wave me closer. How safe is this? Really? And will it work? If it's the speed of light...
We have class skills speeding up the transportation of your bodies,
𝗪𝗃𝗃 says.
Myself and 𝗪𝗶𝗆.
𝗪𝗶𝗆? 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗧 says. That's not...
My name? Yes. But 𝗪𝗃𝗃𝗃 cannot say my name.
Why not? 𝗓𝗏𝗏𝗏 frowns. The Green Guild samurai turns to look at 𝗪𝗃𝗃. It's just... He emits a shrill series of squeaks and bubbles, his gills fluttering as he makes the noise. I ignore the group, speaking with 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗃 and Harry, who has made his way over. Estimated time for us to arrive should be around 43 galactic standard years. The looks of consternation on their faces make me smile slightly, but I decide not to push it further. Don't worry, I have it handled. Through you-know-who. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗃 sighs. Baka. Fine. Without a further word, she walks over to the center of the ritual circle. Shall we do this? Really? That's it? Harry shouts. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗃 shrugs. John's a baka yaro, but I trust him. She stares as the gremlin runs around, twisting dials and adjusting steam levels, while the slime taps at bubbling glass measuring devices and twirls dials on the stone altar. Under 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗃's feet, the gears spin and lock into place, settings adjusting. All through the movement, she keeps her balance with ease. This... Harry purses his lips. You don't have to come this way. You're not wanted by the law, I say softly to the reporter. If you port in normally, you should be fine. Ha! With what funds? Harry makes a face. Did you see the prices? I did. I'd poked at the shop and winced, since the cost was in the tens of millions of credits. A normal hyperspace flight was cheaper, significantly, but it'd take months for Harry to arrive. He'd have to swing out wide to avoid the Forbidden Zone, since most ships don't want to deal with the creatures that exist within. As if my question reminded Harry of something, he adds softly, Hey, how are we paying for this?
All right, here we go. Engage in 3,
𝗪𝗃𝗃 says.
All right, this might pinch a little.
We're not, I muttered to Harry. We're voluntary test subjects. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗃 glares at the gremlin as he provides the warning a little too late. The gremlin ignores her as he shouts the count for his fellow scientist. In unison, 𝗪𝗶𝗆 and 𝗪𝗃𝗃 cry out the final number and a green tendril stabs down on a big yellow button. Mikito's eyes widen as her body warps and twists, the edges of her body compressing. The entire process is over in a fraction of a second, the woman becoming no more than a single point of light that grows smaller and smaller, grows brighter in intensity. And then, the beam of light shoots upward through the ceiling through an aperture hole so small I missed it until now.
How did it do?
Ratchet says.
Full integrity, no issues,
𝗪𝗶𝗆 says.
Told you we just needed to adjust the 𝗪𝘃𝗃𝗧 ratio by 0.14.
Harry's eyes widen further. Where did you find these guys? You don't want to know. Truth be told, I've never met them before. The Lord made the suggestion, and I'm just trusting that this will work.
Next!
Ratchet cries. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 walks straight over to the platform. It grins and twists, adjusting as necessary, while Harry stares at me, lips pursed. Time to choose, Harry. I could use you, but what's going on? I shake my head. I can't guarantee anything. Bloody hell, Harry says. Bloody hell. He watches as the gremlin and slime, the galactic tinkerers, get to adjusting and shudders. Eventually, when they're nearly done, he speaks. If I get shot into a star, I'm going to come back and hunt you. Fair? My lips twist up. But I'm pretty sure...
3! Whoa, don't forget to adjust his levels next time,
𝗪𝗶𝗆 shouts out. If things go bad, we'll all be haunting one another. Harry rolls his eyes, but sensing a story, he walks over and questions the pair as the machine recharges. The process of matter-energy transmutation isn't exactly painless, but it's not exactly painful. It happens in a flash from the inside as nerves are twisted and torn before they're transformed. My body is compressed, then thrown to the ceiling, exploding out of the planet, the solar system, then the galaxy. The entire journey out of the solar system takes only minutes as class skills warp the speed that the packets of light that are us are traveling at. We move faster than light, at least in relation to the rest of the universe. We go faster and faster, but it's still not fast enough. The galaxy is a large place after all. I'm not exactly conscious, but I'm not exactly unaware of what is happening. A portion of me, the same portion that has been enhanced, upgraded, and supported by the system, is awake and paying attention, and it notes when the shift happens. The only reason, this particular mode of transportation is viable is because of who we have in our corner. The Lord of Space and Time touches us, his legendary skill interacting with the world itself, and space folds even as time itself slows down. 20, 50, 100,000 times as fast as the speed of light. We shift across time and space, and I catch brief glimpses of the world we cross. A rotund living ship whose hyperspace organ breathes the solar winds while forming a bubble of hyperspace is gently nudged aside as we pass it. The ship cries a greeting, a bleated note that wraps us around as we fly. We slip by a planet, cutting so close to the edge of its atmosphere where flashes of light so bright that it lights the atmosphere on fire. Below us, monsters scream and cry, our passing lights making the sky burn briefly, saving a few adventurers in mid-fight by forcing a distraction. Others, caught and distracted, are sent spiraling to their deaths. A sun collapses upon itself and, incredibly dense, tears apart the fabric of the planets caught in its orbit. It pulls gas and dust to itself, and we blur through its very heart, a cluster of fast-moving light dots. The Lord's skill protects us as we enter the sun and exit in a blink. And most of all, there is the void. That deep darkness, that empty stretch of reality that is the gap between stars. We traverse it as moving dots of light, and in the infinite stretch of space, there is nothing for long hours. No souls, no matter, nothing. Nothing but mana and the system. There is a truth in there, a fabric of reality. We spin through the void as semi-sapient dots and enter Irvina without issue. Nothing bothers us. Nothing can bother us, not as we are. We enter 𝗕𝗏𝗀's solar system and slow down, slow again as we pass through one threshold after another, slow and dim, becoming no more than ghosts, just another stream of light that hits the atmosphere and shifts direction, arcing to strike the bare earth. Dots of concentrated light that plant themselves on solid earth, hovering above the ground like scattered solar seeds. We stop for a brief moment and blossom. When the screams end, my friends are less than happy with me. It takes the trio of samurai, with their basic levels of pain resistance and experience, the longest to recover. But even for me, with the shielding and experience I've gained as a heroic, the pain of dissolution and reconstruction, which only happens as we reform, is like being dipped in a sun inside out. It took me long minutes to regain my senses, to recover. It takes the others far longer.
Yeesh. It's just a matter shift,
𝗬𝗏 says, shaking his head.
There's no reason to be so dramatic.
I resummoned the spirit while I was waiting for the trio to recover. 𝗵𝘃𝗀, rather than talk to me, had stalked off into the woods we'd been deposited within, searching for something to kill, or a place to cry in private. Not sure which, nor am I intending to find out. 𝗪𝗏 is a mostly developed planet, the galactic equivalent of Great Britain. A place once filled with wildlife and untamed forests turned into idyllic pastures and sprawling dense cities. Except, of course, we're in the system, so dungeons dot the surroundings with distressing regularity. You have entered the Upset Forest Reserve, level 75+ zone. This is a curated outdoor spawning area. Access restricted. Spawning levels increase by 125%. Experience gains increase by 25%. Loot drops decreased by 50%. On top of your regular dungeons, there are also various options that allow one to manage mana flow. Designated parks and reserves help focus mana production, and because this is the system, parks are more violent and murder hobo-like. No surprise, then, when 𝗵𝘃𝗀 wanders back in from the purple and neon forest. Her ghost armor is speckled with blood and guts. She releases the skill a moment later, the semi-translucent armor disappearing from her form and allowing the gunk to fall aside before she reforms the armor around her. I've got my own soul shield up, and Harry's over in his corner, nursing a headache and delving into the neural net that surrounds the planet. He's pulling information and getting the lay of the land for us, whilst using his skill to avoid being targeted. I glance at the three samurai, still surprised they're here, but it's clear that however they feel about me, I'm secondary to their entire objective of getting closer to 𝗵𝘃𝗀, or worshipping her. In any case, their presence should hopefully be a boon. As it is, those three are finally standing and stretching, still looking a little green, or very green in 𝗧𝗪sci's case, but functional. We ready? I say.
We are, but
Harry frowns. I thought the trip would take weeks, or months.
How are we here already? It's not even a full day.
I grin at Harry while the man puts things together. It's not too hard, since he has all the pieces, but he's still a little shocked. When he mouths the word legendary, I nod. All right, so we're here. And if I'm correct, no one knows we're here. I point at the three. You all will split off. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 will give you further marching orders, but we need you to speak with other members of 𝗵𝘃𝗀's fan club.
Clan, Lord,
𝗪𝗏s corrects. And have them ready to help us. Any additional help you can find would be useful. Mercenaries are probably our best bet here, at least those we can count on.
Do you expect violence, Daimyo Lee?
𝗪𝗏 says, the tiny 𝗪𝗀zar grinning a little as she caresses the hilt of her katana. Expect? I pause, considering. Yes, but I'd like to avoid it.
What kind of mercenaries do you require, Shogun?
𝗧𝗪sci's says. What do you mean, kind? I frown. Protection? Dungeon delving teams? Occupation forces? Burn and churn? 𝗧𝗪sci says. There are multiple kinds of mercenaries, Shogun. We mean no offense by correcting you. I blink and look at 𝗵𝘃𝗀. Luckily, she cuts in with ease.
Any kind that you can hire. We'll be fighting, if we fight, in 𝗕𝗏.
So whoever you hire has to be willing to do that. Or at least take the penalties in their rating and return our deposit.
Deposit and standby fees with last-minute activation terms, 𝗧𝗪 confirms. May I suggest double penalties, on-site residence, 1-month term, auto renewal, if it pleases you, Lord Sotto?
1 month sounds about right. If anything, everything will end faster than that, so I confirm the timing with ease.
Can you hire without letting them know the final objectives?
𝗧𝗪 nods.
Of course, Shogun.
Agarhus's face scrunches up as 𝗧𝗪 continued to call me Shogun, though she doesn't object.
Mini units, especially those we'll be targeting, are used to unrevealed objectives and obscured targets.
I frown and 𝗧𝗪 grins.
They aren't the nicest group, but they understand the risks.
Fine. I wave it away. I'm not going to worry about the potential issues right now, though I'm hoping that whatever we do end up using them for, and I'm imagining some violent strikes and rescue operations, they'll manage to keep civilian casualties down. But if we're fighting in the middle of the city, there's no guarantee for that. Let's get going. The longer we're together, the more exposed you guys are. Once 𝗵𝘃𝗃 confirms my orders, the trio bows and heads off at a trot. She'll stay in contact with them, the entire clan having a secure communication to the samurai, it seems. One that she has never told me about. I wonder if it's because she never knew or was trying her best to forget. I know I'd be embarrassed to have a fan club. I wait for a few minutes, ensuring they're well and truly gone before I turn to my friends. Harry beats me to the question before I can speak.
What's your plan for us? Are we contacting Catherine?
I want to, but initially, I figure we'll make our way to the outer edges of the capital. We can lie low there. We'll see if it's possible to speak with her. My lips press together slightly before I continue. However, contacting her will be tricky.
She has skills to block tracking. As do I, Harry says.
Yeah, but I open my hand. I have a feeling the Lady of Shadows and whoever else is tracking her anyway. Then, I shrug, unsure. What the hell can I do?
One thing at a time, 𝗵𝘃𝗃 says. We need to enter the capital first.
Fair. I cock my head. 𝗁𝗍 points, offering us the direction we need to walk. There's no other way to travel, since I've been dimension-locked since the moment we arrived. And even if I could punch through, we'd alert the very people we're trying to hide from. So, walk. Or in the case of 𝗵𝘃𝗃, as she calls forth her horse, ride. Along the way, we take precautions. Skills or enchantments are triggered, hiding our statuses as well as what we look like. All little goodies we picked up at the shop just before we left or from the Eretrians. Harry's got it easiest. A few of his skills adjust how he looks and what kind of information people can get from him. 𝗵𝘃𝗃, on the other hand, has a ring that makes her look different and a skill that adjusts her status information, while I have the opposite. Once the initial skills and enchantments are in place, I take the time to play with our status information with the system edit skill. I feel my way through the data, having 𝗵𝘃𝗃 and 𝗁𝗍 repeatedly call forth my status information to get a feel of what is happening. Each time, I sense the pressure as the system bucks under my control, the flow of information and mana wanting to escape my grasp. It's only when I have a grasp of the flow, a twisting braid of multicolored streams of information that are as intricate as a Gordian knot, that I dare to edit it. It's a little like programming, but less precise, more done by feel of flowing data points than any monitor and keyboard input. The system code is, as I'd once noted, not in any known language. Worse, the same words could mean different things depending on time, context, and individual. It's only now, with my new class, that I begin to understand the intricacies of the system and the reasoning behind the shifting symbolic language. The reason why some of the code, some of the commands feel so organic, why it alters consistently, and why and where such information is stable, just not in the way we'd expect. The code, the information that those who delve into the system see, is not the true code. It's an encrypted form of data, one whose encryption constantly shifts and changes. The code underlying the layer of encryption, The way the system is built, on the other hand, is more like an actual program, but with some organic, almost living leeway built into it. By drawing forth the same commands, the same information again and again, and spying on the data flow using my skill and class, I begin to grasp the underlying true code. In doing so, it allows me to edit it with greater precision and finesse. When I'm done, we no longer have our names, classes, titles, or anything else showing up in our status information. The data mingles with the skills and enchantments that it'd take another admin to see the difference. Hours at a jog that would be faster than an all-out sprint back on pre-system Earth takes us through rough terrain. Monsters lunge for us, trying to block our way and die just as fast. A cat-like creature with extra limbs jumps at me, and I grab it by the neck, smashing it into a living tree thing. The tree breaks, as does the cat monster, and I drop a firestorm spell behind me, letting it consume the pair and the forest. The cat's a level 70 creature, with strengths in the 100 or so, and a couple hundred in agility. It is multiple times stronger than any normal human being. Even an Olympic weightlifter would be easily overpowered. But me? I can't handle it like, well, a house cat. As for the forest fire, it's of little concern. It's too damp here, too infused with mana to let it get out of control. The forest will damp it out most likely. Either that or make it grow even bigger and form a fire elemental in our wake. Either works, since I'd get a small experience payment from the fire elemental if it did form. We run, 𝗵𝘃𝗃 swinging her naginata in quick figure eights that catch leaping monsters and tear apart limbs as she leads the charge. Occasionally, she leans forward and takes a monster in the chest with the improvised lance. The extreme sharpness of the curved blade of her polearm and her use of skills more than making up for its non-optimal form for lancing. And Harry? Harry glides along on modified hover boots in the middle and completely ignored, because that's his skill, at least while he narrates a short documentary of the wildlife. His class is weird. In just under an hour, we make our way to the city of 𝗪𝗺, the closest hub city. From there, getting to the capital of 𝗪𝗏 will be simpler and mundane, or as mundane as you can get when we're discussing sci-fi fantasy travel. There are a wide variety of options for travel, from the blimp with starship thrusters to hypertube capsules that are fired through the air like artillery shells and short-range teleportation portals. There are even a few biological travel methods like olifants and trans-dimensional shades. The sheer variety is enough to make one's head explode if you think about it. Head-explodingly variable being a good way of describing cities on the planet itself. 𝗪𝗺's a riot of architecture, drawn from every fevered dream of fantasy and science fiction writers and crumpled together. Crystal buildings stand beside towering trees which entwine with the silver steel metal of living nanobuildings and system-generated ultra-burnished architecture. Walkways of glass, adamantium, and wood sway between buildings while manolites flood the shadowed ground. And the people, the sapient and some sentient members of the population, are just as varied. Not only do you have the normal array of weird-ass fantasy individuals, elves, dwarves, gnomes, halflings, orcs, rock elementals, beastkin in all shapes and types, but you've also got their companions. This far out of the capital, there seems to be a larger variety of companion classes, with the system-enabled residents riding, walking, flying, loping, and in a few cases burrowing through the city. We're also just seeing the oxygen-focused side of the city. The non-oxygen, or carbon dioxide, side, domed and protected, is even wilder. We just don't deal with them as much, and their inherent lack of representation on the council keeps them diminished in the system. It's just another way the entire thing is unbalanced, how power accrues at the top and almost constrains it there. Much of it is because of the Galactic Council themselves, who have taken pains to keep such strengths to themselves, to lengthen their lives and to concentrate experience, credits, and mana to those above. even if at times the system fights them. But it's not a hard push. The system is more concerned about overall effects, and for all that we're an important linchpin to the churn of mana to keep system mana running, we're dwarfed by the monsters and vegetation the system creates. If not for our need to continually expand, to seed planets and form space stations in the void, we might not even be anything more than a footnote in the system's calculations. Or at least, that's the feeling I get sometimes when I look at the system. Certainly, that pessimistic viewpoint is one of the leading theorems about sapient system interactions. Others are less cynical, more optimistic, pointing out that if we were that inconsequential, the Council would never be able to change the system at all. We enter the city on foot, slipping among the throng without a problem. We get a few glances, but Harry's skill, nothing to see here, keeps us from attracting too much attention. We've got enchantments altering our species, too, so we don't look like 3 humans wandering around. I guide the team with false confidence, 𝗬𝗍 feeding me directions while we stroll. More than once, we move aside as adventuring teams return from the forest, bringing with them moving pallets piled high with corpses and other loot. We're nearly at our destination when trouble comes a-calling in the shape of a 3-foot flapping, bulbous-nosed creature and his partner, a conch shell-shaped crustacean with a head that pokes out and peers at us while slimy tentacles erupt from the end of its shell. They buzz down in front of us, and when I sidestep, they move to block our way.
"Halt, adventurer! Please display your pass,"
Bulbnose says. I look up, scanning his status. 𝗪𝗿𝗄𝗪, Level 14, Bureau of Land Management Enforcer, Advanced. HP, 1,430 of 1,430. MP, 1,172 of 1,570. Conditions, Land Sense. Networked Connection. A flicker later, his status changes. 𝗪𝗿𝗄𝗪, Level 14, Irvina Ranger, Advanced. HP, 1,430 of 1,430. MP, 1,172 of 1,570. Conditions, Land Sense. Networked Connection. What the hell, 𝗬𝗍? I send to the spirit over our connection. Figured this is a little more self-explanatory. Library, remember? I actually know what he is. Having the entire damn library shoved in my head means I've got a much better idea about classes and skills than ever before. And amusingly enough, the BLM official is an actual class, one formed after centuries of bureaucratic service had solidified the hiring requirements. Now, the position itself is a class. There are entire studies based off which classes have formed in Irvina due to the ossification of its bureaucracy. Furthermore, there are even notes of the questers going out of their way to create niche jobs within the bureaucracy just to test how the system creates classes. Which is why there's a class called Galactic Stimulant, Sedative, and Psychotic Tester and Supplier, with attendant skills and progressions. Their sole job for centuries was the dispensation of the galactic equivalent of coffee, on a department level.
"Pass,"
clicks the other creature. I look at its name and its class, similar to our friend, and decide to just call it Shelley. There's no way I'm trying to pronounce the 𝗕𝗿𝗁𝗃𝗪 mess that is its name.
"Careful, we can't get another bad evaluation,"
𝗪𝗿𝗄𝗏 buzzes to his partner.
"Pass."
I'd laugh, but I'm not even sure what they mean. Luckily, Harry slides forward into the gap my silence creates.
"I'm sorry, we don't understand. What pass?"
Harry says.
"Forest Reserve Pass."
Ah, Harry scratches his head, dialing up the charm all the way. He pushes out his official press pass. I didn't even need to adjust it, since the press pass automatically shifts to keep track of Harry's current name and face. Says something about the galactic press that it's coded to do that.
"I'm sorry, it seems we did not acquire one. We were just filming a small documentary." "Then you need a Amelia Pass and an adventuring pass,"
𝗪𝗍𝗄𝗏 says. He floats over to Harry, eyeing him.
"How did you make it past the forest wardens?"
We didn't see any, I say.
"None. Impossible."
𝗪𝗁 clicks, tentacles waving furiously.
Not at all, since my friend speaks the truth,
Harry says. They've got skills running, making sure they can tell if we're telling the truth. Or close enough, I'm sure.
Impossible.
𝗪𝗁 trembles, its whole conch shivering.
Invalid entrance. Slacking duty. Destruction of colony.
Easy there, partner, easy.
𝗪𝗃 floats down to 𝗪𝗁, patting his hand on the shell.
Remember what therapist 𝗕𝗏𝘃 said? Focus on yourself and the now.
We trade glances between one another as 𝗪𝗁 slowly stops trembling. When 𝗪𝗃 turns to us, I raise an inquiring eyebrow, hoping it translates.
Don't mind my partner. He's just getting over a small incident last month.
𝗪𝗃 opens his hands and legs wide, displaying parts I didn't need to see. Not that it's arousing or anything, just weird. The lack of pants is just wrong, but different species, different needs.
I hope it didn't inconvenience you too much.
Not at all, Harry says smoothly, but we really didn't know better, and we only typed a little before we came back.
Well, that's not good. Illegal entry into the forest reserve is a crime,
𝗪𝗃 says. I find myself tensing mentally, wondering if we're going to have to kill them. Unfortunately, there's such a wide array of surveillance devices around us and people, many of whom are flowing around the small diversion we've created, that any combat will attract attention. I bite my tongue, wondering if all we've done is going to end because of a stupid pass. Well, I'm sure it's a problem, but is there something we can do? Harry says, his voice growing wheedling.
Bribe. Wrong. Corruption.
𝗪𝗁 twitches again. 𝗪𝗃's eyes narrow too. Ali floats over, waving his upper limbs. Even the spirit has changed how he looks, going for a cubic representation of himself, with 4 limbs but no real face. No, no bribe. None of us would dare bribe a Bureau of Land Management official. Ali shoots Harry a glare while he continues. But isn't this just a fine? Or something lesser we can plead to?
Fine. Imprisonment. Cleansing.
Surprisingly, Ali's eyes lock onto 𝗪𝗁.
Cleansing? Community work, 𝗪𝗃 says. In this case, there's a parasitic mold that has invaded the lower sewer system that needs to be cleansed.
Cleansed.
I assume it's affecting your friend? I nod to 𝗪𝗁, who's back to trembling.
It's, well, a delicate matter. But if you're willing to...
𝗪𝗃's eyes are levels, mine and 𝗵𝘃𝗀's in particular. I swapped out our classes for advanced ones, leaving us high-leveled, but not startling.
We could make use of you. It's a burgeoning layer, and we'll eventually get it sorted. But if we can save the department some money in hiring adventurers...
This parasite, it's new, unique, Harry says, rubbing his chin. When he gets a nod from 𝗪𝗃, Harry grins. Then we'll do it. Fine us, then assign us to this, so long as I get broadcast rights. 𝗪𝗃 hesitates, but at the clicks and chirps 𝗪𝗁 makes, he relents. A moment later, we've got a new map waypoint and 100,000 credit fine each that we can work off. Only when they've left us, heading for another group of scofflaws, aided by class skills and the omnipresent surveillance system of the city, do we dare to chat. In party chat, that is. That was nerve-wracking. But why'd you agree to the cleansing and not just pay the fine? I send. Selling the story, Harry says. Better to let them think I'm a press-hungry reporter with a couple of hires than, well, yeah, better than that. Still, I can't help but look back at the hidden forms of the enforcers and hope, because if our cover is already blown, things are going to get a lot worse. Chapter 8. Get it off me! Harry howls, twisting and scratching. The living mold thing crawls over Harry, its pink, furred, and mossy body shifting higher and higher toward his face, even as it grows from the ambient mana in the sewer system. Oh, relax. We got this. I chant another spell, sending lightning, unenhanced, but guided with my elemental affinity, roaring through the air, jumping to strike Harry and the moss before moving onward. The pink flesh crisps, the moss burning away before it flops to the ground, shocked. Flame washes over it as 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄, wielding a flamethrower backpack that we picked up just for this, finishes off the monster. We've been down here for 4 hours, working deeper and deeper into the sewer system. The sewer system that also doubles as a creche for Shelley's race and a few others. It seems the slime has taken over a few spots, destroying thousands of children. It's kind of fascinating, the way the city has managed to use their sewer system to create a biodiverse environment for some species, as well as a highly regulated and ideal environment for spawning. Well, regulated until things go wrong, as mana is wont to make happen. Harry's having the time of his life, narrating his research, giving me a glimpse of alien life that I have no desire to learn about. I might be more open-minded if the place didn't stink to high heaven and its environment wasn't caustic to our very existence. If not for systemated regeneration, we'd be piles of bones right now. Unfortunately, I only realized after we were in that I couldn't take out my HOD like I would normally without giving the game away. "Damn it! That's my 4th suit," Harry says as he clambers to his feet, his outfit burnt through, exposing his skin to the flesh-eating atmosphere. "Eh? I told you to stop changing," I say.
"Not all of us brought enchanted underwear, or are exhibitionists,"
𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄 says as she walks up to me, playing the flamethrower across the walls. She's on her 2nd suit, being one to buy better quality than Harry. There are gaps in her clothing, though, which might be interesting if I'd ever thought of 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄 that way. But really, it'd be like thinking of your sister in a sexual manner. Weird and wrong. Of course, to keep our cover, we're also keeping our better pieces of equipment hidden, along with the majority of our distinctive skills. Otherwise, we'd be done already. Really, playing as an advanced class is annoying. Hey, it was on offer. I'm surprised they had this set up, but I really can't complain. I grin and pull up the information about my clothing, even as slime drips and burns into my skin and the flesh underneath before it heals. It would be painful, if not for the significant amount of pain resistance my class offers. Well, that and my resistance to acid damage. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄𝗏 Enchanted Shock Silk Intimates, Tier 1. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄𝗏 so good, we're banned in 2,385 countries. Chosen the world over by socialites and adventurers, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄𝗏's Enchanted Shock Silk Intimates guarantee both the most comfortable, self-repairing, and cleansed undergarments, and come with lifetime access and connection to our fashion database. Effects: plus 42 defense, plus 240% resistance to physical, acid, fire, and energy damage, self-cleanse, self-mend, self-tailor, auto-fit enchantments. Attribute bonus: plus 213 charisma when seen, status effect, swagger, and well-endowed. Amusingly, among the many benefits of having entire departments devoted to handling the paladins was a sponsorship center that had managed to get 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄𝗏 to provide all the paladins with underclothes free of charge. And I'll admit, as I strut forward, there's something to be said about how comfortable it is. Almost makes one forget they're half naked in a pile of goo. Of course, after all my attribute increases and the genetic wash, I've been known to take a few moments to admire myself in the mirror. "Exhibitionist," Ollie sniffs. "But don't worry, I got all this recorded, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄𝗏. For the future." "Can't blackmail the shameless," I pipe up.
"Har! We'll see."
𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄𝗏 looks between Ollie and me, then at Harry, who is struggling to get dressed, his open, burning wounds healing over, and shakes her head. "Bacayaro." When that's not enough to relieve her feelings, she adds, "Men." Hours later, we're done. The last little bit, we'd had to pull out some bigger guns. Literally, when we made it to the pulsing heart of the mutated moss lair. It burned and choked us, and even visibly mutated as we assaulted it, the mother moss attempting to shed its vulnerability to fire, then acid, then lightning. But it was outmatched, and in the end, succumbed to a gravitic mine. There's almost no useful loot. Even the mutated mother spore drops nothing more interesting than some credits, surprisingly, and a container of body parts that 𝗀𝗍 tells me we can sell for a few thousand credits as research material. No wonder no one was doing this, I grumble as we wait for the elevator doors to open. Thankfully, cleansing ourselves of the remainder of the spores was a simple matter of spells.
Typical of living fungi. They're either gold mines of usable resources or a complete waste of time,
𝗀𝗍 says.
Cheap labor,
𝗕𝗫𝗀𝗃 grumbles.
and lousy experience too.
I nod. I think we spent more on the actual gear than we earned.
Well, if you hadn't thrown the gravitic mine at the end, we might have been up,
𝗕𝗫𝗀 points out as she walks into the elevator. I chuckle, joining her. Too true, Am. I laugh as she makes a face. Rather than go with remembering everyone's new made-up names, I've taken to using their initials, which I didn't change. Perfectly understandable on all sides.
At least you're dressed now.
Hey, if you've got it, flaunt it, I say, taking a bodybuilding pose and flexing. Harry and 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀 goggle at me, and I admit I can't help but play the fool a little more while we walk out of the elevators. We keep joking while we make our way to the nearest network connection to fill out our report and buy our berths to 𝗪𝗏. Travel to 𝗪𝗏 is cheap-ish. We take a mid-grade option, one that lets us get to the city fast, a matter of hours instead of days, considering the size of the planet, but not startlingly so. Again, perfectly in tune with the kind of advanced classers we're trying to impersonate. The blimp we board is gray and white for its body, with a dark green highlight along the metal struts that hold the airbags together. The struts and lighting strips run along the inflated body to the starship engines, where mechanics and airship crew work on the craft. We follow the system map to our private cabin. After disabling the couple of listening devices in the cabin, as well as paying for additional privacy restrictions, we relax. Not that anything we do could truly be hidden if anyone is looking at us specifically, but it's like finding information on the internet in the old ages. If you knew the website you were looking for, had its IP address or domain name, you could find it. But what if it was never linked, never indexed? Then finding it requires you to know exactly the kind of questions to ask. And we're just floating pages, one of trillions of individuals. Even if they knew to look for us initially, our journey through the artificial forbidden zone and our secret entrance makes us the equivalent of a website that changed its domain name and swapped out IP addresses without leaving an auto-forward. Can we be found? Maybe. It'd take a lot of effort, but eventually, if they swept everything, they'd find us. For now, though, so long as we don't pop up on any major security alerts, we should be invisible. And that anonymity will be our weapon. 𝗪𝗛 hells, that was tiring, I say, flopping down on a nearby couch. It conforms to me, leaving me staring at my friends as they make their own ways to their seats.
Acting like a fool?
𝗀𝗍 asks. Funny. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀 smiles slightly before she grows serious, 𝗕𝗏𝗀𝗃 appearing in her hands. She strokes the shaft of her weapon. It's an unconscious motion, a comforting one for her.
What do we do now?
We get to 𝗪𝗏. We find a place to rest. Then carefully, we look for a way to contact Catherine, I say.
How?
𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀 says. I turn to look at Harry, curious if he has any suggestions. The Brit snorts when he spots me looking at him, but then falls silent as he contemplates my question.
Exactly,
𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀 says, her voice growing heavy.
I'm not sure what we're doing, John. Or what even we can do. This isn't a bunch of hopped-up corporations or an empire. This is the Galactic Council.
Scared? I say, a little surprised.
Not for us.
She waves between her and me. Hey, 𝗀𝗍 says, realizing he's not being included.
But they're targeting Earth, too. They're trying to take away its seat. They're attacking our friends. And we've got a plan, you say, but it's not enough. Because it only solves the short-term problem, and it doesn't deal with...
𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀 waves at me over my head. I'm surprised to see 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀 say this out loud. She's often silent about her doubts, and it's rare to see her vulnerable. Then again, it's one thing to risk your life. It takes a different kind of courage, or a painful lack of empathy, to risk the lives of others. Truthfully, I'm not sure. I frown, leaning back. Not in the long term. Not yet. I exhale, harshly, forcing myself to breathe, to circulate oxygen that I don't need because I have to. Maybe I do need to talk to the administrators, but if so, it's obvious the discussion has to be somewhere. I trail off, unsure of what to say. Somewhere secure, probably, that they control, or I do. Problem is, they could have just contacted me if they wanted to talk. Unless there's a reason they didn't, and if so, I don't know what it is. No matter what I do, no matter how much I test the skill, the class, or push at the library, there's nothing. But we need to sort this issue about Earth's seat first. After that, I sigh. After that, we'll have to get them to focus on us. I pause. Me. The pair nod. Knowing my secret, they realize what I'm trying to imply. That I'll have to chat with the council eventually, somehow. Figure out a way to have a discussion without being caught or locked down. If it is a discussion they want, which I doubt. Their actions are impetuous, weird. If they just wanted to speak, a simple message would have sufficed. If they wanted me dead, they could have acted immediately and ended me, used assassins. This makes no sense. Unless they're conflicted about their response, or have other restraints I don't know of. Or maybe they're just trying to deal with more than one issue at a time, and this gives them a convenient excuse to finish off Earth. Harry nods. So firstly, contact Catherine silently, work out who she needs, then try to convince them to help, or dissuade our detractors. I pull out a piece of chocolate, this one gold foil wrapped, and chew. I dismiss the minor mental buff it gives, instead enjoying the warm gooiness and the thickness as it lies on my tongue. When I clear my throat, the pair stare at me. I think we might want to look at it the other way. Instead of bribing or cajoling people, we play the other side of the coin. We try to dissuade those who are going after Earth from voting. Maybe have them abstain. There are a few raised eyebrows, but I hold up my hand. Listen, we got the Eretrians, and I'll speak with the Duchess. But otherwise, what do we have? Have? 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 says. Boyle means leverage, right? At my nod, 𝗲𝗊𝗍 continues. Political, social, economic leverage. Not Earth, just us. Silence is all that greets his words. For all that we might be high-leveled or dangerous on an individual basis, we are also in many ways unremarkable. Like most adventurers, we pour most of our credits into building ourselves up rather than building an economic engine. We have little true political power. Sure, I help the Eretrians, and there's some leverage there, but it's leverage I've already tapped. Pushing further is probably a bad idea. The current Empress is less predisposed to like me than the Empress apparent. Socially, we have some strength individually. Harry has his fans and subscribers, his sources and contacts. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 has her fan club, but compared to the social strength of a single planet, laughable. We have you, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 says, her eyes floating above my head to where my heroic status sits. No title, no accomplishment from the system for it, but a heroic class, even one that's broken, like me, is still a power. Yeah, exactly. A threat. Using me as a rogue element, just as we did before. Someone who can go out of his way to find, hunt, and kill those who would act against us. But if we can do that, so can our enemies. And taking that step might be one too far. With that doer thought, we fall silent. Of course, we don't sit there in silence, mulling over our lack of options. Harry does as he promised and researches Earth's opponents, working with 𝗲𝗊𝗍 to get a detailed analysis of the problem. 𝗲𝗊𝗍's also carefully accessing information about Earth and Catherine's status, looking for public data about her. We know where she and the surviving embassy personnel are living, but figuring out a way to contact her is the tricky part. Thankfully, details about her aren't particularly hard to find. You sure this is accurate? I raise an eyebrow, staring at the garish newspaper that fills my vision. It's displayed via my neural link and one of a dozen different tabloids that 𝗲𝗊𝗍 made me download. The one I'm regarding has a photo of Catherine on the arm of a rather robust gentleman who looks like a cross between a warthog and an anime character, in the galactic equivalent of his suit, which involves lots of flowing tails and a hovering set of cloth-like wings.
100%. Ms. Ward and the 𝗧𝗪cie 𝗪𝗃 are an item,
Ollie confirms. And they're going out.
Yep.
In public, I verify.
And canoodling.
Canoodling?
PDA, getting handsy, making the little spirit pay respects to the mother spirit.
That... I shake my head, refusing to be distracted. Is it safe?
Why shouldn't it be?
Ollie retorts. Because they killed Phil.
He's not her,
Ollie says.
Officially killing the actual delegate is a major no-no. Unofficially, they might go after her, but you heard what Bolo said about anarchy. It might also stop you, boyo, from coming to Irvina. Anyway, no one's taking pot shots and potentially hitting the 𝗧𝗪cie 𝗪𝗃.
And why's that, I say, only to catch 𝗕𝗃𝗃𝗁 muttering baka in my direction before returning to her research. I glance over, but she's focused on her own notification, so I leave her be. She's got the job of working out potential vulnerabilities between our enemies, specifically looking at those who voted against us before. If she can find a few we can convince to not vote against us, even if it means being neutral, that's as good as a vote for us. After all, while I might think of it as a specific vote, it's more a dedication of resources. So, they're all already inclined to not paying the system mana to make any particular vote workable, since they'd then be less able to influence the next vote. In fact, a few planets have been known to not vote at all, abstaining, but holding the possibility of using their entire accumulated system voting mana at one time as a way to get what they want. Of course, it's a dangerous game to play, since once it's all used up, their bullet is wasted. And there's always the danger of conquest, but some still dare.
Because he's the heir,
Ollie says slowly and clearly. You keep saying that. Ollie throws up his hand.
Listen to me carefully. 𝗧𝗪cie 𝗪𝗃.
I open my mouth to scold Ollie, but that's when the damn library in my head kicks off. I don't fade out. I don't lose sense of my surroundings, but I still get the download. Heirs. A special class within the system. Not always guaranteed to be given, not always available, and it is, in many cases, a crappy class. It doesn't give you skills for combat or even artisan-type skills. It is, however, extremely useful for survivability. The 3 pillars of the heir class revolve around survival skills, increases in attributes, increases in resistances and immunities to poison and the like, networking skills, including aura skills and reputation bonus upgrades, and retribution skills. Like the penultimate skill of the basic class under the retribution side for the 𝗧𝗪cie 𝗪𝗃. No insult unpaid. Level 1. A 𝗧𝗪cie does not condone insults. He does not allow those who have stained his honor or offered harm to him or his personnel to escape without retribution. Only proper recompense will see the ending of the feud with the 𝗧𝗪cie. Mana regeneration decreased by 5 permanently. Effect. An insult marker is applied to each individual who insults or otherwise provokes the 𝗧𝗪cie 𝗪𝗃. Each insult marker decreases cost of tracking spells, information purchases, and retributive skills by 20%. Mark may only be dismissed by the heir or those of higher status than the 𝗧𝗪cie 𝗪𝗃.
And the 𝗧𝗪cie are old money, as you humans might say,
Ollie says.
Powerful private corporation with its own guild, security force, and leveling teams. They keep things in-house for the most part, leveling the heirs, capital H or not, in safety. Then they switch over classes when they've hit the required level.
Ollie shrugs.
At least some of them. Some take a more active part in their own leveling.
I see the threat this can create. Getting rid of a marker like this must be difficult, and if they're old enough money, they're just as likely to kill those who insult them as listen to excuses. Scorched earth tactics are a favorite of the old families, especially against contractors. It helps keep things civilized. I frown. Why is she dating him?
Nice thighs?
Ollie offers. But, Mikito corrects, then tilts her head as she considers the picture. Thighs are pretty good too. Seriously. Ollie drops the humor, flicking his fingers. A picture of Earth shows up, then it shifts. Small flags appear all across the globe as he continues.
Those cities have all special sponsored links from the 𝗧𝗪cie Corporation to the default shop, as well as sponsored ads and sales prices for direct system-bought items.
They can lower the cost via sponsorship? I say, surprised. Another flicker of Ollie's fingers, and this time, small containers appear across the globe. Not as many by far, but some are in the middle of the ocean, surprisingly enough.
Teleport and storage locations. If you get them close enough and provide the right kind of tech, you can lower teleport cost from the system.
Smart, I praise. Ollie nods.
The 𝗧𝗪cie Corporation was the one that came up with the idea and exploited it, building out their teleport platforms near the start of the system. Since then, they've kept their first mover advantage.
So you think he's helping her? Letting her meet who she needs in public while ostensibly dating her? Ollie nods. I consider the possibilities. If they're in public, there'll be more eyes on them. At the same time, the heir is rich enough that their social schedule will likely be extra secure. That's the thing about the capital. Everyone's so used to clandestine meetings, most upscale locations have their own safe rooms. Never mind the more downscale ones I've used before. And it might be safer to meet them in public than try to do so at their residence. That's definitely going to be watched. Find out their social schedule. We'll try to do a meetup that way, I say. In the meantime, while the others work on the problem for Earth, I focus my attention on the Council. The inner council of the Galactic Council, the 9 or so permanent seats that make up the ruling council. They run everything on a day-to-day basis, and they're the ones most likely to view me as a problem. 9 individuals. Of the major political factions in the system, only the Galactic Edge and Artisans have seats as a faction. The Trinars sit for the Galactic Edge, the expansionist group, while an old 𝗪𝗔𝗍 sits for the Artisans. The tree-like humanoid creature is one of the longest-serving members of the council, and probably could hold his position by sheer virtue of strength and reputation alone if he sought it. Neither the traditionalists nor the Fist hold position on the council as a faction. You could say it's a weakness of their own philosophies, or just an argument about how long they've been around as factions, requiring them not to have a grouped block to give them strength. On top of that, we've got the Eritrean and Movana representatives, who are just that, representatives. Of the remaining 5, they sit on the council as independents, powers in themselves, or for the planets they rule. The Weaver is one. His body is bloated in the picture I've got, but his eyes, 7 eyes on his face, another 2 that rise on tentacles from his forehead, draw attention. Fingers, long and nimble, twist and twitch, spasm in never-ending movement. Rumors are that he weaves fates in his fingers constantly, altering destinies of peasants and legendaries with as much disregard. The Lady of Shadows, she who few dare name, is another. Their intelligence asset? Their legendary spy master. There are too many stories about her, many conflicting. Even her gender is in dispute, for information on one whose entire class is focused upon cloaking and information dispersal cannot be trusted, not even in the smallest detail. The dragon, oldest of its kind, supposedly. It rarely shows up at meetings, rarely chooses to involve itself. It flies between stars, deep within the Forbidden Zone, as large as Jupiter itself, a monstrous creature whose level is known to have breached at least 500, maybe more. 𝗪𝗍. Yes, that 𝗪𝗍, the one who runs the largest arms manufacturing company in the galaxy, ruler of multiple manufacturing planets, the Merchant of Death. He's just as bad as the dragon, always in the Forbidden Zone, though he turns up for meetings more often. When he's not around, his daughter Nanaya sits in his place. Like him, she's a legendary, though she's less direct warfare, a creature of deadly beauty and duels. And finally, there's the Emperor. If you're unkind and feeling particularly secure, the Emperor of Nothing, or Emperor of Ruins, for his empire is gone, his people scattered. He rules over nothing and no one, for the system has taken it all from him. And yet, he still lives, wizened, ancient. He looks like an angel if your vision of an angel includes 4 wings, a pair of eyes on the end of his hands, and a blank, featureless face. 9 individuals. Sometimes there are more, sometimes less. You get your seat by strength of arms, by influence, by acknowledgement. Any who desire a seat on the inner council may do so, and if they choose wrongly, they die. Some last a few years, others a few centuries. These are the people who would have started the problems with Earth. Except something tells me it's not all of them. The secret of my class, of being an administrator, isn't something so easily bandied about. There have been hints, both in passing and in the library, that there is another circle, another group that rules, made up of legendaries and, I must assume, administrators. I need to figure out those names, but since I have only the main council to go from, I start there. I kick off the Eritrean and Movana representatives from consideration. They don't matter. The Nangmai might know about us administrators, but he's well known to not dabble too greatly in politics. A neutral party, looking out for artisans. Maybe an ally in that sense, but probably not. That leaves pretty much the named individuals. The Lady of Shadows and Lies is the obvious first choice. Hiding a secret means she's part of it. The others are harder to tell. I'd guess Ares is out. He's a known meathead, and this seems above his pay grade. On the other hand, he's a legendary. It's hard to get that far by being a complete idiot. And he has a daughter who is smarter than he is. The dragon might be part of whatever inner circle there is that knows the secret. And the Emperor. Both are old enough that if they were searching for secrets, or through blind luck, they might have stumbled onto this knowledge. The rest, though? The Weaver is a quester, or at least partial to us, or was, or maybe just out for the highest bidder. I don't know. It's hard to say with his history. He is what I would consider a moderate ally on the council, if I have one. I doubt he's in the inner circle, though, or he wouldn't be a quester anymore. Then again, like my society's web skill, his own skills in class might give him a head start on such secrets. When you're looking at the threads of society or fate, some secrets reveal themselves to you inadvertently. But those are all guesses. The problem with a secret organization is that it's secret, and guessing might be a problem if I try to contact the wrong person. As I dig into stories about each council member, trying to find a clue, a detail that might interact with what I know, what the library might contain, a loud beep startles us all. Hours have passed without us realizing it, and we're finally here. In 𝗪𝗏 once again. We stand and walk toward the exit, ready to enter our enemy's lair. And if we're flies heading in to see the spider, I just hope we're mutated flies, or else this will end badly. Chapter 9. Finding a place to lay low is easy enough. Hundreds of residences have been set up to handle the floating population of adventurers, businessmen, and artisans. So many adventurers only come to 𝗪𝗏 for a short while to run a few specific dungeons before moving on. 𝗪𝗏 itself has not changed much, being made of multiple ring districts. The first ring is where the Galactic Council holds its meetings, and the core of the city is within. Each ring from there grows in size and decreases in security. This time around, we end up in the 6th ring. Far enough away that we're out of sight and a little on the lower end for advanced adventurers, but not uncommon. It's also only a short flight into the 2nd or 3rd ring if we want to meet with Catherine and the socialites. Travel through the towering skyscrapers and myriad building designs of the city is as eclectic as the system. Some people fly on their own power. Others take the flying vehicles or creatures that ply the air, while transit options, in terms of vacuum-filled bullet trains, take the masses. For the most part, the plan is to take automated vehicles, since Harry and I have had bad experiences with mass transportation. The residence we rent is the galactic equivalent of a 4-bedroom condominium, the last bedroom adjusted to be a sparring ring. We pay a slight premium for such a residence, but again, nothing too surprising. Once we're in, we sweep the place for bugs, plant our own, and boost the security of the residence with a variety of pre-purchased items. Everything from talismans on walls to increase their durability and shielding spells to prevent spying, as well as a few discreet nanoformed energy turrets. Once we're settled, Harry makes his way out to meet with some of his contacts. For the reporter, many of his sources will only speak with him in person, which leaves 𝗵𝘃𝗃 and myself to get in contact with Catherine. And thankfully, Ollie's found a decent option tonight, even if it's not what I'd expect. A gallery opening? I mutter, staring at the brochure and a pair of tickets the spirit has managed to score for us.
Not just any gallery opening. It's 𝗧𝗍𝗁𝗀𝗀's gallery opening,
Ollie snaps. When I shrug, he rolls his eyes.
Philistine. 𝗧𝗍𝗁 hasn't had a showing in 3 decades.
I shrug again.
There was an old work of his in my latest arena title defense. Meditating before it for a half-hour gave me a bonus to my attributes and an additional passive defense skill, 𝗵𝘃𝗃 says. 1 with air.
1 with air, level 1, basic. Legend has it that the first wind sylphs taught 𝗪𝗪𝗀, the martial warrior of air and void, this skill directly before the advent of the system. When his planet was integrated, 𝗪𝗪𝗀 gained his unique class and this skill, allowing him to float between the attacks of the monsters that dared to populate his planet. Reduces mana regeneration by 5 permanently. Effect: increases dodge skill by 20. Increases environmental perception by 50, and allows 1 use of Peerless Dodge every 10 minutes. Peerless Dodge effect: increases dodge ability by 200 for 1 attack.
I note the lack of a capital S on the skills, meaning that the increases are all effectively making someone better at dodging and perceiving the world, rather than actively manipulating reality. It's a fine distinction, and there's an argument for skills that affect skills. After all, for someone like 𝗵𝘃𝗃, who relies on mundane skill to cross the threshold of raw power, the boost could make a big difference. Then again, raw power has a quality of its own. A face-smashing quality. Do you lose mana regeneration because of the bestowed skill? I ask. It's the first I've heard of an artifact from an artisan providing not just regeneration or attribute buffs, but a passive skill buff.
No,
𝗵𝘃𝗃 says.
But the buff is often short-term. In this case, only 20 minutes.
More than long enough for an arena battle. Not so much if you were crafting. Though I guess if you were crafting, you might be able to put his artwork in front of you and get the boost anyway. Huh. What level of work was it? I ask.
Heroic.
Of course it is. I rub my chin, considering. I mean, I do have an altered storage space. If I could slip one of the works into it and stare at it before a fight, an extra skill would be nice, even if it is a basic skill. All right. So we do the gallery opening. We find a place to talk to Catherine in the gallery and hopefully find out who we can target. Sounds simple enough?
You had to say that, didn't you?
Ollie says, and I wince. Oops. Getting into the 3rd ring requires a little work on my side, an adjustment on the pass restrictions that we received upon arriving in Yrvina. The ones we originally received allow us to the 4th ring at most, and that with an additional payment. A minor push with the system edit skill changes them so that we can enter the 3rd ring without issue, and the 2nd with a permit request. The actual editing of our passes takes a bit, partly because whoever designed the system for verification is paranoid. There are multiple safeguards in place, including a check against a central database, none of which I'd have known except for the fact that we had our previous permits. Using that as the basis for our amended permit, I was able to do the system equivalent of hack the various databases. Wielding the system edit skill is painful, as it floods my body with system mana. Each time I try to read anything, try to edit anything, I need to call that particular piece of code into my very body before I can begin the process. It's painful and drains me of mana at an astounding rate, but I get the job done. Once I'm finished, I verify that I'm not being logged before I move on. Thankfully, whoever decided to create admin positions as classes didn't also include a logging function, at least not for our actual use of skills. It's an interesting factor, meaning that once you change something, unless you keep track of the changes yourself, it's never possible to go backward. Of course, I've got so many restrictions on what I can see or edit that this might only be for non-essential areas. As I continue to play with my skill, I learn the extent of my influence, and unsurprisingly, it's nowhere as large or wide as I'd like. I do wonder how much of that is because I'm a junior administrator, and how much is because I've only got access to a single skill thus far. Questions, questions, questions. "Wake up, boyo," Ollie sends. I look up in time for the private bubble car to slide to a halt beside the building. I resolutely don't look down, since the floor is transparent and there are thousands of meters beneath my feet. The gallery we're visiting is expensive, which means it's located high up in galactic society parlance. In short order, we step out and join the small line of visitors. Wind catches and tugs at our clothing, threatening to blow us off the long balcony leading to the entrance proper with each gust. The constant hum and hiss of arriving, flying cars floats down from the roof where the rich and powerful arrive and mixes with the whir of constant video recordings. Muffled words, shouts, arrive in broken sentences before another twist of the wind carries the words away. Along with the noise and the cold of the altitude, there's the smell. It's floral with a hint of salt and thyme, piped into the open-air bay we stand in, along with a touch of heat to keep the place from being completely inhospitable. Most of those who stand here don't seem bothered. I let my gaze flick across the numerous well-dressed individuals, and let me tell you, what is considered well-dressed in galactic society is jaw-droppingly varied due to the mixture of cultures, and pick out the varied methods used to deal with the cold and winds. Enchantments, glowing to provide strength and warmth, deceptively light cloth or fur taken from creatures in cold dungeons that negate thermal penalties, spells wrapped around auras, and in a very few cases, like the pair of us, just incredibly high constitutions. In fact, lack of clothing and protection seems to be as much a statement as the expensive materials some people wear. And while most of the clothing is civilian in form, in function, it could easily work as combat wear. Bonuses to constitution, strength, agility are all in play, as well as the softer attributes. The most expensive pieces of equipment even boost aura skills. "Does no one understand subtlety?" 𝗵𝘃𝗀 mutters. Standing in line, we're buffeted by multiple auras, pheromone and scent-based attacks, and charisma-based enchantments. I grunt in reply, handing our pair of tickets to the crocodile-like humanoid attendant. Ollie, even when pressed, refused to admit how he got those tickets on such short notice. I'm somewhat concerned, but considering we've been here before, I take it on good faith they didn't come with too many strings attached. "Flaunting your power is important," Ollie says in a not-so-quiet whisper, "especially since you can't do it inside." "Why not?" I say, surprised as I take the tickets back. I step forward only to halt as the crocodile speaks. His voice grates and hisses, but it's also surprisingly well enunciated.
"Aura skills would affect the artwork, especially in large numbers."
"Ah," I nod. "Thank you." And then on a whim, I offer him a hand and send over a credit tip when he takes it. The crocodile man grins and leans down, whispering,
"If you speak to 𝗕cie on the third landing, let him know 𝗕ጽ says you're good people and to let you in."
I blink, but nod in thanks before moving away from the crocodile. Staying too long would make too big a scene. As it is, our clothing is close enough to being high quality, but I have a feeling close isn't exactly sufficient. As we head in, I can't help but ask 𝗁𝗐 for clarification.
Private viewing. There's the kind of place you get in if you're invited. They'll have the better pieces in there, or the stuff that has been pre-sold but the buyers still want to show off,
𝗁𝗐 says. I crane my neck upward as we wander into the gallery proper. The entire thing takes up 3 stories, with a central open-air area and wide, winding ramps that snake around the periphery. Along the walls, and sometimes smack dab in the middle of the ramps themselves, are the art pieces. Now what? 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄 says, as we stare at the central piece, joining the audience. The central piece reminds me of modern art, if modern art was sculpted in light and sound, in taste and mana. It's impossible to see it fully without mana sense, and even then, the more you stare, the more is revealed as the sculpture shifts and changes. Eventually, though, there's a pattern to the movement, a story perhaps, or just guided fluctuations in mana. We look around, and maybe buy something, I say to 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄 as we continue to stare at the artwork. More than a few sapients stop and regard the work. Some take to the sky floating above us. After a few minutes of regard, I get the buff that increases my perception by tens of points, and even gives me a passive skill effect for the next hour that extends my physical senses and my concentration levels. Nothing more than a basic skill, but I could see a corporation purchasing something like this and leaving it in their lobby to give their employees a boost. Idly, I look at the price of the piece and choke. You could buy a damn warship with that, I splutter. My outraged utterance gets more than a few disdainful looks and one fart noise from a ball-like creature. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄 rolls her eyes while 𝗁𝗐 is clutching his sides, rolling around in the air as I finally realize how expensive this work really is. You knew, I state flatly to 𝗁𝗐, dropping my voice as we head away.
Oh yeah, boyo,
𝗁𝗐 sniffs.
This is artwork made by a heroic class artist. Of course it's expensive.
I can't help but shake my head as we make our way up one of the ramps. My minor outburst is thankfully soon forgotten. As we regard more of the pieces, I realize they're not all that expensive. Still stupidly so. The cheapest and smallest piece is still in the tens of millions of credits, but not warship-level expensive. Still out of my price range, anyway. As we walk along, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄 and I do our best to blend in. Unsurprisingly, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄 does better than I do. She's a little more socially savvy than me. She knows how to blend in, become part of the crowd. I've rarely had the chance to do so. Not in these kinds of circles, at least. It's a novel sensation, being relatively unknown. I actually don't mind it. It's a little reminder of my forgotten humanity, of a time when I was your basic geeky programmer. Infamy was never something I cared about, except as a tool. There's also something weird about wandering through an art gallery when you're public enemy number 1, knowing that if you're caught, chances are it's the end of it all. Thankfully, nervousness from being an outlaw and nervousness at being in a social situation is all the same. The artwork is varied, mostly sculptures of one form or another, but in detail, it's different. The artist is working in multiple dimensions, not just within simple sight, but sound, smell, mana, time, and sometimes even pure chaos. Something made of stone twists and turns, rising up in the sky before swooping down, a never-ending spiral whose lines make you fall with your eyes into a blank hole in its center that becomes something. An exhibit so hidden that you're not entirely sure what it is you're seeing. You smell it, leaning forward, then it's gone. Another notification, another boost. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄 moves differently than I do. I stop regarding each work for a bit, watching the various visitors dart about the gallery, paying attention to the works until I get a bonus, then I move on. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄, on the other hand, brushes past the vast majority of the work, only pausing once in a while to fall into deep thought before a piece. She's specific in her taste, whereas I'm dabbling. And in the midst of all of this, attendants move with drinks, snacks, and notepads. Waiters feed us while salespeople try to talk up each particular work. After the first one I decline, they leave me alone. In fact, they hover around 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁, almost as if they can sense that she's more of an opportunity than myself. I have to admit, after staring at the prices, I've lost any interest. Frankly speaking, I'd rather pay for pre-made foods from master classers to give me a boost than run around with artwork. Consumables are still expensive, but overall cheaper. Not that I bother too often. Alchemists can generally generate the same effects with potions at a lower cost. Though if you really want to min-max, you could consume both, since they're often separate stacking bonuses. I know some of the more focused individuals do that, and while I'm not opposed to bonuses, the issue is cost, supply, and reliance. Grow too reliant on something that costs too much, and when you don't have it, your entire performance level drops. It's kind of like doping in the pre-system world. Sure, you can dope and you can do well, even better than your competitors. But what if you get caught or have to stop? The withdrawals and lack of ability afterward is significant as you retrain. In either case, we make our way up the art gallery until we arrive at the doors of the VIP section. Ollie's been paying attention to the guests, but thus far, Catherine and her date have yet to make an appearance. We've been delaying our movements as long as possible, hoping she'll come out and see the rest of the exhibition, but it seems they've chosen to hang out with the VIPs, leaving us to wait. It's frustrating, but luck is with us since we have a way in. A little more credits, a smile, and a good word gets us in where we weren't meant to be. Though I assume to some extent there are exceptions already built in socially for cases like this. I can't help but wonder how much of our entrance is because of luck or charisma, how the system gently nudges things when it needs.
Oh, this is much more like it,
Ollie crows and darts over to the VIP buffet table. I look it over and wince, since this is a galactic event. The offerings are wide-ranging, from meats of identifiable, read with bodies and heads attached, and unidentifiable variety, as well as other forms of consumables. There are crystalline rods filled with raw mana, electricity, and radioactive material. There are swirling globes of smoke that can be broken open and sniffed, and glass flutes of liquid nourishment. While I'm pretty open about food I'm willing to eat, I do draw the line at sapient creatures, which, in a few cases, are displayed on the buffet table. There are even a few living creatures, pain receptors neutered via skills and technology that are ready to be consumed. Ollie sweeps in, grabbing hold of one of the crystalline rods. He proceeds to open his mouth wide, swallowing the rod and the sparkling energy within in a sword-swallowing act that would win awards. For a moment, his tiny form shifts colors, growing more solid and opaque before he stabilizes.
Whoa! Good stuff!
I snort and almost miss the waiter who replaces the energy flute. There's enough food on the hovering multi-tiered tables to feed every single visitor in the gallery 3 times over. But the gods forfend that it look as if they might run out. "Gallery," 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 says, elbowing me in the side. I bring my attention back to the gathering and blink when I realize more than a few eyes are fixed upon us. More than one gaze is filled with disdain, and for the bodyguards, professionals' suspicion. I wave, offering them a weak grin. "Aye?" Thankfully, my smile and greeting seems to diffuse the situation. Not so much because it's what is expected, but because they automatically label us as hicks and proceed to ignore us. Of course, that doesn't let us off entirely. A quartet of uniformed security personnel sweep in, their fixed stares daring us to try to run. "Oi! Find Catherine, fast!" I send to Ollie, while sweating mental bullets. The spirit does a little bob and freezes in place, flicking through sensor data. There's no real danger in getting my ass kicked, but any altercation will lead to our identities being revealed, and that, more than anything else, is what I intend to avoid. "Evening, gentle people," I say when they close. Of course, gentle people isn't the exact word I use in Galactic. The closer translation is something like worthy and honored sapiens, but gentle people is much nicer. The four that close in on us are made up of 3 𝗪𝗪𝗀, 2 men and a woman, and a single crystalline figure. It moves with a grace that belies its appearance, more liquid rock than sharp-edged body. It's the living crystal that speaks. "Passez, please." I give them a smile and extract our tickets, handing over the 2 slips. Crystal takes one look at them and hands them back to me, its voice still pleasant. "These are for the general viewing floor." "There's more than one kind of floor?" I give them big eyes. "I didn't know. But the works here look so much nicer."
"How did you acquire these tickets?"
Crystal says, not at all affected by my poor attempt at charming them. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 steps up next to me and places an arm around mine, almost leaning into me and giving them a cool smile at the same time. "My husband's spirit took care of it. We don't really bother with such trivial things."
"And what do you bother with?"
Crystal says, its gaze sweeping over us and our clothing. Thankfully, with so many individuals, high culture for clothing isn't so much a specific type of style, and more to do with cut and expense. Still, I'm getting the feeling that our attempt at fitting in is insufficient.
"And why would that matter?" 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 says archly. "We're here to view 𝗧𝗰𝘃𝗀𝗁's work, not answer to impertinent questions."
"Found her. And contacting?" Crystal glowers at her words.
"Below it might not matter, but this portion of the event is exclusive, reserved for those who have the right levels or connections."
I wonder then if perhaps we had been found out from the very beginning. Did I insult the man below? Offer too little a bribe? Did I make a misstep then? Or was it now when 𝗀𝗍 acted like a bore? Or myself when I said hi? Should I have just strutted in as if I owned this place? Perhaps. Spending years, nearly a decade, killing monsters, fighting master class and higher enemies has done little to aid my social acumen. I was never a socialite, but a simple programmer, and not even that successful a one. Parties like this, where I start out of my element, just means I sink faster.
"Well, I've never been so insulted."
𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 tilts her chin higher, staring down her nose at Crystal, who seems unperturbed by her actions. But I also note Crystal and its people don't seem worried either. They're treating us like party crashers, not true threats.
"You may complain to my manager if you wish,"
Crystal says as he steps forward, a glittering, clawed hand sweeping to point at the door behind us.
"𝗀𝗍,
Catherine says go. And wait." When 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 opens her mouth to protest further, I tug on her arm gently and step back. She turns and glares at me while I lower my voice, low enough to be a whisper, even if I know anyone here would hear it if they bothered. Damn perception increases. "Let's not cause a scene, dear. We couldn't afford the pieces in here anyway," I say.
"That's not the point,"
𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 says. "The point will be them tossing us out physically if we don't move." 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 sniffs again and detaches herself from my arm. She stalks out the door, and I turn to the group, offering them an open-handed and sheepish shrug. I can't read Crystal, but I catch a flicker of amusement among the 𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗃 guards. Outside, the pair of us move away from the doorway, down to a mostly empty landing where a twisted sculpture, when viewed, gives a bonus to intelligence, specifically, mental arithmetic calculations. It also is made up of some annoyingly high-pitched auditory passages. It's one of the least popular showings because of that. "So, that went well," I say, leaning in to speak with 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁.
"It did not,"
she replies, her voice still heated.
"You always embarrass me like that."
"Oh, I do I?" I say, as if I wanted to come to these things.
"Keep your voice down. They're still watching us,"
𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 says. "And why should I care?" 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 growls and turns away, breaking off eye contact with me and looking instead ostensibly at the big centerpiece. I sniff, staring at her back, and turn to view a smaller piece, watching as 𝗀𝗍 floats down to me. He's been ejected from the room too, though he took his time leaving.
Nicely done. People are looking away for the most part,
𝗁𝗍 confirms.
You think we're good? Mostly. Catherine's on her way, so just play the stricken lovers for a little more.
We still need a place to meet, in private, I point out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
I snort, then rub my ears. Hopefully the woman arrives soon, because there's only so long I want to listen to this buzzing. Chapter 10. Rather than meet us directly, Catherine sends a waiter who directs us to the top of the gallery. We cross by the stone-faced guard of the VIP room, who refuses to look at us, and end up in a smaller room, one whose doors slide open and shut behind us, leaving behind the waiter who escorted us. Lights flicker on, and I find myself regarding a miniature city that dominates the room. I frown, walking forward and cocking my head, struck by the incongruity of the piece. What the hell is this? I mutter. There are even tiny figures, barely half an inch tall, who I could almost swear are alive, so lifelike are their motions. If not for the lack of any differentiation in the mana flows through them, I would never have guessed them to be tiny golems. The next showing, Catherine's voice cuts in. I turn, spotting her emerging from another doorway, and take a moment to assess the woman. She's looking good for her age, not seeming to have aged a day since I first met her 9 years ago. Her hair might be a little paler and grayer, the eyes a little harder, but she's still the middle-aged secretary who'd introduced herself to me when I took over Vancouver. A miniature city, one that depicts life as it could be, or should be. There are a few more such cities, each revolving around another race, another political system. If you watch them long enough, you can see them play out day-to-day lives. Revolutions and wars and social unrest, and then peace again, or never-ending war, Catherine says. So, a real work of art, not a toy for skills, 𝗵𝘃𝗀 says, walking over to Catherine. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 hesitates for a second when she gets close, but Catherine doesn't, throwing her hands around 𝗵𝘃𝗀 and giving her a hug that the little Japanese woman returns. Into her neck, 𝗵𝘃𝗀 mutters, "It's good to see you. And you. I've been watching your fights." "You have? Of course. You've got quite a following on Earth too, you know," Catherine says, making 𝗵𝘃𝗀 blush. She hangs her head while Catherine lets her go and smiles. "You've done well." 𝗵𝘃𝗀 steps back, shifting back to her impenetrable mien. To everyone but me, it'd be easy to miss the flush of happiness she is doing her best to hide. "And you've made trouble," Catherine says, her voice growing colder as she faces me. "I didn't mean to this time," I say, offering an explanation. Catherine snorts, taking the couple of steps needed to close in on me and give me a hug. "Whatever, you idiot." I hug her back, but I don't take my eyes off the fourth person in the room. Not that the hug is as long or as personal as the one she gave 𝗵𝘃𝗀. Unlike Lana and 𝗵𝘃𝗀, I barely spent any time with Catherine before I was thrown into the Forbidden Zone. It's a good thing the hug's over quickly, since our silent watcher is hanging back and looking grumpy, hiding in the shadows, as if he could hide. Considering he's neither human nor expected, the 𝗧𝗪cie 𝗪𝗪 is like a 6-foot-tall man in a child's ballet class. Like the picture I saw, he's dressed in a mixed robe and ribbon outfit, with tails that float behind him, wings and ribbons twisting in a non-existent wind. The colors of his clothes and ribbons are myriad, shifting through the colors of the rainbow and yet coordinating with one another. Still, the warthog humanoid is distinctly inhuman as dark eyes stare at me, its pupils almost lost in the shadows of its overhanging eyebrows. 𝗵𝘃𝗪, 38th heir of the 𝗧𝗪cie clan, warden of the 11th ward of 𝗬𝗼, 𝗪𝗏𝘃𝗪 of the Rock clan, corporate raider, 𝗧𝗪cie 𝗪𝗪, level 19, master, HP 2380 of 2380, MP 2210 of 2210. Conditions: linked health, second chance, rise, shielded, aura of wealth. "You okay?" I say as I detach from her.
Better now that you're here. And you can relax. 𝗃𝗻 is on our side.
Catherine beckons and 𝗃𝗻 walks forward, offering us a weird snapping salute with his left hand in greeting. You sure? I say. You can rest assured I would not betray my gas gen, 𝗃𝗻 says. Gas gen? A gas generator? Funny. No. Ali falls silent, accessing information while I watch as Catherine steps away from me and returns to 𝗃𝗻's side. Closer now, they twine fingers together. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's girlfriend, I supply. Betrothed. First among his betrothed. Wait. I hold up a hand and stare at Ali before looking at Catherine. You guys are an item? Yes, Catherine answers. Of course, 𝗃𝗻 says. It's not just a cover? Why would I do that? 𝗃𝗻 looks honestly puzzled. Do humans do that? Oh, wait. Yes, of course. She is not my beard. That's not, I splutter. Catherine whispers something into 𝗃𝗻's ear while he continues to regard me. When he replies to her, his voice isn't as low. He's not really that impressive. Are you sure it's him they want? Oi, Pumbaa! Enough for now. This is a private talk, I say. While this place might be private, I'm not sure I'd call it discreet or safe. Catherine gives me a half smile and holds up a single finger. A moment later, a notification appears before me. Diplomatic silence, level 4. Every form of government requires a way to keep secrets and negotiate in private. Using this skill, the diplomat ensures that what is said within the radius of the discussion is safeguarded. This skill works in tandem with the government system-purchased buff National Secrets for additional effects. Mana regeneration reduced by 20 permanently. Effect: increases cost of information and other surveillance skills by a factor of 4. Receives an additional 54% of National Secrets government buff. Fine, I grumble good-naturedly. And I assume that's running all the time? Of course, Catherine says. 𝗃𝗻 has a similar skill. His grandfather also has a constant counter-espionage skill running on his family, as does Earth. Wait, counter-espionage skill? I say. It informs us if someone is purchasing information or attempting surveillance, 𝗃𝗻 says. Ah, I nod. That makes sense. Still, it's the Lady of Shadows. Catherine shakes her head. There's a lot of misinformation about her. She's not infallible. She's just a legendary. Just? Ali snorts, but he nods at Catherine. She's not wrong. Even a legendary's power is limited. Do we even know what the limits might be? 𝗵𝘃𝗀 asks. Her skill details are hidden. But others? Ali shakes his head. If we took John's class to the max, he'd have 3 choices from his skill tree. Each would be a penultimate for the Grand Master Paladin. Following the theme, they'd be able to boost any of the paladins they command, or even raise an individual to the class or a tier temporarily or permanently. He'd be able to use the weight of duty to shatter a planet, and the skill the Might of Justice allows him to borrow any skill, any system-recorded memory, any piece of currently owned equipment from those he served. Served? Ali nods and I pause. I recall that the Empress had a couple of heroic-level pieces of equipment, maybe even some legendary ones. Actual borrow, as in teleportation, or? Ali shrugs. Uncertain. I could verify at a shop, but it doesn't matter, 𝗵𝘃𝗀 butts in. You're saying that a legendary skill can influence things on a planet or across an empire, but with some degree of restrictions. There are nods, and I frown, remembering what happened at Prax. The Lady of Shadows had taken steps to hide the movement of the fleet coming for us, making it so that we never knew it was arriving until it was too late. Hiding things at that level was powerful, but if you considered that she probably had to look at influencing multiple individuals at a time, instead of altering actual reality, it wasn't impossible. Or she might have just adjusted information flow for everything coming in and out of the space station. So, we're looking at a limited number of individuals she can affect, I say. Catherine nods.
And we know for certain that her skills have been in use in a variety of other locations, including the current trade war between the Staten and Mati groups.
Reckham adds, Ares has also requested her aid in dealing with a mana outbreak along the restricted zone nearby the 𝗪𝗏 borders. There's a flood of behemoth crawlers and a living planet that has pushed outward, carrying with it a flood of mana.
𝗪𝗏?
Nautical creatures. Sort of like your mermaids, but not exactly,
𝗕𝗿 supplies.
Why would they care? 𝗵𝘃𝗀 asks.
Because one of the lies the Council tells is that the growth of the forbidden and restricted zones are regular and controlled. Not contained, but controlled,
Reckham says, his lips twisting in a snarl, his tiny tusks glowing with his displeasure.
They lie to us about the deaths that occur, the planets that are destroyed, and when they fail, they make sure no one knows.
If no one knows, how do you?
𝗵𝘃𝗀 says.
Because the galactic system is old, and no secret is truly secret,
Reckham says. I could beg to differ, but I keep my mouth shut. I don't know him, no matter how much Catherine trusts him.
And such secrets are whispered among those of us in power,
Reckham says.
It is only those without power who know not the lies they are told, though many think they do.
I frown. Yet you've got a whole planet experiencing things right now. What happens to them? Are they killed?
Or moved to another location, their minds wiped, their memories altered, their histories changed,
Reckham says.
If they fail. If they succeed in containing it, the incident is covered up. Lies are woven such that no one knows better. Information is edited for many years using individual spies and propagandists. The very nature of the attack is made a lie, until the truth is no longer understandable.
They do this so that more people stay. Wait. Holding still in their doomed planet because they think they're safe, or at least as safe as living in a restricted zone can be. I think over what I know of restricted and forbidden zones and come to the final conclusion. They need people to stay, don't they? Because without sapiens, the borders would grow faster. Without individuals serving the adventurers who move in to gain what resources they can, monsters won't be killed. Mana won't be churned.
Yes.
Vicious but effective. It's not something I would do. Not something I can even condone doing. But it's effective, and it keeps things stable, which I am realizing for most governments is more important than what is good or right or moral. Practicality over morality. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 drags the conversation back on topic, to the reason we're here, as she clears her throat.
We're safe from being spotted. At least, we hope so. Unless she turns her attention on us, because we're a lot smaller than a planet.
Though you have your planet and my merchant empire backing you up,
𝗵𝘃𝗀 continues, ignoring the interruption.
But we still shouldn't take too long. What can we do to help you, Catherine? You and Earth.
Catherine pauses, visibly recalling what she needs to say, then launches into what must be a rehearsed speech. We leave the art gallery an hour later with a lot less enthusiasm than we arrived. It's no real surprise, not with the information related to us. We're weighted down by the knowledge we've gained and what we must do. Being the organized woman she is, Catherine had much of the information ready to go in an information pack. So what we spoke about were the high-level aspects. The rest we'll read later. As suspected, Catherine has been building alliances over the last 4+ years she has been in 𝗪𝗏𝗏. Even so, it has been difficult for the lady to build any true alliances due to concerns about longevity. While groups like the Eretrians or the Trinaar might want a dungeon world under their control, making it happen is much more difficult than just wishing. Like Earth, when I returned years ago, many groups have formed their own enclaves, their areas of control. And unlike Earth, many such places and established dungeon worlds have significant resources poured into them. Even the lowest level dungeon world would still require a couple of master classes to conquer a lightly defended settlement. In higher leveled, more established dungeon worlds, you'd require a full armed assault to have a hope of winning. On top of that,
You've got internal politics. Who gets control of the dungeon world? Which faction is in charge? What kinds of benefits would each faction gain? After all, if they won't get any benefits from those in charge, would it not be better to make a deal with those on the dungeon worlds already and get something from them for opposing the dungeon world's sole government? As I said, it's complicated. Even when Catherine made headway, managing to get a few allies on our side, various governments, races, merchant groups, and guilds, the direct opposition by the Council has driven many of them away. Suddenly, the benefits no longer outweigh the cost. When we suggested my plan of physically dissuading voting groups, Catherine was quite adamant that it's a horrible idea. Reckham threw his weight behind her, pointing out that any action we take on the vote will reflect badly on Earth. The only good news Catherine had to offer is that to make a major change in the Galactic Constitution requires a significant mana flow. It's the equivalent of 80% of the mana generated by the system planets in a month, making it a big ask. Because of the cost involved, Catherine's actually found a number of people who are willing to vote against or abstain entirely. In some cases, only for a single vote. But a single vote of abstinence from each party is what we need now, which is where the list and information she gave us comes into play. As for future votes, we'll have to get past this one before worrying about it. In truth, the Galactic Council have tried to take away Earth's seat before, by contesting its legitimacy in courts, its standing in the Council as a dungeon world, and even the legitimacy of the actual vote. In the end, all of that failed, leaving the Galactic Council with its final maneuver, striking off all rights of dungeon worlds to hold a seat on the Council and marking them as contested territories for now and forevermore. The stakes have never been higher, and the problem is more insurmountable than ever, it seems. Thankfully, we've got a few options, and once we return to our residence and emplace our defenses, we go over those options, combining the knowledge Catherine has provided us with our own research. "This is a very long list," Harry says. The reporter managed to make his way back halfway through the next day, adding his own findings to what we were given. We've been mostly reading, taking in details of political games that we have no idea about. Even as fast as we consume information, we can only take in an overview, since there are so many players involved. Still, the information we garner is enough for us to do our job, and when things go south, hopefully not mess it up too much by improvising. Catherine's highlighted 116 different groups that might be open to convincing, I say in confirmation. We've got less than a month to convince as many of them as we can. Maybe as little as 2 weeks if Catherine can't stall the vote further. 108, Ollie corrects, flicking over the new list. I just finished the info dump Harry brought back. If he's right, those 8 are no-goes. I grunt and accept the correction. 116 or 108. It's too many for me to tackle anyway. Either way, too many. We have to split this up if we have any hope of doing any good, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄 says. Just like before, triage. I poke the information, sorting it out by number of seats. At the same time, the spreadsheet keeps the details of what kind of needs they have pre-sorted. At least, what they've told Catherine what they need. Reading over the list, I can't help but shake my head. Title: Master Duelist. Beat a heroic class in a formal duel. Title: Galactic Gourmet. Consume 2,500 different kinds of monster meat within a year. Class: Breaker of Chains. Advanced Prestige. Must break a Master Class binding skill. Class: Pain of Pain. Advanced Prestige. Receive over 1 million points of damage. Class: Inheritor of Secrets. Master Class. Be given a dozen Tier 1 secrets. What happened to sex, power, and money? I mutter. Isn't that what most people want? You want the sex ones? Ollie says, raising an eyebrow. His fingers flick and my jaw drops as he sorts the information. Not doing that. Or that. Maybe that. My gaze moves down the list, making 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄 pause and look at me. There are some of those you do? She says, sounding surprised. It's just sex. I pause. Well, that one was just sex. If I have to, I'll put a bag over their head. As the group stares at me, I face their incredulous gazes and open my hands wide. It's my fault, people. Taking 6, for the team isn't that bad. Though I might need a bath or two. I scratch my chin and add, also, have you noticed how, if you've not had sex for a bit, it's fine? You can deal with it? But once you get used to being, regular, then the next few months or so is rather difficult? 𝗵𝘃𝗲 blushes slightly, muttering curses under her breath at me. I grin at her, though I must admit I'm blathering on a little to cover up my own embarrassment. Sometimes the only way through it is to head in deep. Harry snorts, the Brit, who, come to think of it, I know indulges with his fans and other races regularly, ignoring my segue. Perhaps we should consider selling your body last. Many of the more carnal desires are more tentative, as Catherine has noted. People in the positions of power like that often have access to such conveniences, I offer. Dalliances, Ali says. Fetishes, 𝗵𝘃𝗲 supplies. Opportunities, Harry says with finality. It's more a case of finding the right timing for them. So what you're saying is they might not be willing to offer their vote for Boyo's sweet, sweet body, Ali says. Exactly. Whereas providing access to titles and classes, Harry shrugs, those can be more difficult. Especially these. Class, Jesuit priest. Class, hair metal drummer. Class, babalawo. Class, micro-expression interrogator. Title, neither rain nor shine. Title, virtual killer. Title, triad leader. Restricted classes and titles, I say, sighing. I guess that's a form of power, isn't it? Especially when it's unexpected, Ali says. The system might not like to balance each class against another, but with the variety out there, there's always a balance to be found against another. Or an exploit. I nod. While most types of skills come down to the system equivalent of punching someone in the head until they fall, when it comes to non-combat classes, there's a lot more variety. And sometimes, certain classes and skills just slip under the radar of other skills. Being the new kids on the block, we got a bunch of new classes waiting for exploits. Add in interesting titles that might provide either prestige or stackable bonuses, and I can see these titles being desired. Still, there's no way to know for sure without actually gaining a class or title and testing it to see if they can be exploited. I'm sure the vast majority of them won't be anything particularly new or interesting, but as any good fighter knows, it only takes one lucky shot to end a fight. Except that's not really true with this system. Health points give us an unnatural level of resilience, such that even a cheap shot or one that lands perfectly cleanly won't necessarily take out someone with high health. The tyranny of levels can keep those below chained to the bottom. Or it would, if not for the fact that mana and health regeneration is finite. That's where the system's ability to provide information is a leveler. Knowing how much you need to hammer someone means that, if necessary, you can work out what you need to do to end them. And in a few cases, the best revenge hasn't even been direct attacks, but the wide release of an individual's build. For those at the highest levels, most have gotten where they are by stepping on a few necks along the way. A borrowed knife slits a throat just as cleanly. I'm assuming credits aren't high on the list because we don't have enough, I say. One of the interesting aspects of Catherine's list is the focus on the individual rather than the government. She's got that covered. What she wants us to exploit are the people who do the actual voting. The man on the ground, if you will. Actually, it's mostly because the people on the list are paid an extremely high salary to ensure they aren't bribable, Harry says. At least with credits, that is. I chuckle a bit. It's the Singapore method of public service. If you pay your government servants the same as any CEO, not only do you get good government servants, but the need for bribery decreases. Not that the high salaries get rid of bribery entirely, as we're going to exploit, but it does reduce it. Well, at least there aren't any white elephants, I say. Elephants? Harry asks. Just something I read about. How some gifts are white elephants that stroke the ego more than anything else, I say. Oh, like these? Ali says. A moment later, I'm reading a rather long list of materials, none of which I've heard about and most of which I have trouble even pronouncing. Gah! I throw up my hands. What would you need the marrow of a 12-headed hydra for? Alchemical compound, useful for a variety of regenerative effects, Ollie replies. So, a health potion? Affliction removal, or regeneration from old age in particular. Right. When he mentions the one thing the system will not remove, even if it slows it, I eye the materials with renewed interest. Once I poke at the details, what seems like a bewildering array of gifts becomes a series of weird, specific master or heroic crafted items and a bunch of materials for longevity potions. Great. So how are we doing this? I prod the sheet. As fascinating as all this might be, it doesn't solve the problem of how we're dividing the work. I can do the gifts, Harry says. Between my contacts and whatever 𝗕𝗏𝘀 might dig up, I might be able to locate some of these things. Unspoken is the added caveat of locate and acquire. One of the issues with much of the material is that even when their location is known, they aren't being sold. 𝗕𝗏𝘀 might not be here, but his contacts could be useful. Not to forget any criminal contacts Harry might have made on Prax. Classes and titles for us, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀 says, pointing between her and me. We can teach or train them. Some might be more difficult. And there are the obvious ones John has to do. Like the heroic requirement kind, I nod. Annoying, but those who require specific kinds of skills can be dealt with, so long as they're willing to subject themselves to the abuse, which requires trust, which is often the sticking point. You also have one other thing to do, warns 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀. I sigh. Truth. For all this, we still need to figure out what to do about the Inner Council and the Duchess. I make a face again, as the pair of humans voice their agreement. If there's one person who can aid us in all this, it'd be her. The question is, of course, what she wants. Time to find out what's taking her so long to contact me. Chapter 11. Of course, like most of my existence these last few months, it isn't as easy as asking 𝗏𝗁𝗁 what the hell is going on. He didn't even deign to meet with me, instead sending back a note that the Duchess will see me when she's ready to do so. That issue resolved, the team splits up to begin the process of getting votes. Luckily, the vast majority of the time, we have easy methods of contacting our targets, supplied to us by Catherine. One of the things about working in such a big political city is that those in the know all set up multiple methods of communication. Not just the official channels and the unofficial official channels, but unofficial secret channels and secret channels of communication. All of it broken out into multiple levels, given out to various acquaintances and allies and even enemies as needed, depending on what you think is required. After all, you might not want the government to know what you're saying. Or you might not want to officially be speaking to certain people, even if unofficially your government agrees with your action, and so on and so forth. What we were given are the semi-public secret channels, with the requisite notations on how to let them know their information isn't burned, just passed along properly, which is a whole different level of secrecy. And why does Catherine have all this? I mutter, staring at the galactic equivalent of a burner phone. Isn't there a spy head or something? Contingency planning, of course. Also, pretty sure Earth's spy head is dead, Ollie sends back. How'd you know that? I reply. I let my gaze roam over the park we're waiting in, mentally grumbling about the idiocy of having a secret meeting in public. But since this is the initial contact, they didn't want to be in a hidden place. So, here we are. This park isn't that big, just over a few 100 meters, but with multiple dips and rises so that direct lines of sight are cut off. This is aided by the local fauna, many of which grow to twice or thrice the height of the sapients ambling along. Other than the occasional giant, of course, a pair of which ducked behind a convenient wall of shrubbery and masonry to canoodle. Do they really think they're hidden? I send to Ollie, watching the trembling foliage.
Sometimes it's more the illusion of privacy than the reality, boyo.
Fine. But the spy master? I keep scanning while we wait, searching for our contact. I hope he isn't too late. I've booked another meeting in another public location, a bullet train transit station, in an hour, and then another after that. And the burner phone is for the next set of calls I need to make, while I'm scrambling from one location to the next. Even peering around, I see nothing. There are flying creatures, insects, winged angels, half-beast or monster equivalents, even a few elemental-bodied fellows. And on the ground, you get the usual plethora of humanoids walking, rolling, and jumping along, but not my next meet.
𝗵𝘃𝗲 actually told me about it. According to her, he was targeted during the attack,
𝗬𝗁𝗍 explains. When I send back a wordless grunt, he shrugs.
We've been digging a little into the actual attack. She knew who he was before because she'd been in contact with Catherine and Lana. And we reviewed the attack just in case.
Just in case what?
They use the same themes.
Before I can ask for details, a voice speaks up behind me. I don't start, even if I want to, because whoever it is has taken the seat on the opposite side of the park bench, facing away from me on the circular bench cum table cum elevated rise, without me knowing.
You're not human.
No, but I can get you the individual.
Really? Because we've yet to get one to agree to leave Earth,
the creature says. I glance over, spotting the creature as it inhales. It's a short, stubby alien whose gray skin and flat features are dominated by the trio of large nostrils situated around its body. Small flaps open and close, allowing the creature to block off potential smells and attacks, while even more fleshy flaps and strings of flesh deeper within strain out other gaseous particles. I can. My word on it, I say. But you know what we want in return.
Expensive.
But for your clan, this would be quite the win, would it not? After all, bringing a new scent-based class to the Khenanti?
We'll need a serf contract for 7 years. System registered.
No, I flat out refuse. Work contract for 5 years. System registered, based off you fulfilling your bargain. In turn, we'll provide a system-registered proof of class.
10 years.
Agreed.
Transport costs?
The Khenanti asks, its voice low and husky. I note it's snuffling more, as if trying to ascertain my identity via smell. Good luck with that. I have a spell and an enchantment both killing my scent for just this reason. We can handle it, I say, but you'll pay going rates for their work, and take care of their accommodations and safety, along with their family.
Of course. Standard contract for artisans. But this isn't advanced, yes?
Yes. By the time the vote is completed, you'll get your advanced class perfumer. The creature lets out a trill, a snort, then stands.
Don't contact me again until the documents are ready.
I don't look at him as he stalks off, but I do borrow Ollie's field of vision to note his bouncing step. It's only when he's gone, when I've finished reading the threads from Society's web and the changes in his demeanor, that I speak. What do you think?
He'll do it. Now come on. Next!
I groan but stand, heading out. We'll have to contact Lana to get this done, but thankfully, we know a basic classer who will jump at the chance. All we have to do is boost him through his levels, which means VIP access to our dungeons and a leveling team. A small price to pay for an abstentation. Now, if only the rest of our deals are this easy. Underground. This is the galactic equivalent of a sewer line, but it's a lot cleaner and less smelly since everything is actually contained within sealed effluent lines. The maintenance room we stand in is in a confluence of such maintenance shafts, giving us more room to work within. Even if it is big, the presence of a half-dozen bodyguards crowds out the room, especially when a pair of them are sapient trolls.
Explain again this skill of yours,
the older Movana standing before me mutters. He's not the target, of course. It's the young Movana girl behind him, all of 23. She's already 2/3 of the way through her basic class thanks to her banked experience and being dragged through dungeons. But that won't get her a good class, especially since she lacks any good titles. Thus, this meeting. I can layer the skill multiple times, depending on wording and intent, I say. I know this to be true, in a way that even knowledge and use of the skill wouldn't have offered without significantly more experimenting, thanks to my new class. But it'll do damage. How much? I grunt, running the math in my head and inform him. He winces and shakes his head. Very high. Yes, but that also means it'll increase her chance of getting the prestige class, right? The harder it is to break, the more damage she takes, the better the class. Expensive to get them the right enchantments, her overseer says, crossing his arms. And you still haven't mentioned the name of the skill. We need to ascertain it doesn't overlap with others. It won't. How do you know? I point over the girl's head while she ducks her head and pouts. There's a sullenness to her actions, to the way she stands that makes my heart ache. I understand her standing. Her importance to the family is guiding the actions here. Favors for favors. She has no choice in this, in the oaths and the bindings, and yes, the pain required to break those bindings. But as much as I want to help her, I know I can't. Because I can't fix every problem I come across, and because she has the tools to fix it herself. All she has to do is walk away from a life of comfort and security. This isn't my fight, and my help would probably be less than desired. Conditions. I can see them. Nothing special, I say, and no conflicts. You barely have a half dozen running on her right now, and only one other master class. I broke the wrist, she snaps, crossing her arms. And I can break yours. I've done worse. It's just damage. Her voice drips with derision. I make note to perhaps find something particularly inventive as my binding. Now, about our payment. The overseer smiles, turning to me as I brightly begin the negotiations. Trap? Trap, 𝗲𝗊𝗍 confirms. I almost sigh and give away the game as we follow the man into the courtyard. The building is reinforced, the sky a false projection, even if it does go up at least 5 stories. The entire courtyard in a building thing is very 𝗪𝗏, what with the need for space and yet the illusion of control. When one has money, alterations to the internal portions of a building are simple enough, and our current guest has money. The courtyard is another example of them showing it off. It also creates a good killing ground, but we don't talk about such things.
I'm surprised you contacted us. Our interactions with Ambassador Ward and Earth have been less than pleasant before,
the speaker says, furry hands crossed behind his back. The 𝗓𝗏, gnoll-like creatures, smiles widely.
In fact, there are a number of blood promises bound around some of your people's heroes.
Representatives, I say, and not my people, the humans.
Of course, the 𝗓𝗏 says, bobbing his head. I'm grateful you are willing to meet us here. Few would be so trusting.
It's hard to be when betrayal seems to be a common coin in the realm, I say. But I've always felt it better to give trust when you can.
Oh, for certain. It's a very honorable viewpoint,
the speaker says. He turns around now, having put us in the middle of the courtyard. In my minimap, 𝗲𝗍 floods the information screen with dots. Lots of dots, many of them advanced classers. I don't see many master classers, though I'm not surprised. Not only are master classers rarer, they're also expensive to hire, and not something you expect to throw together in a few hours. I've always felt that, and when someone does betray you, you just have to make sure they don't do it again. I wonder if the warning will help, but I doubt it.
There is no true betrayal, though, when one is enemies already, the speaker replies, smiling wide. Don't you think so, Redeemer?
I keep smiling even as he uses my title. I have no idea what you're speaking of.
The enchantment you're using is very good. We can't pierce it, not at all. But there is no one else we can think of who would dare contact us. Not so blatantly, not so soon, and with such an obvious companion.
He nods to where 𝗲𝗊𝗍 hangs over my shoulder. 𝗲𝗊𝗍's shifted his form again, looking like a floating tree trunk, and is supposed to be invisible since he's only partially dimensionally shifted in. I raise an eyebrow, still trying to play it cool, but I sense the mana fluctuations above me as the ambushers buff themselves and charge up their attacks. Again, no idea what you're talking about. 𝗁𝗍 flies upward and to the side, tiny hands shifting as he gets ready to layer skills and his ability to protect me. A quick flash of information over our communication channel indicates that he's being tracked by a couple of our ambushers, putting to rest the question of the viability of his invisibility. They definitely can track him. Now, I came here with an offer. You wanted some titles that weren't available otherwise, all human-centric. I know how to get them for you. I open my hands sideways, smiling. But it'll cost you.
Yes, a vault. 𝗧𝗪cie shakes his head. We are not interested. What was taken, we will have back, and the blood debt will be repaid.
His final words are the signal, and his friends open fire. I throw myself forward, not at him, but sideways, past him, then change direction again, putting myself behind the speaker's back. The movement isn't fast enough to dodge all the shots, of course, but Soul Shield provides enough protection when combined with 𝗁𝗍's twisting of their attacks. Even as I move, I trigger Judgment of All. One good thing about working for the Eretrians is they've been blocking purchases of their class skills since forever, and while the 𝗧𝗪's main government probably has details, this is but a branch of a branch. Their budget has nothing on what the Eretrians have paid to keep skills like Judgment for All hidden. And while they might be able to buy my status sheet, if they even bothered, it wouldn't necessarily tell them what the skill does. Not until I use it. Like now. Light flares as 𝗁𝗍 and I spin around in opposite circles. We use my skill, both of us, pouring damage into our attackers. With Penetration's ability in play, they don't stand a chance. I watch damage pile on, the support classers falling first. One of them has a retributive aura skill, reflecting a portion of their attacks onto me. Another attacker drops a cloying plasma attack that refuses to stop burning. A series of beacon darts dig into my body and draw fire from other attacks, while overlapping fields of debuffs slow me down and drain mana. There's more. A lot more. The very air around me burns. The poor speaker's ability to avoid the attacks, similar to Harry's, is subverted by the sheer volume of fire. He dies as collateral damage, rather than my skill, which he manages to avoid triggering. My dodging works at shielding some of the damage, but my attackers shift to area effect attacks that combine with the defenses implanted in the building. Then things get a lot more difficult to avoid. I leave my sword uncalled, instead smashing apart the emplaced weaponry with spells and well-placed body slams, my soul shield replenished continually by 𝗁𝗍. A short and hectic minute later, as Judgment of All finishes its job, the spirit is buzzing through open windows, looting bodies and dumping them in my altered space. I do the same with the speaker's body, both of us more than cognizant that we have to be gone within minutes. Up here, teleport circle. It's locked to the users here, but got it. I bounce upward, using my hover boots to slide through the balcony and into the room. A hand on the console, and I'm accessing the system-controlled lockouts. System edit flashes, and I feel another tiny tick of experience slide into the administrator class as I adjust the settings. I slip in a small program that'll delete my access, the logs, and itself after a set amount of time after I finish editing access levels. Then we get on the platform. The encompassing dimension lock disappears as I stand on the teleport circle and grin. Then we're gone, leaving behind nothing but a burnt and shattered building. Moments later, the gravity bomb I left in the center of the building implodes, taking the building and what evidence there might be with it. I push against the bottom of the pool, shooting out of the water and breaking into fresh air. My breathing is slightly ragged, more than it should be considering how little I truly need oxygen these days, but following the 𝗪𝗀𝗁𝗀 through the water has been quite the workout. I swim until we reach the small island in the middle of the giant water playground, large enough to be a lake they consider a swimming pool, and rest against the warm sand. The 𝗪𝗁𝗀𝗁𝗀 shivers and twists, bones popping and cracking as it transforms before it climbs onto the sandy beach. It turns around, the smooth, slightly dimpled nature of its lower body a weird sight, even as the transformation completes, hiding its fur somewhere. Satisfied? I say. The 𝗪𝗀𝗃 tilts its head from side to side, the whiskers of its seal body, one of the features not having disappeared. They twitch in the breeze as it spies on its own people before it turns back to me. Yes. Good. So we have a deal? I say. No. I frown, but the 𝗪𝗀𝗃 doesn't elaborate, forcing me to ask why. Details, it says. Well, yes, I guess. I bite my lip, remembering what I've been warned about. Details are required, but we can work that out in someplace drier, no? Sample. You want a sample? A demonstration? I consider. That can be arranged. Good. Then the 𝗪𝗃 walks away, leaving me slack-jawed. What the hell? They don't like talking much to drylanders, 𝗬𝗁 supplies. By the way, make sure that sample is sufficiently sized. Sufficient for what? Both of you to consume. Both of us? I frown and sense 𝗬𝗁's amusement. Why? Don't you guys have a food culture too? It's the same thing. You can't trust people you don't eat beside. It's why Rob hasn't managed to make a deal. But Catherine's here, as was her trade representative. Politics. They only work with those with sufficient influence. And that's Rob. Or, well, you. I frown, triggering my flight spell as I head back to dry land now that I'm certain the 𝗪𝗀𝗃 won't speak further. Don't send that disapproval. You wouldn't even count if you hadn't gotten your heroic class. It's why I had you alter that for him. I shake my head, shedding water as I fly and getting a few shouted imprecations from those below my flight path. I ignore them as I land at the entrance, already conjuring a cleansing spell. There's more work to do, and even more people to meet. Thus far, we've been tackling the easy jobs. It's just going to get harder as we go down the list. I expect I'll trigger extra hands after today. I'd have done it today, but I wanted an idea of the kind of thing we were going to be dealing with, the kind of people and problems. I won't send them, myself, into this blind. But as I'm finding out, the more people we contact, the more we meet, the higher the chance there is that we'll be located. The fight with the 𝗧RI was bad enough, but at least they're assholes who have a long, long list of enemies. Eventually, though, we'll be found out. Which is another reason to consider how to contact the damn Galactic Council before things go to hell in a handcart. Chapter 12. Are you sure this is a good idea? 𝗬𝗁 says. He hovers over my outstretched hand, making me pause as I reach for the shop orb. We're not in 𝗪𝗏𝗏 anymore, having made the trip in the early hours of the morning to a sleepy holiday town to use their shop orb. The population is high enough, they've got multiple such orbs in play, each linked to the main settlement orb, but rarely used, especially at this time of the night. No, but we don't seem to be getting anywhere, do we? I say. 𝗬𝗁 gives me a half-hearted shrug, the pair of us alone in the sealed-off room that offers the orb and its users privacy. We've been running around for the last week and a half, doing the best we can to get votes against or abstentions. At first it was easy, or it seemed that way at least. But soon enough the low-hanging fruit of votes are gone, leaving us to deal with people who want things that are harder to source, harder to convince we can fulfill when no one else can. I've been beaten black and blue 3 times, and still the system has yet to register the heroic dual win. The kid who does it to me packs one heck of a wallop, since they've geared his entire build to single-hit knockouts, and still the system doesn't consider it a win. We've tried multiple ways now, from direct fights to a registered dueling ring, and nothing. I keep holding back too much, such that the poor fellow can't convince the system he's winning properly. We've run into other problems, like the 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗁 class, which requires us to not only find living practitioners of 𝗪𝗁 on Earth, but also to convince them to transfer a number of their prayers, 𝗀𝗏, and other blessings to an individual they've never met. Lana and Rob are finding that impossible. As far as the practitioners are concerned, what we're asking them to do is the worst kind of cultural appropriation. I don't blame them, but it doesn't help our case. The Virtual Killer title should be simple to acquire, but there's a piece missing no matter how many games of Doom, COD, and tower defense battles the title hunter plays. I've promised to dig into it further, and Rob's looking into the backgrounds of everyone on Earth with the title, but no luck thus far. I might have to dig into it myself with my skill, but we're beginning to wonder if it's a pre-system-only title. There are a bunch of titles like that, things that are only available for people who weren't in the system when they started it. There's also the negotiation for an exclusive on coffee production from Brazil that the Fifth Spire Guild is demanding, specifically a certain enhanced bean and the individuals producing it. We have to play go-between, even arranging for a strike team from Erythra to drop in to destroy a bunch of dungeons to even make the producers consider the offer. If we get the coffee for the guild, they'll use their influence to get us a couple of votes. And there's more. So much more. Assassination requests that we either have to undertake ourselves or contract out. Of course, there are no guarantees in those cases, just nicely worded assurances that don't read as anything more than platitudes, since both sides don't want to say what they want outright, leaving themselves a certain level of deniability. I'll admit, in a few cases where the attacks are close enough to make it worthwhile, and the individual's morally bankrupt enough that it doesn't impact my twisted morality, I've agreed to it, and then promptly arranged for one of my extra hands to deal with it. Amazing what a doppelganger with no care about his life is able to do. That's the problem when you're playing security. If the other person really doesn't care about surviving, their options open up vastly. Of course, I'm also very careful about how often I send my extra hands on assassinations. Too many sudden deaths would be another sign we're around, so the targets are people who are obvious, who make sense, and I do my best to ensure when I can that the deaths aren't traceable to me. It doesn't always work, but that's fine. Artifact retrievals and dungeon clearings, both of which would take more time than we can afford. We make promises, guarantees of retrievals and clearing backed by the system, but there's reluctance, from Earth to commit to travel or portal cost, and from those who might benefit. If 𝗵𝘃𝗃 and I could leave Irvina entirely, it'd be easy, but we neither have the ability to run off and return without alerting others, nor the time to clear or do retrievals. We're stymied by the time frame, by the needs of our targets. And even if we do manage to make the current vote go our way, it doesn't solve the other issue. It doesn't deal with the council. At some point, I need to talk to them, to ascertain what they want. After numerous attempts at cudgeling my brain for a way, I've come up with this idea. It's born from my constant testing of the system, the gentle prod of my system edit skill. "All right, but if the mana floods," Ollie says warningly. "You told me so." I punctuate my sentence by placing my hand on the shop orb. As it prompts me to see if I want to teleport to my usual shop, I delve right into the information flow with my system edit skill, bypassing the main interface to access the admin section. The shop itself is both one of the most complicated pieces of programming in the system and incredibly simple. At its base, the shop is just a listing of information, each piece of information drawing from a database. But considering the sheer volume of information required, there are numerous subroutines and programs set up to reduce the load whenever an individual accesses the shop. Among some of the most prominent are the personalization routines that are hooked directly into an individual's status. In this way, certain options are automatically suppressed while others are brought forward. While it looks, and in some ways acts, like a method of helping users optimize their development, it also benefits the system. As the most basic example, there's no need for humans to buy oxygen-breathing skills, genetic alterations, or enchantments. It's pretty much guaranteed humanity can breathe oxygen. Same with regrowth options for limbs, unless you've recently lost one, at which point the system would likely move those options up on the display. There are numerous little formulas and subroutines running, each of them balancing out one another and the use of the system, just so that the shop itself can be more efficiently managed. Add the fact that some truly complex programs are linked to the shop: teleportation, credit mana, cost-benefit analysis, and the time distortion windows, among others, and you get a system that should be monitored pretty closely. And when there's a system that's monitored closely, there's development notes and bug reports. As I swim through the data fields of mana, because that's what the system codes in, mana, I grasp at tiny bits of information, staring at runic configurations that alter in meaning as I stare at them before discarding the programs for more. I feel myself burning up as I struggle to cope with the flood of information, the processing of raw mana until I locate what I need. Then I go deeper. Because I don't want the specific directory for this shop location, but the generic administrative notes and bug reports for the entire shop subroutine. Once I get there, I take the time to verify that administrative notes are logged by individuals, but not location, and grin. Gotcha. As I get ready to do what I need to next, I feel my body jar, bones creaking and my neck whiplashing around. My hand, clutching the shop orb, breaks free and I stagger to the side. Purely by instinct, my sword appears in my hand and swings. It bites into skin and flesh, and a portion of my attacker flops away. "Ah! You goddamn gremlin feces-loving son of the abyss!" 𝗲liche shouts, dodging backward even as he reforms his leg. "What the hell?"
"Teaches me to save your ass,"
𝗲liche snarls, his wound sealed, the stub of his leg reforming. As a creature of thought and energy more than actual mass, damage to 𝗲liche is more conceptual than biological. "What do you mean?" I take into account my body and health. I feel wretched, much more than getting body slammed by the rapidly shrinking spirit would entail. As the pain finally makes itself known, I find myself sagging to my knees as every single nerve, muscle, and cell within my body screams. Mana sense is tingling, overloaded by the sheer amount of system mana my body contains now. I'm overclocked on mana itself, and my body is doing its best to purge itself of the excess amount. For a moment, I try to trigger a spell, a simple light spell to help bleed off the excess mana. I only do it for a second before curling up on the floor, choking off screams as betrayed nerves inform me that attempting to cast or utilize skills at this moment is the worst idea I could have. Long minutes, maybe hours, pass as my body washes the system mana from my body. When I finally stagger back to my feet, I find 𝗲liche hovering beside me, biting his lip in anxiousness.
"Well, that was new,"
𝗲liche says sardonically, the trace of concern disappearing under his usual nonchalant expression. I can only offer him a half smile before I push my way to the exit. As much as I want to finish what I started, we need to leave before someone finds us hogging the shop sphere. It's only pure luck and some planning that has allowed us to get this far. Waves lap at my feet as I sit beside the water. Small carnivorous fish and cephalopods attempting to rip through my reinforced skin. They fail, their levels too low to breach my innate defenses. I ignore them, for they're too low-leveled to bother killing either. Not when I have bigger, metaphorical, fish to fry. In my mind's eye, deep within, I exist in a painless void that lets me tap into the only skill I have available right now, System Edit. And using that skill, I review my body, the data stream of my status screen and log files, to find out what happened. Beside me, spinning in slow circles, 𝗲liche watches the world pass by. He's in a diamond-shaped spirit form, invisible to most eyes and keeping track of potential dangers while I work. Long minutes pass before I finally surface, more knowledgeable than ever of my own skills and the system, if no wiser. So? I look around and wonder if it's smart to discuss it here, but there's no one watching, and once again our best defense is anonymity. Pushing aside the never-ending paranoia that living in the system engenders, I answer my friend. In summary, I was overloaded with mana. No shit, gremlin breath. What I want to know is why now? That's more interesting. I've always been flooded with system mana when I access the information. The first time I got burnt was when I got the class, but we just thought it was a case of the class change. It's not. It's a feature, not a bug of the class. Why? The system itself is coded in mana. System mana, to be specific. So when I access it, I'm actually drawing in system mana. The more I do, the more I drain. However, as a heroic class, I also churn through the mana much faster, so it's never been a major thing. But the shop has a lot more than I can deal with, and you got burnt. Exactly. I fall silent for a bit, rubbing my chin. I wonder if people do stumble into this class earlier. But the moment they try to access the system in any way, they burn out. I mean, I'm tougher than your usual heroic class in many ways, certainly more than any artisan heroic. The sheer amount of mana being sent when accessing even a small program would likely kill a basic classer.
So you think that's why you don't hear of the class? Because they die too fast?
Ali sends back. That, and the council probably covers it up. But if a heroic class can barely handle poking at the basic information structures,
The shop isn't that basic.
I ignore the mental interruption, of the system. Even accessing low-level information would probably kill a basic class. Heck, it'd probably damage an advanced pretty fast, and a master class might only be able to handle it in very controlled doses.
But why would the council set it up in such a way? It seems like a bad idea for your junior administrators to form from such a small pool.
I chew on my lip a little while I think over Ali's question before I offer the only answer that makes any sense to me. Maybe they didn't choose to do so. I turn over the idea in my mind further. What if the current council is just, I don't know, interlopers, or the third or fourth iteration of the programmers, and they're stuck with whatever the idiots who first created it did? The gods know I've had to clean up messy programming before.
You know, not everyone is as sloppy at finishing their work as you, boyo.
Maybe they didn't have a choice. The shop, classes, spells, and skills. They're both super simple and super complicated at the same time. Anything and everything's written in mana. So anytime you want to edit, code anything, it's a huge burden. It's all part of the system after all.
Right. But why even bother with classes, skills, levels? We know the system's churning unaspected mana into itself through living things. But why make it so complicated? Why not just, I don't know, force you meatbags into becoming giant slug things that grow, die, and consume mana?
Take away free will and options? I rub my chin. That would make sense, in a sense. Though, we consume more mana the more we level, and our choices to build levels are predicated generally upon who we are. But there's no reason it might not make more sense to make us just leveling machines, or the equivalent. The library brings to mind images of planets warped by the system into giant, living blobs of flesh or greenery, growing without end and merging to become a living mass that just consumes mana, and I shudder. Even the forbidden planets aren't as insane as that, though monsters might run rampant and behemoths walk the land. Yet classes, skills, and leveling seem like an inefficient manner of using mana, unless... Does mana need to be used? Not just grow, but used for things? The system? Us. I wave at the lake, the greenery, and the marine life that continues to try to eat me. Maybe it needs sapient life to give mana form, otherwise it... I shrug. I'm not sure what it does. Grow unceasingly? Destroy life? Knowledge once more from the library. This time, ancillary reports from technocrats who stay on the edge of system space, testing and learning the limits of this world. Old recordings of worlds caught up in the mana expansion, worlds without the guidance of the system, or with only the barest, mutations, change, warped cultures, dimensional rifts, creatures with powers that defy reasoning, ruling over worlds until they abruptly lose their powers or die to its overuse. Skills and classes without form run rampant. Monsters the size of a fingernail that destroy entire continents, and titans that grow so big they're unable to move anymore. Mana, without the constraints of the system, gives life, gives magic, but without constraints or logic. Like a kindergarten classroom given a pile of paint and let loose, free to make or do anything they want, with all the resulting sense and chaos. "John?" Ollie asks softly, bringing me back. "I get it," I say softly, wondering if I should speak the words. I get why the system needs form. Because mana needs structure. Without it, it's chaos. Untamed possibility. The system rebuilds mana into a structure, forces it to form and flow in constraints. It's why spells are so much more flexible, because they tap into mana direct. But they're also more prone to destruction, to blowing up, and are weaker because we have to control all aspects of it at the same time, including the actual mana flow. Ollie nods. That's not new spell theory. It's spellcasting 101, really, at least for spell researchers like Aiden. People like me who buy their spells from the store kind of skip theory and just use the spells like plug-and-play rituals, no different than skills. But just because I use magic that way doesn't mean I don't understand that it can be used much more flexibly. I just never had the time or desire to learn, and as mentioned, for the equivalent mana cost, your spells are weaker and slower. I'm not even surprised when the system quest updates. This time it's a full 1%. That puts me at 90% now, just under the trigger point for when they went after 𝗪𝗏. And a part of me, a reckless, insane part, that cares not for the current troubles we are in, that demands I find out, wonders what it would take to trigger that last 0.1%. The very next day, after running around and trying to sort out titles and classes and committing grand larceny in one case, we found another small shop to complete the plan. This time around, I knew exactly where I needed to go. While waiting and transiting between our meetings, I spent the hours in between creating the system mana equivalent of pre-packaged viruses and code. It was a strange thing to build such code and twists of system mana that's connected to me and my personal status sheet. Each program I formed and stored was loaded into a separate location on my sheet, hidden from normal viewing and access, and yet there in my new skill edit sense. Just as interestingly, the act of creation and storage of such programs gave me experience in my class. Not a lot. Not nearly as much as actually processing and interacting with the system outside of myself did. Not like the flood of experience I gained from touching the shop, for example, but it did give experience. And in doing so made me wonder if I was wrong. If that was the way you'd level the class, by creating programs and viruses in one's own status sheet, not exploring anything beyond that. Except, of course, the flood of system mana was still significant. Perhaps not enough to bother me as a heroic, but for a basic, certainly too much. But perhaps a master class? I'm not certain, like so many other things, so I can only prepare myself. Prepare such that when I access the shop, I breach the defenses, clear the logs, and slide in to deposit my note. It happens in one continuous surge of energy and concentration. And then I exit, long before the mana accumulation is sufficient to injure me. It helps that this particular program note is simple, left in the administrative section of the shop's interface, where a cursory check would find it. A simple program with an eye-catching title, "Hey Assholes," where a single program repeatedly forms a single sentence and appends it into the end of the note. A single sentence repeated over and over, taking up more and more resources, the way a virus would. A single, direct sentence. Let's talk.